Chapter 1331. Moreover, without the effect of the sunlight, her face was still cold and emotionless. Ning Xiuma quietly looked at him for a long time, so long that Xue Ilan thought she was distracted again. She tilted her head and finally said, "No." When Xue Ilan heard her voice, a warm current surged in his heart. She hadn't said a word for 2 months. Now that she finally opened her mouth, although it was only 2 words, it was a good start. Her voice was still a bit hoarse, no longer as clear and pleasant as before. She was also becoming more and more dispirited, not interested in anything. Every day, she would stay in her room, either sleeping or daydreaming. Every day, Xue Ilan lived in fear and trepidation. He was afraid that one day she would fall asleep and never wake up again. "Momo, how did you become like this?" When she was Xue Emo, although she was indifferent, he could still see her smile often. When she was Ning Xiuma, she was the one who laughed the most. She was always in high spirits, just like a proud little lion. But now, it was as if she had lost all her emotions, like a wooden doll that couldn't move or smile. He had to find the original her. Today, he must drag her out for a walk. Xue Ilan said again, "Momo, it's sunny outside. Don't you want to go out and see?" After a while, there was no response. Ning Xiuma seemed to have fallen asleep again. Xue Ilan said a few more words to coax her to go out, but she didn't respond. She just stood there with her back facing Xue Ilan, lost in thought. Xue Ilan looked at Ning Xiuma, who had given up on herself. He couldn't tell if he was angry or what. He suddenly bent down and picked her up. Looking at her, he smiled gently. "Momo, since you don't want to go, I'll carry you out." Ning Xiuma. She looked at his slightly evil smile, and her body stiffened slightly. Then, she slowly relaxed, found a comfortable position in his arms, and closed her eyes. Xue Ilan, at the very least, it meant that Momo didn't reject his embrace. This could be considered a good thing among the bad, right? Xue Ilan tried to find joy in the midst of bitterness. Sighing, he carried her and walked outside. Along the way, Ning Xiuma quietly nestled in his arms, as if she had fallen asleep. Wherever Xue Ilan passed by, countless fiendish demons knelt down. Just as they were about to shout, "Long live the Demon Emperor," he flicked his sleeve, and those fiendish demons shut their mouths. Momo needed to recuperate. They couldn't disturb her. After Xue Ilan walked past, countless demons looked at each other and saw their own eyes widened in amazement. Their demon king. When he was so careful, as if he was hugging a fragile treasure. Their curiosity was piqued. Every one of them wished they could become clairvoyants just to see who that woman was. Unfortunately, the Demon King hid her very well. Even with so many eyes, they still couldn't see what the woman in the Demon King's arms looked like in the Demon Realm's garden. Indescribable flowers bloomed one after another, red, yellow, purple. Hundreds of flowers were in full bloom, blooming fiercely and fiercely. A cool breeze blew past, as if it was a rain of petals. The sun was shining brightly, and the fragrance of flowers floated in the air. Xue Ilan lowered his head and said gently, "Momo, wake up. Look." Chapter 1332. Ning Xiuma slowly opened her eyes and met Xue Ilan's affectionate gaze. She looked at him for a while, then looked away and looked at the flowers around her. They were really beautiful, very beautiful. The barren soil of the demon world was not suitable for flowers to grow. Demons, who were naturally cruel creatures, also did not cultivate the elegant hobby of appreciating flowers. Therefore, not a single flower had bloomed in the demon world for 10,000 years. It was also late autumn, when hundreds of flowers withered. In order to make such a large sea of flowers, Xue Ilan must have put in a lot of effort. She quietly looked at the flowers in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. A beautiful and bewitching flower suddenly appeared in front of her, followed by Xue Ilan's smile. "Momo, look, these are your favorite flowers. I purposely plucked some from hell and brought them back." In fact, Xue Ilan's words were very implicit. How'd he pick some? He pulled out all the red spider lilies on the side of the bridge of helplessness. As a result, The bridge of helplessness was still bare. He held a large pile of flowers and rushed back to the demon world. He planted them in his own garden and let people take good care of them. He nourished them with telekinesis, just so that Ning Xuema could appreciate them today. Ning Xuema stretched out her hand and took the bouquet of flowers in the palm of her hand to play with. The bright red spider lily slowly bloomed on her fingertips. The petals swayed, like a bright flame, quietly burning in her hand. The red petals made her hand seem even whiter, as if there was no blood in it. Ning Xuema looked at the beautiful and bewitching flower, and her eyes flashed with an unknown light. The red spider lilies in her hand left the ground and slowly withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. A red light flashed. Shui Lan reflexively wanted to inject telekinesis into the flower, but Ning Xuema blocked him. She looked at the gradually withered flower and said in a mocking tone, "Flowers from hell should live in hell." Shui Lan was stunned. Finally, he slowly tightened his arms and buried her in his arms. There was a trace of heartache in his voice. "Momo, I will accompany you in hell." Ning Xuema slowly closed her eyes and remained silent. Shui Lan stood in the garden with her in his arms for a long time. It was so long that the sun was already hanging high in the sky, emitting a vigorous golden light. The two of them were both dressed in red, and standing in the colorful garden was indescribably pleasing to the eye. Ning Xuema was breathing evenly in his arms. She seemed to have fallen asleep. He looked at Ning Xuema's quiet sleeping face, and his thin lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. "Momo, I'm willing to endure your hell." Now, the entire demonic world knew that the demonic king had someone he loved the most. He accompanied and cared for her, and even used his telekinesis to nourish a large garden just to win her smile. The garden, a large field of flowers. Most of the demons didn't know what flowers were. If they were asked if they liked flowers, they would ask, "What are flowers? Is it good?" It was inedible and tasteless. It was beautiful. The demons would be even more disdainful. It's not delicious, and there's no demonic energy. What's the use of looking good? That was why a demon's thinking was so simple and crude. It was just so boring. So Shui Yilan's romantic way of planting a large garden for Ning Xuema might be romantic enough to make them want to scream, but in the eyes of the demons, the demonic king seemed to be a bit improper. The people of the demonic world were very worried, and the ministers of the demonic world were also very worried. But a small group of people were very happy. Chapter 1333. However, a small group of people were very happy. They finally found a reason to rebel and establish themselves as kings, making the demon realm independent from the demon realm. Ever since the Great War of Immortals and Devils 3,000 years ago, only a small portion of the devil race was left. Shui Yilan then brought that small portion of the devil race to the demon realm. Through the gradual evolution, demon and devil had gradually merged into one, evolving into demons and devils. These years, the demons grew stronger bit by bit, and some demons had the idea of independence. They wanted to establish themselves as kings. No, they wanted to become the demon king, the demon king. The power pyramid of the demon palace was formed by the demon king and the three protectors. Shui Yilan had not returned to the demon palace for a long time, so one of the protectors in the demon palace began to have evil thoughts. He began to secretly gather troops, wanting to become the demon king himself. Bloodthirsty was an Earth rank level 9 great demon. In the demon realm, he was second only to Shui Yilan. He had always wanted to overthrow Shui Yilan, and now he finally found a good opportunity. However, he was not stupid. He would not start a rebellion right away. He wanted to build momentum first. Some rumors began to spread in the demon realm, such as, "The weather has been bad these days. It must be because of that vixen by the demon king's side. The war with the immortal realm failed again. It must be that vixen who brought bad luck. Why does the demon king favor her so much? Our demon realm has always respected strength. That vixen looks like she can be blown away by the wind. She needs protection wherever she goes. How can she be favored by the demon king? The demon king must have been blinded by her." There were countless rumors like this, and the more they spread, the worse it sounded. The momentum was enough, and the show began. In the Demon Palace, ministers began to talk about all kinds of bad things about Ning Xiuma. According to the signs of the heavens, she was a disaster. Their wise and mighty emperor could not have such a disaster by his side. She would endanger the demon realm, and so on. Shui Elan's aura became stronger and colder. Looking at the three ministers kneeling below and listening to their fierce criticism of Ning Xiuma, he finally could not help but take action and suppress her. The Demon Palace was covered in blood. Everyone was silent out of fear, and the rumors seemed to have stopped. Late at night, Bloodthirsty Protector's mansion. Bloodthirsty stood in the courtyard, looking at the dark clouds covering the bright moon little by little. He gave a mysterious smile, the calm before the storm. Another day, the sky was clear, and sunlight filled the air. Shui Elan held Ning Xiuma in his arms as they walked through the sea of flowers. Behind them, there was a chubby boy who was about 3 or 4 years old. He was the servant boy that Shui Elan had given to Ning Xiuma. Shui Elan found that Ning Xiuma seemed to like children more in the past. She liked chubby and cute things. Therefore, he tried to bring the cutest and most adorable child in the entire devil world into the Devil Palace. He gave it a chubby name, Tang Yuan, and gave it to Ning Xiuma. Shui Elan observed for a few days. Ning Xiuma did not have much of a reaction when she saw Tang Yuan. She just sat there quietly and did not say anything. At first, Tang Yuan was still a little restrained in front of her, but later on, he chattered nonstop. Although Ning Xiuma never responded to him, she did not reject Tang Yuan's approach. Moreover, the gloominess between her brows seemed to dissipate a little. Therefore, Shui Elan allowed Tang Yuan to get closer and closer to Ning Xiuma. In the end, Tang Yuan got a small bed of his own in the quiet room. Sticking to Ning Xiuma, Shui Elan looked at Tang Yuan's small bed and gritted his teeth. Chapter 1334. Shui Elan looked at Tang Yuan's small bed and clenched his teeth. He had never stayed overnight in this quiet room before, but this white and fat dumpling actually managed to get a bed in just a few days. Now, Tang Yuan had become Ning Xiuma's little tail, following her wherever she went. Tang Yuan followed behind her, panting. His little face was a little red from exhaustion. He said in a childish voice, your Majesty, walk slower. I can't keep up. Why would he follow a burden when he was strolling in the garden? Shui Elan wanted to shake Tang Yuan off and walk even faster. Tang Yuan tried his best to run forward with his 2 short legs, but he could not catch up no matter how hard he tried. In the end, he was tripped by a branch and fell to the ground. He was stunned. Shui Elan's figure was already far away. He suddenly burst into tears, his face full of grievance. Momo, Tang Yuan can't catch up to you. Don't you want Tang Yuan anymore? His cries traveled far and wide. Ning Xiuma's eyelashes trembled. She opened her eyes and looked at Shui Elan quietly. Shui Elan felt a little guilty under her gaze. His body stiffened, and he stopped in his tracks. Tang Yuan saw that the red figure in front of him had stopped. He stopped crying and chased after her with a smile. Shui Elan looked at the white ball rolling behind him. The corner of his mouth twitched. The white ball rolled in front of him and sat down. Its apple-like face was covered in sweat. Suddenly, there was a faint smell of blood in the air. Shui Elan's eyes darkened. He gently put Ning Xiuma down. Momo, stay here for a while. I'll go take care of some things. I'll be back soon. He set up a protective barrier for Ning Xiuma and ordered the 8 experts to protect her in the dark. Only then did he turn to a red light and fly towards the Demon Palace. Ning Xiuma's injuries had almost recovered. She was now at Earth Stage Level 9. Within the Demon Palace, as long as she didn't want to, no one could hurt her. Actually, the people that Shui Elan had arranged for were not as experienced as Ning Xiuma in terms of level and combat experience. However, Shui Elan was afraid that she would lose her will to live and not resist at all. That was why he set up a bunch of barriers and troops to protect her. Ning Xiuma stood there calmly, looking at the rolling clouds in the distance. No one knew what she was thinking. The smell of blood was getting stronger. Ning Xiuma frowned uncomfortably. In the distance, a small group of rebels was rushing over with a thick stench of blood. Their faces were ferocious, and it was obvious that they had gone berserk from the killing. When they saw Ning Xiuma in the sea of flowers, their eyes lit up. With a whistle, the rebels from all walks of life began to gather in the garden. They wanted to take down Ning Xiuma and force Shui Yilan to submit. Ning Xiuma stood in the layers of barriers. The several demon world experts who were protecting her were fighting with the rebels. Blood flowed like a river, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. The scene was extremely tragic. However, there were more and more rebels at the converging path. The 8 experts fell one by one. Tang Yuan was so scared that he hugged Ning Xiuma's calf and trembled. Ning Xiuma had seen such a scene many times in her previous life and this life, so she did not have much of a reaction. The 8 experts all fell. The rebels began to attack the barrier that Shui Yilan had set up around her. Ning Xiuma still stood there indifferently, without any intention of resisting. In fact, she did not want to live anymore. She was too tired in this life. If she could die here, it would be a form of relief. Perhaps she would return to her own world and bid farewell to this unlucky world. She would have no more interactions with the people in this world. Tang Yuan, who was hugging her calf, trembled even more. Chapter 1335. Tang Yuan, who was hugging her calf, trembled even more violently. However, when he realized that the rebel army had already broken through a layer of enchantment, he made up his mind and pushed Ning Xiuma back. His young voice was filled with determination. "Momo, run quickly. I'll attract their attention." After saying that, he ran towards the rebel army, trying to attract their attention. Ning Xiuma's gaze fell on Tang Yuan, who was trembling but facing the enemy's back. She sighed. No matter what, she had to save this child first. With a flick of her sleeve, Tang Yuan was sucked back. She held him in her arms and soared into the sky, flying into the distance. Tang Yuan was still in shock in her arms. Coincidentally, Shui Yilan rushed back to the garden. When he saw that Ning Xiuma was safe and sound, and that she was still holding Tang Yuan in her arms, he finally relaxed. He waved his hand, and the countless demon army behind him took down the rebel army. Shui Yilan looked at Ning Xiuma carefully and heaved a sigh of relief. He asked, "Momo, do you want to go with me to deal with these rebel army?" Ning Xiuma shook her head. "No." Shui Yilan sighed and picked her up. "Then I'll send you back." He casually picked up Tang Yuan, who was jumping on the ground and trying to pounce into Ning Xiuma's arms. With a few leaps, he returned to the demon palace. He placed Ning Xiuma on the bed and instructed Tang Yuan, "Take good care of her." Tang Yuan nodded his head. "I will definitely take good care of Momo." "Don't worry, Your Majesty." After Shui Yilan left, Tang Yuan moved a small stool and sat in front of Ning Xiuma. He began to chatter again. Ning Xiuma looked at Tang Yuan, and her eyes finally softened. Tang Yuan was thirsty after talking for a long time. He poured himself a glass of water and gulped it down. Then, he looked at Ning Xiuma in a daze. Ning Xiuma averted her gaze and looked out of the window. Tang Yuan also looked out of the window. His big eyes lit up, and he hugged Ning Xiuma's calf. "Momo, let's go watch the show too. Let's see how His Majesty punishes those bad guys." Ning Xiuma subconsciously refused, but she could not stand Tang Yuan's pleas. She sighed and finally stood up, taking the initiative to walk out of the room. Inside the meeting hall, Shui Yilan sat high above, looking down at the kneeling officials. His expression was difficult to discern. All the remaining rebels had their acupoints sealed and were thrown to the ground. Bloodthirsty received the best treatment. He was tied up tightly like a rice dumpling. At the same time, all of his acupoints were sealed, rendering him completely immobile. Bloodthirsty didn't know why Shui Yilan had brought them to the meeting hall. Shouldn't he kill them directly? Soon he got the answer. Shui Yilan played with a jade talisman and said casually, "Demon Emperor Shui Yilan is obsessed with women and doesn't care about the overall situation of the demon world. We should overthrow the old emperor and establish a new one. Is this your reason?" Bloodthirsty and the other demons' faces turned pale, but now that things had come to this, it was better to say it straightforwardly. Therefore, Bloodthirsty stared at Shui Alan and said viciously, "That's right. You're no longer worthy of being our demon emperor." After Bloodthirsty finished speaking, he waited for Shui Alan's fatal blow, but after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. Shui Alan smiled instead. His smile was indescribably gentle and elegant, like an elegant scholar. It was impossible to associate him with the cruel and bloodthirsty demon emperor. Shui Alan said lazily, "You're right. I'm indeed not suitable to continue being the demon emperor." Bloodthirsty's eyes widened and he choked, not knowing how to react. Chapter 1336. The demon ministers were shocked at first, then they suddenly knelt down. "Your Majesty, please be careful with your words." Shui Alan looked at the demon ministers kneeling down and revealed a cynical smile. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly looked at the door, then slowly stood up and walked down step by step. Bloodthirsty looked at Shui Alan walking towards him with an unfathomable smile. His body stiffened and his face turned pale. Was Shui Alan finally going to deal with him? What kind of torture would it be? He couldn't help but quickly go through the torture of the demon world in his mind, and his body trembled slightly. He was getting closer, even closer. The closer he got, the stronger the pressure on Shui Alan. Bloodthirsty felt Shui Alan's oppressive aura getting closer and closer. His face turned pale, and his heart beat wildly. He closed his eyes and waited for the torture to come. The oppressive aura was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, Shui Alan walked past him without even looking at him and walked towards the door. Bloodthirsty, the demons, Bloodthirsty turned around fiercely, wanting to see what Shui Alan was going to do. When he turned around, he was first dazzled by the sunlight outside. Then, a peerless beauty in a bright red dress slowly walked out of the halo. Words could no longer describe her beauty. Her eyebrows were exquisite, and her skin was like jade. However, there was a touch of indifference on her face, as if nothing could affect her. It was Ning Xiuma. She was the vase girl that caused the emperor to miss the morning assembly. Shui Alan held Ning Xiuma's hand and smiled. "Momo, why are you here?" Ning Xiuma lowered her head and glanced at Tang Yuan. This little guy who had never seen the world rolled his eyes. He suddenly saw so many important people, and his little face turned red with excitement. He desperately tugged at the corner of Ning Xiuma's skirt, looking eager to go in. Ning Xiuma glanced at the scene in the hall and said indifferently, "Tang Yuan wants to come and take a look." Shui Alan looked down at the pink and white doll. For the first time, he felt that this little fellow wasn't too much of an eyesore. Shui Alan held Ning Xiuma's hand and walked into the hall. "Momo, come." Ning Xiuma let her hold her hand and slowly walked towards the main hall. Both of them were dressed in red. One of them was elegant and affectionate, while the other had an exquisite and indifferent appearance. When they stood together, they were an indescribable match. Before anyone could react, Shui Alan had already placed Ning Xiuma in his previous seat. Looking at the dumbstruck expressions of the demon race below, he curled his lips and revealed a meaningful smile. This seat is most suitable for her. After saying that, he casually bowed to Ning Xiuma. "Is that so, my Lord Demon Emperor?" Ning Xiuma was speechless. She glanced at Shui Alan and didn't say anything. The demon race's ministers reacted as if they had been thrown into boiling water. For a moment, they were all agitated and furious. Another loyal minister suddenly stood up and knelt down heavily. "Lord Demon Emperor, please reconsider." Shui Alan raised his eyebrows. "No one can stop what I have decided. She's just a pretty vase. How can she be worthy of being our demon emperor?" "Your Majesty, I don't agree." "Your Majesty, please don't be blinded by beauty. Do something that will shock the world. She only has a beautiful shell, but she's sick and needs people to protect her wherever she goes. How can such a good-for-nothing be worthy of being our demon emperor? Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. Your Majesty, please reconsider." Below, another group of people knelt down. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. Chapter 1337. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief, anger, and many other emotions. They all looked at Ning Xiumo with disdain and disdain. Their demon realm was currently in troubled times. They should have worked hard and united as one. They should have a shrewd and powerful demon emperor to lead them to make a comeback. How could they let a good-for-nothing woman be their honorable demon emperor? If this spread out, it would be a joke in the three realms. No, absolutely not. A highly respected minister in the demon realm kowtowed until his head was bleeding. His voice was full of sorrow. Your Majesty, this old minister thinks that this woman is a scourge. This minister boldly requests Your Majesty to consider the overall situation and get rid of this evildoer. Kill her. Kill her. Get rid of the evildoer for the people. Kill the evildoer. Kill the evildoer. For a moment, the crowd was indignant. Because of this woman, their demon emperor was dispirited. Because of this woman, their demon emperor did not think about improving himself and did not consider the overall situation of the demon realm. Every day, he only thought about pleasing her and did many things that they thought were inconceivable. Ning Xiuma indifferently swept a glance at the group of people who wanted nothing more than to pounce on her and tear her apart. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. She did not expect that when she came to the demon realm, she would be treated as Bao Si, Su Daji, and the like. Shui Lan listened silently at first. His handsome face did not have a trace of emotion. When the following people finished speaking, he slowly stood up and walked to the highly respected minister. There seemed to be a hint of a smile in his tone. You don't agree? The minister trembled violently under his pressure, but he still firmly said, This minister does not agree. Shui Lan's hand clenched in the air, and the minister instantly exploded. Not even his bones were left behind. He was shattered into thousands of pieces. The smell of blood instantly filled the hall. The shadow of death shrouded everyone's head. Shui Lan walked to the second person. The smile on his face was still faint, as if what he had just crushed was just a watermelon. He looked down at the person condescendingly. What about you? Do you agree? The second person's body trembled violently. He couldn't even speak a complete sentence. He looked at Shui Lan as if he was looking at a devil. This subject. He repeated the word subject for a long time, but couldn't say a single word. Shui Lan's smile gradually disappeared. With a clench of his hand, the second person went to accompany the first person. Shui Lan smiled faintly as he looked at the pool of blood where the man had been standing. You're just too long-winded. He slowly walked up to the third person. The third person was so scared that he was trembling like a sieve. Before Shui Lan could ask him anything, he shouted, This subject agrees. This subject agrees. We will obey the orders of the demon emperor. Shui Lan smiled with satisfaction and said lightly, Get up. That minister stood up, trembling. With this person taking the lead, countless people trembled as they stood up and echoed. This subject also agrees. This subject also agrees. This subject will follow the orders of the demon emperor. Only then did Shui Lan leisurely walk back to the main hall and sat at the side. Bloodthirsty looked at the sudden change in the situation. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He was going to die anyway. Before he died, he might as well curse to his heart's content. Shui Lan, do you think this kind of violent suppression will be effective? You can shut our mouths, but can you shut the mouths of the people of the demon world? Aren't you afraid that the demon world that you worked so hard to gather will be disloyal? Chapter 1338. Aren't you afraid that the demons will be disheartened and become a pile of loose sand again? You're really blind. You actually want to push a beautiful vase up to be the demon emperor? Is she worthy? We demons have always respected martial strength. The strongest person is the demon emperor. I'm not as good as others. I admit defeat to you, but I refuse to accept it. The entire demon realm refuses to accept it. She can't even compare to my weakest soldier. What right does she have to be our demon emperor? Does she have two big legs to serve you well? The last sentence was simply unbearable. Shui Lan's eyes darkened. Just as he was about to raise his hand to pinch Bloodthirsty to death, he inadvertently raised his head and suddenly paused. Although the people in the hall didn't dare to say anything, their expressions were extremely indignant. They looked at Ning Xiuma with eyes full of disdain and hatred, as if they were looking at an enemy. Shuilan's heart sank. Indeed, Bloodthirsty was telling the truth. He couldn't rely on violence to suppress everyone. He could suppress them for a while, but he couldn't suppress them forever. Like this, even if he pushed Ning Xiuma up, other people would only treat her as a cover and wouldn't take her seriously. In the future, there would be no end to the chaos. Who knows, maybe when the council disbanded, a large portion of the devils would find an opportunity to leave. The popularity that he had painstakingly regained would once again be in disarray. Unless Ning Xiuma made a move, Shuilan couldn't help but glance at Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma didn't have any intention of replying. Her gaze fell on Tang Yuan. Her expression was indifferent and cold. No one could tell what she was thinking. However, looking at her current appearance, she really didn't have any intention of making a move. In the past, she was proud and couldn't be looked down upon. If anyone really offended her, she would definitely make them pay 10 times or 100 times the price. But now, she didn't seem to care about anything. Other than indifference, there was only indifference in her eyes. Shuilan felt that his head had swelled up. Shuilan didn't say anything. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Everyone in the hall thought that Shuilan had nothing to say. They became even angrier and felt that Ning Xiuma was an eyesore. Finally, a person with ulterior motives stood up and bowed respectfully. Our demon realm has always respected martial strength. This new demon king must be even more powerful. Why don't you show us some of your skills so that we can be convinced? Shuilan raised his eyes and looked at that person with a gaze as cold as ice. That person's remaining words were instantly frozen. As Bloodthirsty he saw someone answer his question, he became more stirred up. He shouted, "Yeah, if she has the ability, let her show us her power. Why are you cowering there? What right does a slut who only relies on her face and thighs to win the favor of men have to be our demon king? If you really have the ability, then show it to everyone. Don't talk about defeating others. If she can defeat this general beside me, I can reluctantly respect you as the demon king." Bloodthirsty pointed at the devil beside him. Everyone's gaze followed him. When they saw that it was the most incompetent devil among their generals, the whole hall burst into laughter. Ning Xiuma's gaze lightly swept over and saw that the person was only Earth Stage Level 1. She didn't know how he became a general. That devil general saw Ning Xiuma's gaze sweep over and puffed out his chest. No matter how incompetent he was, defeating a weak beauty was very easy. But when Shuilan's gaze swept over, he immediately became terrified. He knelt on the ground and didn't even dare to breathe. Chapter 1339. Ning Xiuma yawned lazily, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. She had no interest in this demon world emperor at all. She didn't want to walk the same path as Shuilan gave her such a big surprise without her consent. She would let him clean up this mess himself. She stretched again. She was sleepy again. These demons' impassioned words were nothing to her. She didn't listen to them at all and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. If it wasn't for Tang Yuan desperately dragging her here, she wouldn't have come. Seeing that Ning Xiuma didn't move, Bloodthirsty thought that Ning Xiuma was a piece of trash. He mocked her without holding back. "What? You can't beat this? Then do you still deserve to be a demon emperor?" Ning Xiuma glanced at him, her eyes as cold as snow. Bloodthirsty actually felt a murderous aura. However, this murderous aura disappeared in an instant, making him think that it was just his imagination. He continued to provoke Ning Xiuma, but Ning Xiuma didn't even look at him. She obviously treated him like a barking dog. On the other hand, Shuilan's eyes darkened, and his murderous aura became more and more obvious. He looked at Ning Xiuma again, but Ning Xiuma didn't even look at him. Her pretty face was expressionless, as if she didn't care. It was obvious that she thought he was meddlesome. Tang Yuan couldn't listen anymore. He ran in front of Bloodthirsty and pointed at his nose. "Our Momo is very powerful. Who do you think you're to talk about her? Momo is as beautiful as a flower. Her strength is off the charts, and her intelligence is outstanding. With a wave of her hand, she can sweep away millions of troops. You're ugly and stupid. Your skills are inferior, and your mouth is full of shit. Ning Xiuma, Shuilan, Little Tang Yuan's last sentence seemed to rhyme quite well. Bloodthirsty slowly lifted his eyes, looking at the little kid who wasn't even as tall as him when he was kneeling. A vicious gleam flashed in his eyes. Little Rice Dumpling was shocked by the hostility in his eyes and instinctively wanted to take a step back, but it was too late. Bloodthirsty suddenly laughed. The special rope on his body was broken into many pieces. He jumped up and grabbed Tang Yuan in front of him. Tang Yuan screeched. Bloodthirsty's fingers had pierced into his back and lifted him up single-handedly. Demonis, if you voluntarily scram, obediently serve men, and no longer attempt to encroach on the Demon Emperor's position and release all of our brothers, I will let this brat go. If you don't agree, I will tear him apart. It turned out that the reason why Bloodthirsty had stalled for so long was to give him enough time to break his acupoints. Now that he had finally regained his freedom, he naturally wouldn't let go of any chance to escape. Shui Yilan had set up countless barriers around the meeting hall. Even if he regained his freedom, he wouldn't be able to escape by himself. He could only take a hostage first. Naturally, he wanted to capture Ning Xiuma the most, but Shui Yilan was sitting next to her, vaguely looking like he was protecting her. With Bloodthirsty's abilities, he probably wouldn't be able to capture Ning Xiuma. Instead, he would be sent flying by Shui Yilan's palm. Furthermore, this little demoness who looked like a pink dumpling wasn't very strong. It seemed like that woman liked him a lot. More importantly, he was right next to him. He was a hostage that had delivered himself to his doorstep. He would take him first. He was a demon. Naturally, he wouldn't go easy on him just because he was a child. His 5 long nails pierced into Little Rice Dumpling's back, and blood instantly flowed down. Little Rice Dumpling's face instantly turned pale. He opened his mouth to cry, but he couldn't make a sound. Chapter 1340. Bloodthirsty's 5 fingers were like bayonets as he held Little Rice Ball. He was about to threaten him again when a long, red shadow suddenly shot toward him. Before he could react, he felt the weight in his hand lighten, and Little Glutinous Dumpling suddenly disappeared. He raised his head in shock and saw that Ning Xiuma was still sitting there. She had just retracted the red ribbon in her hand when Little Rice Ball was lying on her knees. His body was still trembling from the pain, and he could barely make a sound as he cried. Ning Xiuma's 10 fingers tapped Little Rice Ball's back a few times, as if she was playing a pipa. Then, she took out some ointment from somewhere and applied it on his wounds. Her series of actions were like moving clouds and flowing water without any pause. In the blink of an eye, Little Rice Ball's bleeding had been stopped, and he looked even more like a round rice ball. All the demons were speechless. Bloodthirsty was speechless. He had never thought that this seemingly weak woman would be able to snatch someone from his hands in one move. Furthermore, she had done it while he was on guard. How was that possible? Although he wasn't on guard against her, he was on guard against Shui Yilan, who was sitting next to her. This woman wasn't ordinary at all. Ning Xiuma put Little Rice Ball down and slowly stood up. Then, she walked toward Bloodthirsty. At this moment, she was no longer as lazy as a sleeping beauty. Her eyes were dark, but there was a cold glint in the depths of her eyes. The invisible pressure around her shocked everyone present. Bloodthirsty was shocked by her aura and couldn't help but take a step back. However, he was also a ruthless person. Although he was shocked, he still managed to keep his composure. He raised his head and laughed. I didn't think that you would know some flowery moves. You're not just a coward. How about this? If you want to be the spirit demon king and you want everyone to respect you, you have to show your true abilities and fight a few rounds with my brothers. If you win against my 4 brothers, we'll respect you and never rebel. How about that? He was still very scheming. Now that he had no hostages in his hands, with Shui Yilan's ability, he would be able to quickly subdue him. When that time came, he and his brothers would have no way to survive. What he said was a dignified challenge to Ning Xiuma. As long as Ning Xiuma accepted the challenge, no matter who won or lost, he and his brothers would have a chance to survive. Furthermore, he had acted like a man in front of all the devils. If he could regain some of his reputation, It could be considered as killing two birds with one stone. Ning Xiumo walked until she was 2 meters away from him. She was clearly shorter than Bloodthirsty, but when she looked at him, it was as if she was looking down on him like a king. She slowly spat out 3 words. "I accept your challenge." Bloodthirsty's eyes lit up. "All right, then I'll send one of my brothers to warm up with your excellency. Shui 1, you go. Train our new emperor well." Shui 1 was the incompetent general just now. "Good. You let me go first. I'll compete in this round." Shui 1 clamored. Ning Xiumo indifferently glanced at him and froze him there. Her eyes swept over the leaders of Bloodthirsty, and her lips curled up. Her voice was as indifferent as before, but the words she said were incomparably domineering. "No need. You 5, come together. If you can beat me, I'll let you do whatever you want." Shui Lan looked at Ning Xiumo, who had released her aura, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. His Momo was finally back. The group of devils looked at each other in dismay. This woman had such a big tone. She wasn't afraid of the wind twisting her tongue. Chapter 1341. If it weren't for Shui Lan sitting above, the demons would have burst into laughter. Everyone inwardly mocked Ning Xiumo for overestimating her capabilities. Bloodthirsty was the second most powerful person in the demon realm, second only to Shui Lan. He was an Earth rank level 9, a very powerful existence. The reason why he was called Bloodthirsty was because he loved to kill. The number of people he had killed was countless, and his methods were even more cruel and terrifying. Ning Xiumo was such a weak vase that she couldn't even stand a gust of wind. Who knew how she would be destroyed in his hands? What's more, the 4 brothers who rebelled with him this time were also very powerful. One was Earth rank level 8, one was Earth rank level 7, one was Earth rank level 6, and the weakest was Earth rank level 5. These 5 people were all extremely cruel devils. Their hands were stained with who knew how much blood they had. 2 of them were even magic weapons used by mothers to scare crying children. Any one of these 5 people was enough to make Ning Xiumo drink a pot of water. She wanted to fight against 5 of them alone. Did she think that this was a game between children? Bloodthirsty couldn't help but laugh. "You have guts." He glanced at Shui Lan, who was sitting next to him. "However, if you can't beat them, will you find help?" He was most afraid of Shui Lan. "I won't," Ning Xiumo answered succinctly. This girl's tone was so arrogant. Could it be that she really had some skills? Bloodthirsty's eyes were like hooks, sizing up Ning Xiumo for a while. "If you lose, we can do whatever we want to you." "What if we lose? What do you need us to do?" Ning Xiumo's voice was indifferent and cold. "I don't need you. So easy to talk to. Why? I never need dead people to do anything." Bloodthirsty. In other words, Ning Xiumo didn't plan to take them as her subordinates. If they lost, there was only one word: death. Bloodthirsty's eyes turned red. He took a deep breath and unsealed the acupuncture points of his 4 subordinates. Then, the 5 of them stood in 5 different directions. Bloodthirsty's voice was as cold as the winter. "If you've chosen this, then don't blame us for being impolite." They would beat this woman into a rag. Then, he threw it at Shui Lan's face. The group of demons also became excited and automatically opened up a space for them to fight. Bloodthirsty was still worried. His eyes fell on Shui Lan. What do you want to say? Do you have any objections?" He was still worried that Shui Lan would go back on his word and help Ning Xiumo. Shui Lan's eyes darkened. He only said one sentence: "Since you're courting death, I have nothing to say." Hearing him, Bloodthirsty and the others thought that Shui Lan was talking about Ning Xiumo. They couldn't help but look at each other. It seemed that their great monster king didn't love this woman as much as he loved her. Thus, Bloodthirsty and the others didn't have any more worries. The 2 sides finally started to fight. 20 moves? Only 20 moves. After 20 moves, Bloodthirsty fell heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. He couldn't even say a word. He could only gasp like a broken bellows. Blood was spurting out from his acupuncture points. This was especially true for his back. His spine had been forcefully severed, and he lay there like a boneless fish, unable to get up again. The other 4 who had fallen before him weren't in a better situation. 2 of them were dead, and the other 2 were dying. They were struggling at death's door. Their lives were in danger. The demon warriors were stunned. Chapter 1342. There were many experts among these people, but none of them could see how Ning Xiuma did it. Her movements were like a ghost, and her moves were clean and efficient. Moreover, her moves were ruthless, no less than any of the demons here. Her martial arts might not be as good as Shui Lan's, but it was much better than anyone else's. Silence. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. In this unprecedented silence, Ning Xiuma's lips curled up. She looked down at Bloodthirsty, who was still breathing, as if she was looking at a lowly ant. She said indifferently, "You've lost. Do you want to blow yourself up? Or do you want someone to send you on your way?" Bloodthirsty choked on his breath. He closed his eyes, knowing that he had no way to live. To die a more manly death, he chose to blow himself up. When he blew himself up, the blood mist splashed everywhere. Ning Xiuma took a step back. She waved her hand, and a barrier appeared in front of her, blocking the blood mist. She didn't let a drop of dirty blood splash on her body. The other 2, who were still breathing, also chose to cut their own throats. At this point, the 5 leaders of the rebellion had all died in this battle. The entire hall was filled with the smell of blood. However, this was nothing to the demons who had been licking blood on their blades all year round. They liked to kill. They didn't have good or evil, and they didn't have friends. The only thing they respected and obeyed was the strong. Thunderous applause resounded. The demons clapped their hands as hard as they could. They hated that they couldn't clap their hands until they were swollen. Amazing, too amazing. She had only used 20 moves to destroy the 5 great guardians of the demon clan. Who could do this? The demon clan had another expert. There was hope for their revival. Ning Xiuma's previous reaction had become deep and reserved in their eyes. She was calm and composed. Only an expert. No, a demon emperor would have this kind of domineering aura. Who else could have this kind of domineering aura? Only her. Only her. She must be the demon emperor. The position of the demon emperor was hers. Ning Xiuma stood there calmly. Her red robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Her face was delicate and her expression was cold. Her attacks were as fast as lightning, and she was very reserved. Wasn't this what little glutinous dumpling had said earlier? Our demon empress is as beautiful as a flower. Her martial prowess is off the charts, and her intelligence is outstanding. So what he said was true. Little glutinous dumpling was also stunned. His mouth was so wide open that a pigeon egg could be stuffed in. After a while, he finally reacted and pounced forward. His eyes were filled with admiration. "Momo, you're so amazing. Too powerful." He suddenly knelt down and said solemnly, "Lord Demon Emperor will reign supreme for thousands of years." Little glutinous dumpling's words were like a signal. Countless people couldn't help but kneel down and prostrate themselves in worship towards Ning Xiuma. Their shouts were like a mountain. "Lord Demon Emperor will reign supreme for thousands of generations. Lord Demon Emperor will reign supreme for thousands of generations." Waves of shouts rang out like the tide. With Ning Xiuma as the center, all the devils kowtowed deeply. Ning Xiuma stood among them, exuding the domineering aura of a ruler. Shui Ilan slowly walked down. Something seemed to be surging out of his eyes. He grasped her hand and knelt down on one knee. "Momo, you were originally the devil ancestor. In this devil realm, you were originally the only one who reigned supreme. I, Shui Ilan, am willing to accompany you and protect you for all eternity." Ning Xiuma lowered her eyes to look at him. She slowly pulled her hand away and said indifferently, "I never said I wanted to be the demon emperor." Shui Ilan was clearly using this method to force her to return to her identity as Shui Emo. Moreover, he didn't even discuss it with her beforehand. Chapter 1343. Did he think that she was so easy to fool? She was her. She was Ning Xiuma, not Shui Emo. He'd better remember this point. Ning Xiuma didn't even look back as she turned around and left. Only one hall of demons remained, looking at each other in dismay. Then, everyone turned their attention to Shueilon. Shueilon's eyes darkened. After a while, he smiled. His Momo, compared to her previous life, had a lot more personality in this life. He liked it. He waved his hand, indicating for everyone to disperse. He stood in his original position, lost in thought for a moment, and then walked out with large strides. Ning Xuema went back to sleep. After resting for so many days, the injuries on her body had mostly healed. Perhaps it was because she had already cultivated to Earth rank level 9, but this time, even without Shun Julie's medicine, the injuries on her body healed very quickly. Now, her skin had already returned to its original delicate state. But what about her heart? Shueilon felt that he seemed to understand her less and less. Although she used to be expressionless in front of him, he was still able to observe the changes in her mood in the slightest way. But now, it was as if she was wearing a mask. He couldn't read the slightest bit of her inner thoughts from her face. For example, in order to make her agree to be the Demon Emperor, he deliberately let people address her as Demon Emperor Your Majesty in the places where she appeared and kneeled down to salute her. But she never had any reaction. She just walked past those people as if she didn't hear them. Those demons were completely ignored. After a few times, those demons didn't dare to force her and didn't dare to deliberately address her as Her Majesty. The sky was always dark, and the black fog was always floating. Although the palace of the Demon Palace was brightly colored, with golden tiles and red walls, it still gave off a decadent aura in the darkness. Why did you choose such a place to be the demon's habitat? One day, Ning Xuema asked this question while she was wandering. Such a gloomy tone. Even if one was in a good mood, it would still be affected and bleak, okay? It made people want to go crazy. The demon chi here is dense. It's a suitable hotbed for demon cultivation. They were most comfortable here. In addition, the barrier formed by the devil chi was a bone-corroding poison to the cultivators. Without the power of Earth grade level 6 or above, they could not enter this place. Even if they came, their kung fu would be greatly reduced. It's a great barrier against them, Shueilon explained. Ning Xuema grunted and didn't say anything else. However, her heart sank slightly. After she came here, although she was disgusted by the gloomy atmosphere, she did not feel uncomfortable or uncomfortable. On the contrary, her martial arts had improved by leaps and bounds recently. She must be a devil now, right? It turned out that the devil world was her final destination. She had once longed for the light, but the light had never been fated with her. In the previous life, Shueimo was the demon ancestor, and the original Ning Xuema was a secret agent who couldn't see the light of day. In this life, Ning Xuema was badly battered in the world of light, and in the end, she was beaten back into the darkness. It turned out that the darkness was her final destination. Momo, are you not feeling well? Shueilon grasped her hand and looked at her complexion. Her complexion had been pale. No, Ning Xuema replied with 2 words, let's go. She didn't withdraw her hand. The 2 people walked side by side. Shueilon was somewhat gratified. These days, Ning Xuema had been very homebody, almost staying in the palace and not coming out. Chapter 1344. Occasionally, they would go out for a walk in the garden. It was rare for her to be in the mood to tour the entire demon realm, so he would naturally accompany her. The only thing that worried him was that Ning Xuema had made this request too suddenly, and he had casually agreed to it before coming out with her. They hadn't had time to clear the area. Slow down. I'm going to kill you. Just kill me. A series of ambiguous sounds came from the corner in front of them, and they could vaguely see 3 white bodies entangled there. This was the road to the main palace, but they didn't expect to see demons performing hop pop pop on the side of the road, and it was a 3P. Ning Xuema's footsteps paused, and Shueilon secretly clenched his fists. He reached out to grab Ning Xuema's hand and said, Momo, let's go another way. Ning Xuema didn't say anything. She came out to relax, not to watch a 3P. Moreover, she was traumatized by the act of Papa and didn't want to see again. She turned around and went back with Shueilon. What she didn't expect was that the demons in the demon realm were so open, and she actually encountered a 10p on the way back. The 3p just now was a woman and 2 men, and now the 10p was 8 women and 2 men. The 8 women were kneeling in a circle, and the 2 men were surrounding them. The scene was so filthy that it made people want to poke their eyes out. Bastards! There were such scenes in front of and behind them, and Shui Ilan was furious. Couldn't they just take a stroll? Couldn't this group of bastards restrain themselves a little? If they wanted to have fun, they should have gone into the house. Why do they have to do it in the grass on both sides of the road? Get up, all of you! Shui Ilan shouted, successfully startling those wild mandarin ducks who were messing around. The few of them were unhappy that their fun was interrupted, but the one who came out to stop them was their demon emperor, so they naturally didn't dare to get angry. Fortunately, they put on their clothes very quickly, and after getting dressed, they all ran over to greet him. Shui Ilan felt that he had lost a lot of face. He only said one word, scram. Thus, the group of demons dispersed. Before they left, they gave Shui Ilan a puzzled look. They didn't understand why he was so angry today. Wasn't it just fun when everyone was bored? Didn't he usually not care? Momo, let's go back. You take a rest first. I'll accompany you to walk around later. He had to clear the place properly. Ning Shuama's eyes were pitch black, making it impossible to see her emotions. She shook her head. If you're tired, you can go back first. I'll stroll around a bit more. What she wanted to see was the original state of the demon world, not something that had been arranged by someone else. Shui Ilan didn't understand what she was thinking, but he couldn't leave her alone. Although he complained in his heart, he still decided to accompany her. Momo, I'm afraid that you'll be tired. Okay, let's continue to walk around. The two of them walked forward again. In order to avoid the previous embarrassment, Shui Ilan deliberately slowed down a step. Then, he took out a pure, black voice-transmitting talisman and was about to call one of his confidants over to ask him to send someone to clear the place in front. Ning Shuama suddenly appeared beside him and asked, "What are you doing?" Shui Ilan was shocked. Ning Shuama came and went so suddenly that he didn't even notice that she was beside him. Ning Shuama raised her hand and took away the voice-transmitting talisman that he had just connected. She casually cut off the call and said lightly, "You don't have to be so deliberate." Then, she walked forward. It seemed that she wanted to see the real devil world. Shui Ilan felt a headache coming on. Chapter 1345. Before Shui Ilan met Shui Ilan in her previous life. She was almost always sealed away by the demon ancestor in a special place in the demon palace to cultivate. She rarely saw the real scenery of the demon world. Later, when she became the successor of the demon ancestor, she had more time to cultivate and less time to play. In order to create a sense of mystery, the demon ancestor almost didn't let her have too much contact with the other demons. Later, when Shui Ilan came to her side, he took care of everything for her. He cleared away those messy things early on and didn't let her see them at all. Therefore, although Shui Ilan grew up in the demon world, she still didn't know much about the real demon world. But in this life, Ning Shuama's memories of her previous life had been artificially modified by Shui Ilan. Many things were removed, added, and deleted. They were no longer the original memories of Shui Ilan. The demons of the demon world had always been so casual. They had all kinds of ways to find fun. Many of them were unimaginable, but they were also where their fun lay. After he rebuilt the demon world, he gathered the demons with great difficulty. Naturally, he couldn't forbid them from having fun. Occasionally, in order to make them do things to their heart's content, he even used this as a reward. He subconsciously didn't want Ning Shuama to see these dark things, but now they were directly presented in front of her eyes. What would her reaction be after seeing these? Shui Ilan was apprehensive. He felt that this walk was the most stressful one he had ever walked. Demons acted without restraint. Along the way, the two scared away a few pairs of wild lovebirds. They even saw a pair of abusers. The one being abused was a human girl, and the one abusing her was a demon general. When they saw it, the human girl's whole body was already so bruised that it was impossible to see. She only had one last breath left. After the demon general saw Shui Ilan and Shui Ilan, he didn't feel ashamed. He casually slapped the human girl to death put on his robe, and saluted the two. He probably hadn't obtained true satisfaction. After saluting, his eyes couldn't help but stare at Ning Shumo. The undisguised lust in his eyes could not be concealed. Shui Lan was infuriated. Just as he was about to teach this demon general a lesson, Ning Shumo beside him suddenly flashed. A miserable shriek tore through the night sky. The demon general's eyes were pierced by a sharp object. Blood flowed out, and he was in so much pain that he almost rolled on the ground. Ning Shumo casually threw away the branch in her hand and said indifferently, "I don't think you should live in this world anymore." She didn't even look at the blind devil general and continued to walk forward. The devil general did not expect to receive such a cruel punishment. In his shock and anger, he forgot about his seniority. He raised his hand, and a large rock on the ground flew into his hand. He then waved it forcefully. "What are you pretending to be serious about?" His kung fu was pretty good. Even if he was blind, he could still determine Ning Shumo's location. The huge rock whizzed towards Ning Shumo. Shui Ilan's expression changed. With a wave of his sleeve, the huge rock suddenly turned around and slammed into the demon general's face. This time, not only did the demon general lose his eyes, his entire face was gone as well. He became a pile of meat paste on the spot. Not far away, the other demon generals who had just rushed over could not help but be stunned. 7 or 8 pairs of eyes looked at Shui Ilan. Shui Ilan's voice was as cold as ice. "If anyone dares to disrespect Miss Ning again, they will end up like this person." All the demon generals. Chapter 1346. Originally, it was just a stroll to relieve boredom, but because of this small episode, it became somewhat heavy. Ning Shumo continued to move forward, but she was even more silent. Shui Ilan was also somewhat dispirited. He was afraid that Ning Shumo would see something even more unbearable, so he suggested to go back. This time, Ning Shumo did not object. The two people had just turned around when they heard the faint cry of a child in front of them. The cry was mournful and startling. "Mother, I want to find Mother." Wah. Ning Shumo's body stiffened. This child's cry was quite similar to Hong Ti's. Her figure rose and flew forward. Shui Ilan was unable to hold her back. His expression changed, and he could only follow. 8 devil generals were currently sitting around 2 large tables, drinking wine and eating meat. Their wine was actually normal wine, but the dishes, after Ning Shumo saw the dishes clearly, her stomach immediately churned. Hearts, still beating hearts, steamed beauties, and several white and chubby children were lying dead on the side. The most shocking thing was the dish in the middle of the table. A child's head was shaved and imprisoned in the round hole in the middle of the table, twitching. His skull was already delicious. It's really too delicious. All the devils praised. After eating 2 mouthfuls, they seemed to feel that the atmosphere was not right. They suddenly turned around and saw Shui Ilan and Shui Ilan standing not far away. After staring blankly for a moment, they immediately stepped forward and saluted. One of the devil generals invited Shui Ilan. "Your Majesty, Demon Emperor, do you want to taste this? The good we got this time are very good. The taste is also better than last time." Shui Ilan simply wanted to cover the devil general's mouth. He could not help but look at Ning Shumo beside him. Ning Shumo's face was deathly pale. She tightly pursed her lips and did not say anything. She just fiercely waved her sleeve, and a sharp wind directly attacked the dying child, giving him a release. All the demon generals were stunned, and one of them was more dazed. "Aya, we can't kill him. It's better to eat him alive." "Shut up," Shui Ilan shouted, successfully making the devil general choke. Ning Shumo had already turned around and left quickly, leaving behind Shui Ilan, who had lost his composure. A moment later, he hurriedly followed. "Momo, they've suffered countless losses from humans, so they're venting their anger on humans. Think about it. Don't humans treat other species the same way? I'll eat the monkey's brain alive, cook the duck's feet alive, pour the donkey's meat alive." They had already returned to Ning Shumo's sleeping quarters. Shui Ilan saw that Ning Shumo's face was too pale, so he couldn't help but share this knowledge with her. "Get out. Let me be alone." Ning Xiuma spoke more this time, but it was to drive him away. Shui Ilan's expression darkened, and he sighed. Momo, don't worry. I won't let you see this again in the future. He would clear the places she would pass in advance. Ning Xiuma's response was to slam the door shut. The door almost hit Shui Ilan's nose. Ning Xiuma slowly sat down on the chair and closed her eyes slightly. Although she was betrayed by Shan Jiuli, hated him to the bone, and even had thoughts of becoming a demon, she had been living for many years. A human's thinking was deeply ingrained, and it wasn't so easy to destroy. Her concept of good and evil was still there, but after seeing the life of a real demon, she had a feeling that her three views were about to collapse. She closed the door in the hall and thought for a night. The next day, she finally opened the door. Shui Ilan, who had been anxious for a night, was guarding outside the door. When he saw her open the door, he immediately stepped forward. Momo. Chapter 1347. Ning Xiuma's eyes were dark, and the expression on her face was cold as if she had let go of something. Shui Ilan, do you really want me to stay in the demon world? Do you really want me to be the demon emperor? Shui Ilan was stunned, but he nodded without hesitation. That's right. Momo, you're the demon ancestor, and the demon world is your home base. Shui Ilan, I don't care what Shui Yemo was like in the previous life, but in this life, I'm Ning Xiuma, not anyone else. You better remember this. Ning Xiuma's eyes shone like cold stars. Okay, Shui Ilan agreed. I don't care how Shui Yemo stayed in the demon world in the previous life, but I have my own set of rules. If I want to be the demon emperor, I have to change some of the rules of the demon world. Ning Xiuma put forward her own conditions. Shui Ilan's heart jumped. Since he rebuilt the demon world, all the rules were the same as before, and he never thought of changing them. He built the demon world for Shui Yemo's return, so if she wants to change them, then change them. She had been lifeless for so long, and it was rare to see her pull herself together again. Okay, Shui Ilan simply replied with a word. Ning Xiuma's gaze turned to Shui Ilan, and her eyes were slightly complicated. Shui Ilan was really good to her, regardless of the cost. He knew that her reform would probably be a big change of blood for the demon world, and the pressure he would have to bear would be very, very big. Shui Ilan was extremely intelligent, and he should have understood this point long ago. However, he still said okay, without hesitation, as if as long as she nodded, whether it was climbing a mountain of blades or diving into a sea of fire, he could charge in without frowning. On the heavenly sound peak, the setting sun melted the gold, and the rosy clouds burned continuously. Another day had passed. Yalu Jing and stood on the peak, anxiously looking at the snow-white pagoda floating in the sea of clouds. How long will Master be in seclusion? Does he know that the outside world has already undergone earth-shaking changes? There are many urgent matters that need to be reported to him. Yalu Jing and didn't know what happened between Shan Jiuli and Ning Xiuma. He only knew that the atmosphere between his junior sister and master was a bit strange because he, as a junior, couldn't casually ask about his master's affairs, so he didn't ask about things he shouldn't know. 16 days ago, the little Qilin brought a fire phoenix to seek shelter in a hurry, as if there was a ghost chasing after it. Masters, master miss. Masters, and although the little devilses, its little s's didn't kill little to s to him. After all, masters and a user masters you master. Yalu Jing, and also knew that Kirin was very favored and could freely enter and leave Heavenly Sound Peak, so he first asked for his master's permission. Shin Juli only said one word, permitted. Thus, he sent the two up, and they didn't come down again. He didn't know if they'd seen his junior sister or not. After that, Shan Juli transmitted a message to him, telling him not to let anyone step into Heavenly Sound Peak for 3 days. He also ordered him to prepare the festive wedding items. He only had 3 words for these items, the best. He didn't know what his master was planning, but he still prepared everything according to his master's orders. He was just waiting for his master's order to decorate the wedding hall. Chapter 1348. However, he hadn't expected that 3 days later, Shun Juli would enter seclusion, and his junior sister's whereabouts were still unknown. While he was confused, a disciple at the foot of the mountain who had been paying attention to the demon world sent a shocking piece of news. His junior sister, Ning Xiuma, had gone to the demon world and was now with Shui Ilan, Yalu Jing, and was the kind of person who wouldn't change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. He had experienced many storms in his life, but this news still shocked him and made him unable to recover for a long time. As he sent people to continue investigating the demon world, he used a special voice transmission talisman to contact his master. However, Shun Juli didn't seem to have any intention of picking up. He tried for 3 days, but there was still no news from his master. Yalu Jing steeled his heart and went up the mountain to take a look. He arrived outside the White Tower where Shun Juli was cultivating in seclusion, but he didn't dare to disturb him. This was because Shun Juli had previously instructed that no one was allowed to disturb him when he was cultivating in seclusion in the White Tower, unless he took the initiative to contact someone. While Yalu Jing was pacing around outside, a woman's clothes fluttered up not far away. It was Fairy Yunxi, who had been visiting the Sun-Moon sect frequently recently. Fairy Yunxi's expression was somewhat solemn. After hearing about Shun Juli's situation from Yalu Jing, she took a deep breath and said loudly to the White Tower, "Dizun, Yunxi has an important matter to discuss with you." She shouted 3 times in a row, and the White Tower's doors finally opened slowly on both sides. Shun Juli walked out slowly, stepping on a sea of clouds in the void and arriving at the mountain peak. He didn't wear a mask this time, but there wasn't much expression on his face. Yalu Jing vaguely felt that his master's aura seemed to have become much colder. He hurriedly went forward to greet him. Shun Juli only nodded slightly at him, indicating for him to stand up. Then he glanced at Yunxi. "What's the matter?" Yunxi glanced at Yalu Jing, Yalu Jing was a tactful person, so he immediately tried to think of a way to avoid this. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, Shun Juli said, "There's no harm in speaking." The meaning was naturally that Yalu Jing was not allowed to evade. Therefore, Yalu Jing stayed put and acted as a third wheel. There was a flash of sadness in Yunxi's eyes. However, she was here to bring some breaking news to Shun Juli, so she didn't care about the details. She took a deep breath and finally revealed the explosive news. Dizun, Yunxi just found out that the demon realm has a new demon monarch. It is said that it is Lady Ning. After she finished speaking, she couldn't help but stare at Shun Juli, expecting to see shock and anger on his face. However, she was finally disappointed. Shun Juli's eyes only darkened slightly, but his face was still as calm as water. He replied her with a single word, "Oh." Yunxi was speechless. She felt as if she had used all her strength to throw a punch, yet she had ended up punching a ball of clouds. This wasn't an ordinary feeling of emptiness. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't find the words. "Is there anything else?" Shun Juli's voice was as calm as water. "No, nothing else. Oh, that's right. Dizun, my injuries have completely healed." She fluttered in a circle. Shun Juli nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Then, he said something that made Yunxi's pretty face turn pale. "Since there's nothing else, you can leave. Jingyan, see the guest out." Chapter 1349. Yunxi was speechless. She coughed and turned to ask Yalu Jing casually, "Jingyan, what's going on with your junior sister? Why is she associating with demons?" Yalu Jing smiled and bowed. "Jingyan doesn't know. Fairy, please." Yunxi choked. She'd originally wanted to get some information out of Yalu Jing, but she hadn't expected her to be so tight-lipped. She asked a few more questions, and Yalu Jing answered politely. However, every word was just a formality, and she didn't reveal any gossip. Yunxi had no choice but to leave. She just turned around when Yalu Jing suddenly thought of something. "All right, I forgot something. Some of your things are still with me. I'm returning them now. Fairy, please check and see if you've missed anything. My master said that there can't be the slightest oversight." He took out some miscellaneous items from his storage bag. They were all things Yunxi had used when she was recuperating, such as an ivory comb, a water chestnut mirror, a powder box, a crystal hairpin. Yunqi's face turned green and white. She forced a smile, put away those things, and turned around to leave. Yalu Jing bowed and sent her off. Her etiquette was extremely thorough, but her eyes flashed with disdain as she watched her leave. It was said that this fairy had been seriously injured while helping her master retrieve something. Her master had made an exception and allowed her to stay at Tianyin Peak. He'd even built a small building for her and instructed Yalu Jing and to send 2 female disciples to take care of her daily needs. When her master was at the peak, this fairy looked so weak that she could faint at any moment. When her master wasn't at the peak, she liked to wander around. She'd even gone to the side hall where her junior sister lived and bought a bed of the same style. Later, her master had healed her arm and ordered her to leave. She'd left, but she'd left behind a pile of things in that small building. She hadn't taken any of her daily necessities with her. It was obvious that she wanted to come back and live there again. Her feelings for her master were clearly displayed on her face, so Yalu Jing couldn't ignore it. A few days ago, when Shen Julie had Yalu Jing prepare the wedding items, Yalu Jing was still muttering in her heart, thinking that her master, this 1,000-year-old iron tree, was finally going to bloom, but she didn't know who he wanted to marry. She thought about all the women her master knew who were slightly closer to her and thought that Fairy Yunqi had finally been chosen. Looking at it now, that was obviously not the case. Then who did master prepare it for? Could it be it was little junior sister? Yalu Jing slapped this thought back to her mind and turned to go to the main hall where her master lived. What do you have to report? Just say it. This was the first thing Shen Julie said when he saw Yalu Jing. Yalu Jing didn't dare to be long-winded, only reporting everything one by one. For example, there had been strange movements in the Devil Realm recently. People often went missing in several cities near the Devil Realm, and most of them were children. The Sun Moon sect and a few other sects had joined forces to set up surveillance in those cities and caught 2 demons. From them, they learned that the Devil Realm and the Demon Realm had joined forces, and their master was the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor turned out to be Xue Yilan, and there seemed to be some changes recently. He was going to give up his position to a woman by his side, and that woman's name was Ning Xiuma. Yalu Jing secretly checked her master's expression as she reported. Shen Julie's eyelashes were lowered, and no expression could be seen. He only said, "Continue." Chapter 1350. Yalu Jing clench her teeth. The other sects are furious, and there are already several sect masters who have sent people to the Sun Moon sect to demand an explanation. Master, is that girl really junior sister? So what if she is, and so what if she isn't? Shen Julie's tone was cold. Yalu Jing was moved. Is she really junior sister? Junior sister is definitely not a demon. If she went to the demon world, did master send her to be a spy? Shen Julie didn't answer and slowly got up. Pass down my verbal order. Ning Xiuma is no longer my disciple. From today onwards, I will sever my master-disciple relationship with her. Yalu Jing turned pale with fright and knelt down. Master, you want to expel her from the sect? Shen Julie asked back. Did I say I would expel her from the sect? Yalu Jing seemed to have fallen into a fog. Then master's meaning is? It's the literal meaning go. Shen Julie ordered her to leave. Yalu Jing could only bid farewell and leave, walking while comprehending the venerable emperor's spirit. After thinking for a while, she suddenly understood. Master's meaning was that Ning Xiuma was no longer the venerable emperor's disciple, but she was still a disciple of the Sun Moon sect. It seemed that junior sister was indeed a spy sent by master to the demon world, but it was inconvenient for master to say it. However, master's verbal order had to be spread throughout the world, or else it would be very unsafe for junior sister to be a spy there, and it would be easy for her to be criticized by the people of the demon world. Once this verbal order was spread, junior sister's position in the demon world would be stable. But the other sects wouldn't let her go, and when the time came, there would be a rain of blood. It seemed that he still had to make arrangements to secretly send people to protect junior sister's safety and not let others bully her. Otherwise, Yilu Jing'an would lose face. How should this verbal order be passed down so that the other sects wouldn't dare to act rashly? Yilu Jing'an understood the venerable emperor's spirit and began to ponder the most important question. As expected of someone who had led the Sun Moon sect for many years, he wasn't an ordinary deep-fried dough stick. After thinking for a long time, he finally thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he hurriedly went down to pass on the ancestors' instructions. Shun Juli stayed in the side chamber, where Ning Xuemo was for a full 6 hours. After 6 hours, he came out and summoned Yilu Jing'an again. He said faintly, "Clean up this side chamber. Don't leave anything behind." He turned and left. Yilu Jing'an stared blankly. The ancestors' order was the same as what he'd said to Yunqi back then. Clean up everything in the building. Now that Yunqi's small building had been demolished by the ancestor, could this side hall be demolished as well? In that case, where would junior martial sister Xuemo stay after she returned? Yilu Jing'an walked around the side chamber and found that the things here were truly lacking. She couldn't help but sigh. When Ning Xuemo went missing for 10 years, everyone thought that she had been completely killed. They were afraid that their master would think of her when he returned. So they followed Wu Mo's instructions and cleaned up everything that belonged to Ning Xuemo. Later, when Ning Xuemo returned, because she came and went in a hurry, she didn't leave many things in this side chamber. There were only toiletries, a few sets of clothes, a few beaded flowers, and a few pieces of jewelry. Now, all these things were left alone, giving people a sense of desolation for no reason. Yilu Jing'an tidied up all these things and placed them in a suitable place. He was prepared to return them to Ning Xuemo when she returned victorious. In order to eliminate the wariness of the Devil Realm's demons towards junior martial sister, Master really put in a lot of effort. However, what would junior martial sister's reaction be when she heard that Master had severed their master-disciple relationship? Chapter 1351. In order to eliminate the demon's wariness towards junior sister, Master really put in a lot of effort. He understood. Thus, Yilu Jing'an added an extra clause to the original order, hoping to achieve the best result. Suddenly, an explosive piece of news spread in the not-so-peaceful Jianghu. Because Ning Xuemo was willing to degenerate into a demon, the ancestor personally gave a verbal order to sever his master-disciple relationship with his disciple, Ning Xuemo. From now on, he would no longer recognize her as his disciple. He also wanted to personally clean up the sect, and no other sect was allowed to interfere. Ning Xuemo's residence, Snowfrost Hall, was also to be demolished and used for other purposes. The ancestor's every move was like a wind vane on this continent. Even if he sneezed, the people of this continent would analyze it with relish for a month, let alone when he gave such an order. Immediately, the pot exploded. This news was like sitting on a rocket, quickly spreading to every corner of the continent. Even the furthest rabbits heard about it, not to mention the other sects that had been paying attention to the Sun-Moon sects movements. The leaders of these sects were originally discussing how to get rid of the demons and protect the righteous path. They were discussing how to jointly write a petition to the ancestor for the sake of righteousness and justice. They didn't expect to hear this news. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, praising the ancestor in their hearts. As expected of the ancestor, he was both courageous and responsible. He didn't protect his own, and was willing to put righteousness before righteousness to get rid of evil for the people. However, because of the ancestor's verbal order, those righteous sects that were preparing to assassinate Ning Xuemo didn't dare to act rashly. If the ancestor wanted to clean up the sect himself, who would dare to interfere? It wasn't like they didn't want to live anymore. Thus, some of the assassination attempts against Ning Xuemo were silently stopped before they could even begin. The Jianghu, which had been surging with undercurrents, once again regained its calm. The demon realm, which had been eyeing the Sun-Moon sect covetously, naturally also heard this news. Of course, it also quickly reached Ning Xuemo's ears. When Ning Xuemo first heard this news, it was at dusk in the afternoon. She and Shuilan were taking a walk in the garden. She inadvertently heard the two demonesses talking about this gossip. I heard that the sovereign of the Sun Moon sect has ordered Lady Ning to be expelled from the sect. I heard about it too. It is said that the ancestor is going to personally hunt her down and destroy the side palace she used to live in. It seems like the ancestor is serious this time. Of course it's true. Have you heard that Dizun once accepted a female disciple called Yi Qingwan? Later, for some unknown reason, she was expelled from the sect. It seems that the ancestor still gives Yi Qingwan face. At the very least, he didn't hunt her down and let her live a comfortable life. He also turns a blind eye to some of her actions. But he doesn't give Miss Ning any face at all. It should be because Miss Ning wants to join our demon and devil realms, right? Although the venerable sovereign usually doesn't care about the affairs of the three realms, he is still an immortal after all. He still has his bottom line. Don't you think it's strange? The ancestor only accepted 2 female disciples. I didn't expect that both of them would be expelled one after the other. It seems that the ancestor was destined not to have female disciples. AI, it's just that the ancestor is too powerful and too dazzling. Any woman would like him. And his 2 female disciples are as beautiful as flowers and jade. It's inevitable that they would have some thoughts about their master. And the ancestor wouldn't do such a dirty thing. Naturally, they were expelled from the sect. Chapter 1352. What you said is wrong. Yi Qingwan was expelled because she had dirty thoughts about Dizun. It's not like that on our side. She entered the devil realm because she liked our demon emperor. That's why she was expelled by the ancestor. All right, I heard that Dizun actually treated her very special and made many exceptions for her. Could it be that Dizun really likes her? Impossible. Dizun has never liked women. What's that saying? Everything is empty. Yes, everything is empty. Some things are hard to say. Alas, this woman is really a disaster. Not only did she hook up with our demon king, but she also has an unclear relationship with Dizun. I'm afraid that Dizun will harm our demon world because of this. That will be troublesome. Yes, a woman who looks like a flower vase is sitting on our demon king's seat. She only relies on her good skills in bed to make our Lord Shui fall head over heels for her. Maybe she and her master also have such an affair. These 2 witches were the daughters of the demon race's ministers. They were sent to the demon palace by their father with the intention of giving them to Shui Ilan as concubines. Shui Ilan didn't accept them, so these 2 witches shamelessly stayed in the palace and worked as maids. They tried every possible means to win Shui Ilan's attention. Shui Ilan's thoughts were all on Ning Xiuma, which made them feel uncomfortable. They had already made up a lot of bad things about Ning Xiuma in their hearts. Now that they got such a piece of gossip, they were naturally very excited. They casually found a big stone in this big garden and thought that it was quite secretive, so they began to gossip. Not a single word left out was heard by Shui Ilan and Ning Xiuma, who were passing by nearby. When Shui Ilan heard the first sentence, he frowned and opened his mouth to stop them. Unexpectedly, Ning Xiuma waved her hand, indicating that he shouldn't be alarmed. She lifted her skirt and leisurely sat on a big stone nearby to listen. Shui Ilan had no choice but to let her be and sat beside her. In fact, Shui Ilan had long heard rumors about Shun Jiuli and Ning Xiuma severing their master-disciple relationship. He was afraid that Ning Xiuma would be upset, so he didn't dare to tell her. He had been thinking about how to tell her tactfully. Now, these 2 witches could be considered to have helped him. He had been paying attention to Ning Xiuma's reaction, but Ning Xiuma had been listening with a smile on her face. She had been twirling a red spider lily in her hand, and her face had been very calm. This news didn't seem to have affected her too much. He didn't know if she had really let go or if she was just pretending to be strong. When he heard the words Ning Xiuma likes our demon emperor, Shui Ilan's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but look at Ning Xiuma again. Ning Xiuma's lips twitched again, but she still didn't show any expression. After the 2 witches finished gossiping, they came out with satisfaction. When they raised their heads, they suddenly saw the 2 people who were sitting on a big rock. They were shocked and looked at each other. Their faces turned red, and they pursed their lips. Then they knelt down. Your Majesty the Demon Emperor. Shui Ilan's handsome face turned cold, Gossiping about your master behind his back is a crime punishable by death. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Ning Xiuma. He knew that she didn't kill people easily. With her personality, these two witches gossiped about their master. She would probably just reprimand them. However, Ning Xiuma looked at the two witches with a smile. She didn't have any intention to interrupt. The two witches thought that their father was more favored in front of Shui Lan, so they weren't afraid at this time. They even thought that this was an opportunity to attract Shui Lan's attention, so they immediately apologized to him coquettishly. Their voices were sweet, and their eyes were watery. Chapter 1353. Shui Lan simply wanted to slap these two to death. He glanced at Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma looked at him with a slight smile, as if she was watching a show, as if she wanted to see what he was going to do. Shui Lan's heart sank. Although Ning Xiuma promised him to be the Demon Emperor and proposed some reform plans, because her prestige was not high, she could not completely implement them. Every time he gave an order, they would only be willing to do it. He paused for a moment, then continued to reprimand, but his words revealed that he would only spare them if Ning Xiuma agreed. Fortunately, one of the two witches was a little smarter and finally remembered to beg Ning Xiuma. Because she was angry, this apology was not sincere at all and looked forced. Ning Xiuma was still sitting there, holding her chin with her hand and smiling gently. You guys are very happy gossiping about me. Shui Lan, I seem to be the king of the demon world now, but it seems that they don't take me seriously. Shui Lan originally had the idea of killing these two witches, but after hearing Ning Xiuma's words, he immediately understood. He smiled slightly. Momo, it's my negligence. I will let them remember who their king is. He flicked his finger, and the two witches were tied up there. Then, he ordered people to ring the assembly bell in the demon race's conference hall. All the titled demon subjects were divided into two sides. Two demon generals were kneeling there, and kneeling beside them were their daughters, the two talkative witches. Ning Xiuma sat on the demon head's seat this time, and Shui Lan sat on the seat slightly below her. Those two demon generals were very capable, and they were very loyal to Shui Lan. They had contributed a lot to Shui Lan's success in stabilizing his position as the Demon Emperor. It was just that they were too unrestrained in their work. Relying on the fact that Shui Lan usually treated them with special respect, they didn't put anyone in their eyes. This time, their daughter had gotten into trouble, but they didn't take it to heart. After Shui Lan coldly ordered the two witches to confess their crimes, they went to Ning Xiuma and said that they were just children who didn't know anything and spoke nonsense. They asked Her Majesty, the Demon Emperor, to be magnanimous and not take it to heart. These kinds of words were meant to downplay this matter and let it pass. The other demon general was even more straightforward as he finally said, the two of you, quickly kowtow and apologize to Lord Demon Emperor. Lord Demon Emperor is magnanimous and won't bicker with you. As expected, the two women unwillingly kowtowed to Ning Xiuma. Ning Xiuma raised her hand, and the two women were stopped by an invisible force. She smiled faintly and finally said, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. I wonder, according to the law of the demon realm, what is the punishment for a subject openly discussing the rights and wrongs of an emperor? When she said this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. In fact, the laws of the demon realm were very strict. If these two women used such words to discuss Shui Lan, they would be sentenced to having their tongues cut out and then thrown into the demon realm's Heishui River to be burned to death. The two demon generals probably didn't expect that although Ning Xiuma had become the demon emperor, she didn't care about anything in the past few days, would actually ask such a question. Their expressions changed slightly. They couldn't help but raise their heads and see Ning Xiuma sitting there. Although there was a faint smile on her charming face, the bottom of her eyes was cold. She clearly didn't do anything, but the aura around her was even stronger than Shui Lan's. That oppressive aura made the two experienced demon generals anxious. Their faces turned green and white, and they didn't dare to answer. Chapter 1354. Shui Lan rubbed his chin as a hint of relief flashed through his eyes. Even in his previous life, his Momo did not have such a strong aura. It seemed that after being dispirited for so long, she was finally going to recover. Her Majesty, the Demon King, is asking you a question. Are you afraid or disdainful to answer? Shui Alan asked as he stared at the two of them. The smile on his face had also turned cold. The two demons were also old foxes who had been in the Jianghu for a long time. Now that things had developed to this point, the two of them understood that the new Demon King was using them as bait to establish her might. These two witches were blind and had bumped into the muzzle of the gun. At this point, they could no longer protect their daughter. Otherwise, they would be implicated and punished as well. The two demons did not have a deep relationship with their daughter to begin with. At this time, they naturally chose to abandon the rook to protect the king. They immediately bowed respectfully to Ning Xiuma. Your Majesty, it is our fault for not teaching our daughter properly and offending your Majesty's might. We will act according to the laws of the demon race and punish the two of them severely. The two witches who were still unconcerned and rolled their eyes at Ning Xiuma earlier were dragged away. When they were dragged away, they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. They desperately begged in the direction where Ning Xiuma was sitting. This time, they were sincere and did not add any lies. Unfortunately, it was already too late. This small episode passed just like that. This show of killing the chicken to scare the monkey finally made the demons understand who was the real master of the demon realm. They also understood that this delicate-looking little girl was not to be trifled with. Once they offended her, even a heavenly king would be punished. Thus, the demons became much more obedient. They were more respectful towards Ning Xiuma and no longer treated her as a dispensable puppet. Ning Xiuma was also strange. She still did things her own way. Although she was the Demon King, she was still like before. Every day, she spent more time cultivating and less time coming out. Over time, the demons in the demon realm also knew a rule. This Demon King did not like to care about the matters of the demon realm. Usually, as long as they did not provoke her, they could still live their lives peacefully. The one who was truly in charge was still Shui Lan. Thus, the Devil Assembly regained their joy. Although the demon realm was rich in demon chi, it was extremely scarce in resources. Therefore, the demons basically had to go out and steal for food and clothing. They were particular about the principle of taking things. Killing and arson were easier and more common than eating cabbage. This naturally attracted the pursuit of human cultivators. Because the Devil Realm was in decline now, the Devil Realm was often chased by the other party when they were outside. There were many people who lost their lives for a nice robe or a jar of good wine. Although the demonic world was called the demonic world, the demonic world's demonic world's demonic world's demonic world's demonic world was still rather miserable. The demons lived a life where there was no tomorrow, so they muddled along. Generally, they held the attitude that if there was wine today, they would drink in the morning, and if there was no wine tomorrow, they would be worn out. It was completely different from the demons of the past. After Ning Xiuma ascended to the position of the Demon King, although she did not care much, she occasionally issued orders to reform some of the demons' shortcomings. At first, the demons could not accept it, but later on they found that once it was implemented, there were actually many benefits. For example, the Devil Realm was rich in a kind of obsidian. This kind of stone could be sold for a lot of money in the human realm. However, the demons guarded this treasure mountain but could not sell it. Because most of the demons had demon chi, they were easily recognized by human cultivators. If they sold this kind of thing from the Devil Realm, it was simply a living signboard. Before a stone could be sold, it would attract the pursuit of human cultivators. Chapter 1355. The cultivators in the human world did not dare to come to the demon realm to pick up this kind of stone. This was the territory of the demons. If they came in, they would only be eaten alive by the demons. However, Ning Xiuma came up with an idea. She ordered dozens of honest villagers to enter the demon realm to dig up this kind of stone. The premise was that they had to bring enough daily necessities to exchange when they came in. When a first batch of villagers carried a load full of daily necessities into the demon realm, the demons were practically drooling on both sides of the road. They were used to eating humans. When they saw these people come involuntarily, it was like seeing fat sheep walking in front of them. Because of Ning Xiuma's strict order, the demons did not dare to act recklessly. Seeing that the daily necessities did not have to be snatched this time and came automatically, they still endured it. The price set by Ning Xiuma was very fair. After these villagers brought the corresponding amount of obsidian out and sold it, they would definitely make a profit. After these villagers risked their lives to come in, they found that this was a lucrative job. Later on, they did not need to be invited and came on their own. Because the villagers went out to sell the obsidian, even if the cultivators saw them, they could not do anything to these villagers. Therefore, the obsidian was successfully sold, and the daily necessities sent into the demon realm naturally became more and more abundant. Ning Xiuma divided these demons. Some were mining, some were inspecting the stones, some were checking the quality of daily necessities, and some were receiving goods. Gradually, a one-stop service was formed. Of course, the daily necessities obtained were still distributed according to the work they did. This was just a rough way of saying it. There was still a very detailed division of labor. It would not be described here one by one, or it would become a farming story. In short, after a series of reforms by Ning Xiuma, the demons found that they no longer had to be hunted down by human cultivators to snatch a bone. They relied on this obsidian mountain to be self-sufficient. The probability of being hunted down was greatly reduced. Ning Xiuma's management system was very refreshing for the demons, and they did get a lot of benefits. Therefore, unknowingly, their previous rejection of Ning Xiuma changed to acceptance. They were also willing to implement the rules that she had promulgated. 2 months. In just 2 months, the atmosphere in the demon realm changed greatly. People died for wealth, and birds died for food. When the basic necessities of life were well taken care of, even the demons were too lazy to go out and do evil. It was not like they had nothing better to do. What's the latest news? Shun Jiuli was sitting under a big tree with fiery red leaves, drawing with his brush. The maple leaves in the painting were like fire, depicting the current scenery. Opposite him, Yalu Jing and reported to him, Junior sister's method is very good. It made those devils behave a lot. Recently, the devil realm has been very peaceful. The devils don't come out to do as much evil. Shun Jiuli gently turned a chess piece on his fingertips and nodded slightly. What about the other sects? Yes, the devil realm is so peaceful that other sects don't know what they're doing, so they try to pretend to be ordinary villagers and sneak in to take a look. However, the number of villagers who can enter the devil realm is fixed, and the devils inside have their own ways to identify them. Those sect elders who know how to disguise themselves as one of them were recognized at the entrance. If he didn't run fast enough, he would have been eaten alive by the devils. Not only that, the villager he disguised as was permanently disqualified from entering the devil realm. The other villagers are afraid that if another disciple of a cultivation sect impersonates them, they will lose the opportunity to make a fortune, so they all voluntarily leave secret signals to the devil realm's entrance control. Only when all the secret signals match can they enter. Chapter 1356. Shun Jiuli asked a few more questions, and Yalu Jing, and reported them to him one by one. Recently, his master had been very concerned about the demon realm, so Yalu Jing and used all his information networks to inquire about the demon realm. This way, he could answer his master's daily questions. Yalu Jing and had secretly complained that his master didn't care about anything for many years. He secretly sighed. He had been the ancestor's disciple for so long, but the chances to see his master's face were pitifully few. He only saw him 3 to 5 times a year. Now he didn't complain. The frequency of him seeing his master was so high that it made people's hair stand on end. He could see him once a day. Before leaving, Yalu Jing suddenly thought of something. Master, 2 months ago, the wedding items that Master ordered disciple to prepare burn them. Shun Jiuli's short 3 words ended the fate of that batch of things. Yes. Yalu Jing agreed. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, he seemed to think of something again. He turned to look at his master, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Shun Jiuli was impatient. What is it now? A disciple heard a rumor. Little junior sister and Shue Ilan recently left the demon realm to play Pa. A drop of ink fell on the rice paper. He originally wanted to draw a leaf, but it dyed a mountain rock red, like blood. Shun Julie's brush paused and casually dyed the drop of ink. Where did they go? This, I haven't found out yet. Disciple is sending people to investigate. Shun Julie didn't say anything else and continued to draw with his head bowed. Yalu Jing and saw his brush move like a dragon and finally couldn't help but say, Master, I heard from the demon realm that their good news is near. The demons have already begun to prepare for their wedding. Shun Julie's brush paused for a moment, and a big red mark appeared on the red maple tree that was originally dense with leaves. Yalu Jing and pretended not to see the red maple tree that had been drawn out of shape and finally left. Shun Julie stared at the drawing on the stone table for a moment. The red maple tree in front of him seemed to have turned into a girl's red dress. The wind blew, and the girl's dress danced. The girl's smile was like a flower as she played the pipa. He froze for a moment. This image had suddenly appeared in his mind and then disappeared. When he wanted to grab it, it had disappeared without a trace. He understood that this should be a scene of him and Ning Xiuma together before he lost his memory. It was just an image, and there was no way to connect the two. In the past, when he lost his memory, he would never remember the past. This time, some images flashed through his mind. Although he couldn't connect them together, they were all about Ning Xiuma 3,000 years ago. He was injured by Shue Emo, causing the death of his beloved disciple, Long Chuan, and losing half of the immortal world. Not long after he woke up from his grief, he sealed away all his memories of Shue Emo. He didn't expect that the seal would automatically split and become Wu Mo. His injuries were too severe, and he needed to sleep for 10 years to recuperate. Before he fell asleep, in order to prevent himself from repeating the same mistakes, he ordered that he would sleep once every 900 years. After he woke up, he would forget all the oracles from his previous life. He slept like this again and again, and he had long forgotten why he had ordered this kind of oracles in the first place. When Wu Mo died, the memories from 3,000 years ago came back. Only then did he remember everything. That injury also left him with the problem of returning to his youth once every 18 years. He had to cultivate on the 9th peak of Heavenly Book Mountain for 3 days before he could return to normal. Because he had lost all his previous memories, he didn't know where this strange injury came from. Chapter 1357. The reason why Shue Yemo was so attentive to him was because she wanted something. He already knew this, but he didn't know what she wanted. At first, he didn't care about her and was too lazy to ask, but later, he was too deep in the mud to ask. He was born as a god. Although he appeared to be indifferent, he was extremely conceited. He felt that since he had fallen in love with this little fox, then with his ability, he could also make Shue Emo fall in love with him and never return to the demon world. Shue Emo's body was special. He understood that his power would decrease if he married her. However, he relied on his high power and didn't care about the danger of temporarily turning into a human for 3 years. He wantonly made love with her, even washing her hands and making soup for her, living the life of an ordinary husband and wife with her. She often said that she didn't have a childhood, so he spent 30% of his power to build a jellyfish castle for her. He never knew that he would spoil a girl so much. He couldn't wait to bring the whole world to her, just to make her smile. He never knew that he could love someone so much that he forgot his identity as a god and did many things that were beneath his godhood. He had eyes and ears everywhere. Some things didn't need to be deliberately asked to know. Before he married Shue Emo, he knew that she was the princess of the demon world, the successor of the demon ancestor. And Shue Ilan, who was injured by his palm, was her follower. The two were inseparable in the demon world. Shue Ilan's red robe left a deep impression on him. Therefore, after he learned about the relationship between Shue Emo and Shue Ilan, he subconsciously hated the color red. Even if he got married, he didn't want to wear a wedding robe. He thought that he would hold her hand for the rest of his life. Who would have thought that she would personally cut open his heart for another man? The more he loved her at that time, the more he was hurt after she betrayed him. He was a god. The woman who married him 3,000 years ago didn't need to go through any tribulation because even if there was one, he could easily block it. 3,000 years later, this rule was made after he was injured by Shui Emo. He was afraid that he would fall in love with a witch in the future, so he made this rule. Witches couldn't go through the real tribulation. He had arranged everything very well, and the past 3,000 years have been peaceful and stable. But he didn't expect that 3,000 years later, she would turn into Ning Xiuma and come to his side. And he fell in love with her once again. After going around in circles, the three of them bumped into each other again. This was really a sin. His fingers unconsciously tightened around the brush, and his eyelashes drooped. Suddenly, with a crack, the brush snapped and fell to the ground. The painting on the table also spontaneously combusted, turning into ashes in the blink of an eye. When the wind blew, not a single trace was left behind. These days, Shui Yilan brought Ning Xiuma to many beautiful places in different space-times. For example, the flower of mortal country's 10,000-li sea of flowers. The entire world was a sea of flowers. Countless beautiful flowers bloomed in a vigorous manner. Beautiful and exquisite fairies shuttled through the flowers. Countless streams of light sprinkled down, causing the flowers to glow even in the dark night. For example, the crystal sea of the water dreamation was like a piece of crystal clear jade, so clear that one could see the bottom. Ning Xiuma and Shui Yilan held hands and hovered above the sea. They could clearly see the beautiful and enchanting mermaids in the depths of the sea. She also went to many places and saw beautiful scenery that she had never seen before. Shui Yilan could clearly feel that Ning Xiuma's mood was gradually improving. Her eyes were no longer dark and gloomy, and they began to show true brilliance. Chapter 1358. Her attitude towards him was no longer so repulsive. At first, she would freeze when he held her hand, but now, she no longer rejected his embrace. Shui Yilan finally understood that if he treated Ning Xiuma forcefully, she would only feel disgusted and run away. He had to slowly influence her and make her willing to be with him. Somewhere, the sun slowly sank below the surface of the sea. The setting sun melted the gold, and the evening clouds merged together. Large clouds of fire burned continuously in the sky, reflecting the entire sea with a golden-red color. Shui Yilan and Ning Xiuma were still dressed in red, and they danced vigorously in the sea breeze. Ning Xiuma looked at the distant sea in a daze. Shui Yilan looked at her walking beside him, and his heart was filled with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He tilted his head and asked, "Momo, what are you thinking about?" Ning Xiuma withdrew her gaze and said indifferently, "Nothing." The two of them walked on the beach for a long time, until the golden crow sank into the sea. The bright moon slowly rose from where the water met the sky, and the stars in the sky were like a plate of loose sand, slowly flowing in the sky. Shui Yilan looked at Ning Xiuma, and his lips curved into a smile. He said meaningfully, "Momo, isn't it wonderful to have someone accompany you and play with you?" Ning Xiuma glanced at him, revealing a smile that was not a smile. "Lan Shan, what do you want to say?" Shui Yilan's heart suddenly beat faster. He tried hard to maintain the expression on his face, and tried to sound as calm as possible. "Momo, I'll accompany you for a long time in the future. What do you think?" After saying this, he stared at Ning Xiuma, like a child waiting for the results of an exam. Ning Xiuma looked at the distant sea and the wisps of sea fog. She was silent for a long time. As time passed, Shui Yilan's heart sank. Just as his heart was about to sink to the bottom of the valley, Ning Xiuma turned her head with a faint smile on her lips. "You could try." Shui Yilan's heart, which had fallen to rock bottom, instantly rose to heaven. He felt like he was in a dream. His eyes were astonishingly bright. He looked at Ning Xiuma for a long time without saying anything. Suddenly, he somersaulted in the air and smiled like a flower. "Okay, let's give it a try." Ning Xiuma looked at his bright eyes, and her heart suddenly sank. Shui Ilan's feelings for her were too heavy for her to bear. When Ning Xiuma saw the familiar scenery on the street, her body stiffened slightly. Why did Shui Ilan bring her to the immortal nation? Looking at the exquisite carvings and paintings everywhere, countless memories uncontrollably rushed into her mind. Ning Xiuma closed her eyes. When Shui Ilan's eyes swept over her, she returned to her indifferent appearance. Shui Ilan didn't want to come here, but he always wanted to give Ning Xiuma a gift. Shinjuli had once given her a pair of Amei piercers, but she had already thrown them back. Now Ning Xiuma didn't even have a good weapon. If he gave her a weapon made of moonlight iron, she would definitely be very happy, right? But he didn't plan on telling Ning Xiuma about this. He wanted to give her a pleasant surprise. The two of them first went to the tea house to drink a pot of fragrant tea. Then they went to the Inai Chong Pavilion to buy a lot of clothes. Shui Ilan was finally satisfied as he left with Ning Xiuma. As long as Ning Xiuma's eyes stopped on something, he would spend a lot of money to buy it. Now he added a pile of clothes. Chapter 1359. Shui Ilan had never thought that other than weapons, poisons, and charms would appear in his storage space. But now, looking at these small things, he was even happier than if he had obtained a peerless weapon. This was because he had already obtained a rare treasure. Whatever else was left was not worth mentioning. He only wanted to pamper Momo. The two slowly walked out of the city. There were fewer and fewer people, and the scenery became more and more beautiful. Shui Ilan brought Ning Xiuma around the outskirts of the city for a long time, as if he was looking for something. After a while, he finally stopped at a place. This was a relatively spacious area facing the sun. Behind it was a lush green mountain, facing the rippling water. There were a few willow trees planted by the water, and the willow leaves gently danced on the water. On the soft green grass, cute little animals would often run by. Shui Ilan raised his hand, and the little animals were forcefully thrown back into the forest. A small two-story building rose from the ground. It was exquisite and beautiful. There was a fence around the building, blocking the curious little animals outside. Shui Ilan held Ning Xiuma's hand and walked into the building. He smiled faintly and said, "The distant mountain is beautiful, and the nearby water is smoky. Momo, let's live here in seclusion for a while, okay?" Ning Xiuma looked at the fresh and unique scenery around her and nodded. The next morning, Shui Ilan disappeared. When Ning Xiuma woke up, she saw a steaming hot meal and a note on the table. The note said, "Momo, I'll be back in the evening. Don't worry." Ning Xiuma stared blankly at the note for a while. Suddenly, the corner of her lips curled up slightly. She sat down and began to eat. This should be the food that Shui Ilan cooked. It was very delicious. Once some things became a habit, she would get used to it. She should be able to get used to it quickly. After Ning Xiuma finished eating, she began to meditate and cultivate. She cultivated for an entire day. Shui Ilan had been slaughtering dragons on Mount Yuehua for an entire day, but he hadn't even found a single piece of moonlight iron. He was already restless, and now he was even more upset. He wondered if Momo had stayed at home obediently. He didn't set up any barriers around the hut, nor did he restrict Ning Xiuma's movements. He allowed her to come and go as she pleased. This was actually a bold test of his. He wanted to see if Momo was truly with him. That night at the seaside, Momo's response to his bold confession was a pleasant surprise. It made him feel that it was unreal. He was afraid that she was just stalling for time. Once he let his guard down, she would leave and never come back. Therefore, after Ning Xiuma agreed to try it with him, he became even more frightened. He was on tenterhooks every night. The time he spent with Ning Xiuma was too beautiful and dreamy, which made him feel unreal. He was afraid that when he woke up, he would wake up from his dream and become a lonely person again. This sweet fear had been tormenting him for a long time. It made his heart more and more sensitive. When it came to flirting, he was worthy of being called a veteran in the field of flowers. However, when it came to seriously pursuing a person, he really had no experience. This made him even more terrified. Even if he presented the best things to Ning Xiuma, he still felt that they were not enough. It wasn't until he accidentally saw a love story in the human world. It was written that if you love someone, you have to believe in that person. He felt that he seemed to have understood something. In order to understand love more thoroughly and understand how to pursue a person better, Shui Yilan had bought countless books and read them every night by burning oil in the lamp. Chapter 1360. This situation persisted until Ning Xiuma inadvertently saw it and stopped. Because he still couldn't forget Ning Xiuma's surprised and funny expression at that time. For the first time in his life, he felt embarrassed, so he burned the small book with a wooden face. But he had already memorized the contents of the book. If he loved her, he had to believe in her. Shui Yilan decided that he would try to believe in Ning Xiuma, believe that she was sincerely with him. So, he gave her enough freedom and respect. Her injuries had already healed. In a day, if she wanted to leave, she had enough opportunities to run away. She also had enough time to run to a place where he could never find her again. Would she have already taken the opportunity to leave him and run far away? Shui Yilan was distracted, and his robe was almost burned by the moonlight pterosaur's flame. His eyes darkened, and he raised his hand to deal with the moonlight pterosaur. There was still no moonlight iron. Thinking that Ning Xiuma might have left him and gone to a place he didn't know, Shui Yilan's mood became even more irritable. Looking at the sky, the moon was already hanging in the sky. Unable to bear it anymore, his figure flashed and turned into a red light flying towards the small house. What if Mo really left? This thought lingered in his heart, making his heart slightly tighten. As he got closer and closer to the small house, his heart became more and more tense, and his heart beat like a drum. Then he would dig 3 feet into the ground to find Ning Xiuma again and lock her in the barrier, not letting her have the chance to leave him again. Shui Yilan's eyes flashed with a red light, but as if he suddenly thought of something, his eyes darkened. He had once locked Ning Xiuma up for 10 years, and in exchange, she only hated him and fled. So he couldn't lock her up. He had to slowly reform her. Even if she left this time, he could find her and accompany her everywhere. It didn't matter if she left early. He could catch up with her and join her. Although he tried his best to comfort himself, his heart still sank when he saw the dark building without a single light. Did Momo really leave? Did she really abandon him and leave? His heart was about to sink into icy water. Lifting his feet, he stiffly approached the small building. Not in the courtyard, not in the hall, not in the training room, not in his own room. Shui Yilan searched through all the rooms except for Ning Xiuma's bedroom on the 2nd floor. He slowly walked up to the 2nd floor. His footsteps were so light that there was no sound. He gently pulled open the door to Ning Xiuma's bedroom, and what greeted him was darkness. The bedding was neatly placed at the head of the bed, and there was no trace of heat. Obviously, Ning Xiuma had been gone for a long time. She must have left without hesitation after he left. No matter how well he treated her, as soon as he left for a short while, she would leave him without any reluctance, making him unable to find her again. Momo, how can you be so cruel? Shui Yilan's heart ached terribly. He looked at the empty bed, and sorrow flooded him like a tide. Where should he go to find her? In a day's time, she might have already gone to another time and space. In this vast sea of people, where should he go to find her? After he found her, would she abandon him again? Shui Yilan felt that all his strength had been sucked away. His body swayed, and under the moonlight, his face became even paler, almost without any blood. Chapter 1361. Shui Yilan felt as if all his energy had been sucked out of him. His body swayed, and under the moonlight, his face became increasingly pale, almost devoid of blood. Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder. Startled, he quickly turned around and saw Ning Xiuma's puzzled face. Lan Shan, you're back. What are you doing standing here? Ning Xiuma had been cultivating in the practice room for a day. After that, she went out for a stroll. When she returned to her bedroom, she saw someone standing in front of her bed. She thought it was a thief and was about to take care of him when she saw that it was Shui Yilan. She's back. She didn't abandon him and run away. Shui Yilan looked at her for a long time without saying anything. At that moment, he almost cried tears of joy. He pulled Ning Xiuma into his arms and hugged her tightly. "Momo, I thought you. Where did you go?" Ning Xiuma was caught off guard and was pulled into his arms. Her body stiffened slightly. When she heard his words, she sighed in her heart. Did Shui Ilan think that she took the opportunity to leave? Where did she go now? Moreover, she had already promised to try it out with Shui Ilan. She wouldn't go back on her word. Thus, Ning Xiuma patted Shui Ilan's back and said helplessly, "I just went out for a stroll. Of course I'll come back." Shui Ilan hugged her for a long time before letting go. He raised his hand to tidy up her long hair. His eyes shone brightly. "I believe you. From now on, I'll believe every word you say. Because I love you." The atmosphere was a little ambiguous. Shui Ilan looked at Ning Xiuma in his arms as if he was looking at a lost treasure. After looking at her for a long time, the desire to kiss her grew stronger. He tried to slowly kiss her. Ning Xiuma looked at Shui Ilan's handsome face that was gradually enlarging. She closed her eyes, and her body became more and more stiff. There was a voice in her heart that wanted to run away, but her rationality reminded her that she wanted to try with Shui Ilan. His lips were getting closer and closer to her. Shui Ilan opened his eyes and saw the unnatural expression on Ning Xiuma's face. Her body was as stiff as a block of wood. A hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. He sighed inwardly and finally stopped. In the end, he patted her head and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Momo, rest early. Call me if you need anything." He turned around and left. After Shui Ilan left, Ning Xiuma's body slowly relaxed. She looked at Shui Ilan's departing figure with a complicated look in her eyes. In the end, she quietly climbed onto the bed and pulled the blanket over herself to sleep. He slept all the way until dawn. When she woke up again, she was greeted by a steaming hot meal and a note. "I'll be back in the evening. Don't miss me. If you're bored, go out for a walk. Go out and relax." Ning Xiuma looked at the note with a trace of doubt in her heart. Where did Shui Ilan go? However, that doubt was just a drop in the ocean. It disappeared without a trace. After Ning Xiuma finished her meal, she went downstairs to cultivate. She didn't know why, but she felt uneasy today. After meditating for less than 2 hours, she couldn't calm her heart down. She took a deep breath and decided to go out for a walk. Ning Xiuma walked on the street and looked at the bustling crowd. She felt a sense of absent-mindedness, and some memories couldn't help but surge up. Unknowingly, she walked to the forge that used to be. She needed to choose a suitable weapon for herself. She couldn't always fight with her bare hands. The shop owner was still that cool young man. However, he was much friendlier this time. Chapter 1362. It was clear that he had recognized Ning Xiuma. He curiously asked, "Where's the great god that accompanied you last time?" Ning Xiuma's footsteps paused. After a while, she lightly said, "He's dead." The youth choked. Ning Xiuma suddenly felt a bit annoyed. None of the weapons were pleasing to her eyes, so she decided to leave. The youth hurriedly opened his mouth. "Do you want to see the new weapons that I made?" Ning Xiuma's footsteps paused, and she turned around. The youth went into the room, and after a while, he came out with a heavy rectangular box. The box was completely black, and she did not know what material it was made of. It was so dark that it did not reflect any light at all. Ning Xiuma suddenly felt a bit curious. She took a few steps forward and waited for the youth to open the box. The youth secretly let out a sigh of relief. He carefully opened the box. It was a pair of email piercers. Ning Xiuma instantly froze. She looked at the email piercers that were flowing with colorful lights and was slightly stunned. The youth saw that her expression was a bit strange and hurriedly began to introduce, "I spent a lot of effort to make this from a whole piece of moonlight iron. It can cut through iron like mud, and it can cut through hair. It is a rare treasure. Since I'm familiar with you, I can give you a discount. 80,000 crystal beads. 80,000 crystal beads for this divine weapon was really worth it." This pair of email piercers, whether it was the pattern or the carving, it was different from the previous pair, but it was still a rare treasure. But Ning Xiuma already had a shadow over the email piercers. As long as she saw the email piercers, she could not help but think of the despair and pain that she felt on the day they broke up. The Amay piercers were like a thorn that deeply pierced in her heart. She could not touch it. She did not even like daggers that were similar to the Amay piercers, let alone an authentic one. She did not even want to look at the Amay piercers, let alone buy them. I don't want it. She only said these two words and turned around to leave. The young blacksmith thought that she thought it was too expensive, so he shouted from behind, 50,000. 50,000, no less. Ning Xiuma did not stop walking. Just as she was about to walk out of the armament manual, the young blacksmith ran in front of her with a pair of Amay piercers. This pair of Amay piercers is destined to be with you. I've also met you twice, so I'll give it to you. The Amay piercers seemed to light up, but it was only for a moment. He was actually giving it away for free. She wouldn't want it even if it was given to her for free. Ning Xiuma looked at him and finally opened her mouth. Her tone was a little indifferent. Sorry, I'm not interested. Excuse me. Her expression was ice cold, and her body was surrounded by cold air. The young blacksmith was frozen in place, unable to say anything else. She walked around the young man and turned to leave. The young blacksmith was speechless. After Ning, Xiuma walked far away. He looked at the Amay piercer in his hand and sighed. It's not that I don't want to help you, but this girl really doesn't want to accept. A man in white came out from the inner room. He was wearing a wide robe with flowing cloud patterns, and his icy blue eyes were like the deepest blue sea. It was Shun Juli. The young man's hand was empty, and the pair of Amay piercers was in Shun Juli's hand. He looked at the pair of Amay piercers, and his eyes were dark. The conversation just now was still echoing in his mind. Where's the great master who came with you? Dead. The words died without any sorrow or joy, were like a sharp sword that ruthlessly pierced through his heart. Was he already dead in her heart? Did she hate him so much now? Chapter 1363. When she mentioned it, she would just say dead and deal with it. What was even more unexpected was that she would even dislike the Amay piercer. The Amay piercer in his hand let out a low cry, as if it was crying. It didn't expect that even if it changed into a more beautiful design, its master wouldn't like it anymore. Shun Juli watched as Ning Xiuma walked away. His eyes moved, and in the end, his figure slowly disappeared as he quietly followed her. Ning Xiuma was in a bad mood after coming out of the weapon shop. She couldn't help but think about the past. When she saw the Amay piercers, her memories surged like a flood that broke through the dam. Every scene was filled with the beautiful and warm memories of the past. However, the past was the past after all. The warmth of the past was nothing more than a big joke in today's world. The emotions that were usually well hidden began to surge, giving her the urge to destroy everything. Ning Xiuma strolled on the streets of the Immortal Kingdom. She looked at the exquisite pavilions on both sides and tried her best to suppress the desire to destroy. It was unknown when it started to drizzle. The passers-by were holding small umbrellas and walking in a hurry. There were fewer people like Ning Xiuma leisurely strolling on the streets. Ning Xiuma also bought a simple and elegant sky blue paper umbrella. She held it as she walked slowly. She strolled around and unknowingly walked on a lover's bridge. Looking at the same love locks on the bridge and the names on the same love locks, she curled her lips slightly, revealing a faint mocking smile. It was unknown whether she was laughing at herself or at others. Her fingers slowly slid across the bronze locks, as if she was looking for something. Suddenly, her white, jade-like fingers stopped on a jade lock. Ning Xiuma's fingers paused for a moment before she silently lifted the beautiful jade lock. She stared at the jade lock for a long time without a trace of emotion on her face. However, in the depths of her eyes, there were layers of ripples. Looking at the two beautiful names on the lock, Ning Xiuma's hands trembled slightly. Ning Xiuma, Shun Juli. There was a heart in the middle, representing love. Hee. Ning Xiuma stared at the jade lock absent-mindedly. She was caught off guard and fell into the trap of memories. At that time, Shun Juli hadn't lost his memories. He brought her to the Immortal Kingdom to play and passed by Lover's Bridge. Guru, can we write our names down too? Ning Xiuma bought a bronze lock and was about to carve it with a small carving knife. Shun Juli flicked his sleeve and the lock fell into the water. You. Ning Shuima glared at him. Shun Julie looked at her coldly and suddenly placed something in her palm. Ning Shuima opened her hand and saw a sparkling and translucent jade lock lying quietly in her palm. Shun Julie's voice rang out beside her ear. That one is too ugly. Ning Shuima, the Almighty was indeed the Almighty. He wanted the best for everything. She carved the names of the two people together stroke by stroke and connected them with a big heart in the middle. Ning Shuima locked the lock on the bridge and looked at the jade lock worriedly. If such a peerless jade lock was placed on this bridge, would it be stolen by someone? Shun Julie's fingers moved slightly, and the jade lock flashed with white light. It turned into a normal bronze lock. Ning Shuima looked at Shun Julie speechlessly. Shun Julie looked back at her with a puzzled expression. He had set up an eternal enchantment for the lock. Was there something wrong with that? Ning Shuima looked at the jade lock and found it funny. Even if the bridge collapsed, the lock would be bound to it. Chapter 1364. If the thief wanted to steal the jade, he would have to take the bridge away. Memories were like poisonous wine. At first, it was fragrant, but later, it eroded the bones and overwhelmed the soul. A drop of rain fell on the jade lock, and a water droplet splashed. Ning Shuima suddenly came back to her senses. She looked at the jade lock and showed a touch of mockery. With a wave of her sleeve, the jade lock broke and fell into the rippling lake water. With a plop sound, countless fishes scattered in fright and hid in the lotus leaves one after another. Ning Shuima stood on the bridge and held an umbrella. She stood there quietly for a long time. The fishes under the bridge shuttled back and forth between the lotus leaves. The drizzle fell into the water, causing the water to ripple. The lake water rippled and could not calm down. Ning Shuima's eyes seemed to have a pool of lake water. The ripples could not be calmed down. After a while, she slowly left. Shun Julie stood under a tree and quietly looked at the figure on the bridge. The person on the bridge was wearing a red dress that fluttered in the wind. Under the sky-blue paper umbrella was her long hair that was as black as ink. In the hazy drizzle, there were wisps of milky white smoke lingering around her body. She was like a fairy that had accidentally landed in the mortal world. She was so beautiful that she was ethereal. He looked at the person on the bridge for as long as she stood there. There was a dense pain in his heart that was becoming a death. He knew that this woman did not have a heart. Perhaps she did not love him. He knew that he should let go. But he could not let go. For the first time in his life, he tasted the feeling of wanting to let go but not being able to. He did not know what to do. Reason told him that they were two existences that should not have intersected. Only when they truly let go would it be beneficial for both of them. However, reason was reason. Emotion was emotion. She was like a disaster for him. He could not get over it in a short time. He did not know why he was like a little thief and secretly followed behind her. He only knew that from the moment they met again, his heart unconsciously moved closer to her and followed her footsteps. Looking at her standing on the bridge for so long, his fingertips curled slightly. He subconsciously wanted to support her with an enchantment, but he resisted. Anger surged in the depths of his eyes. On the surface, she seemed to have recovered, but she had been soaked in the demon-vanquishing soup after all. The injury she had sustained was a wound to her soul. Even if this kind of injury didn't show on the surface, it was like a broken porcelain that was still intact. It couldn't withstand even the slightest breeze. An ordinary cold might be enough to take her life. Getting caught in the rain was the stupidest thing to do. If it was in the past, he might have already opened his mouth to teach her a lesson. However, he was in no position to do so now. Therefore, he could only stand there, not knowing what to do. Ning Shuima finally left slowly. Shun Julie silently walked onto the bridge and stood at her previous position. She had already walked far away, her back gradually disappearing into the crowd. She was clearly dressed in bright red, but for some reason, she gave off a bleak and cold feeling. After a moment of silence, he waved his sleeve. Suddenly, there was a flash on the surface of the lake. Something broke out of the water and landed in his palm. Shun Julie opened his palm. A broken jade lock was quietly lying in his palm. The lock had long been broken and nowhere to be found. On the jade lock, There was a shocking and deep crack between the two names. It was like a clear boundary. The rain soaked his clothes and gave him a heart-piercing chill. Shunjuli's fingers clenched tightly. In that moment, countless distant memories flooded his mind, making him feel both sweet and sad. Chapter 1365. Countless yellowed images flashed by, but upon contact, they scattered like shooting stars, and not a single trace of them could be found. Shunjuli's icy blue eyes flashed with pain. He slowly touched a character on the jade lock, tracing it over and over again. Shuma. At this moment, he understood that 10 years ago, he definitely didn't take her as a disciple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed her to hang this kind of lock here, and even set up a barrier to protect it. Ning Shuma, are you still Shuemo? Did you approach me this time because you really like me? Or do you still want to get something from here? When he returned from amnesia, her excitement when she saw him again didn't seem fake. Her actions as if she liked him also didn't seem fake. But when she approached him in the previous life, she was also so romantic and flirtatious. When she stayed by his side, she was also endlessly happy, as if she liked him to the extreme. But she turned around and stabbed him with a sword, taking his heart's blood to save another man. Ning Shuama, are you really for me this time? Shunjuli felt that he was simply crazy. Reason told him to turn back and be saved, but he couldn't let go of his feelings. He didn't even know what to do if he followed her like this. However, since he followed her, then he would follow her first. He had always done as he pleased and did as he pleased. There were very few opportunities to make himself feel wronged or forced. So this time, he didn't want to force himself. If he wanted to follow, then he would follow. First, he would observe, then slowly analyze his own thoughts and analyze her. After Ning Shuamal returned to the small building, her heart had already returned to its calm state. She looked outside the window. After the drizzle, all things were sprouting. Nearby, flowers bloomed layer by layer, green grass grew, and in the distance, green mountains stretched endlessly and white clouds drifted. She sat down and quietly painted. She was painting the current scenery. The sky darkened little by little. Ning Shumal lit a lamp and boiled oil, taking the opportunity to paint an impressionistic scene. The moon hung high above the willow branches, and people met at dusk. Shunjuli sat on a tree, looking at the light in the small building not far away, looking at the red-clothed girl painting under the light, looking at her serene and beautiful face, looking at the scene she painted taking shape bit by bit. He pulled out a jade gourd out of nowhere and drank a mouthful of wine. Ning Xuan suddenly raised her head and glanced at the two of them. Shunjuli's body stiffened. Could it be that she had seen through him? That's impossible. He's already invisible. However, Ning Xuan only glanced at him for a moment before lowering her head and continuing to paint. Under her brush, a large tree with luxuriant leaves was slowly taking shape. So he was here to draw trees. Shunjuli couldn't tell if he was glad or disappointed. However, the strange thing was that the big tree used as a model was clearly flourishing like spring, and its leaves were as green as jade. However, what she drew was full of withered leaves hanging from the branches. They were rustling in the breeze and looked as if they would fall at any time. Shunjuli himself was the art sage. In this world, no one understood painting better than he did. Generally, what a painter painted reflected the painter's mentality at that time. Why was her mentality so bleak now? He glanced at the painting and could feel a sense of bleakness and silence. The big tree seemed to be trying its best to pull itself together and not let the leaves fall. However, it couldn't withstand the strong autumn wind. Ning Xuan didn't know why, but when she looked at the big tree under a brush, she was in a daze. Was this a freehand style? Chapter 1366. Originally, she thought that the big tree looked good and wanted to copy it with her brush, but in the end, she drew a withered tree. This was not the right way to draw even if she copied it. While she was in a daze, a drop of ink fell to the ground. The branch instantly became dizzy, as if it had been destroyed by something. Ning Xiumal was stunned. Then, she looked at the painting with an expressionless face and rubbed her fingers on the paper. The painting instantly turned into thousands of pieces of paper, flying all over the sky. It was like a heavy snowfall, and the ground was in a mess. Ning Xiuma stood quietly among the pieces of paper. No one knew what she was thinking. A red figure flew from the sky and landed in front of the small building. Then, he walked into the small building with light steps. He seemed to be in a good mood. It was Shuilan. Shun Julie looked at the pair of figures under the light and took another sip of wine. His icy blue eyes were like the ebb and flow of the sea. Shun Julie had become an invisible person. Every day, he silently followed behind Ning Xiuma. He used to like drinking tea, but now he liked drinking wine. The wine gourd never left his side. She stood by the water and looked at the rippling waves and the clouds in the sky. He leaned against the tree and looked at her red dress and black hair fluttering in the wind. She suddenly became obsessed with painting. When she had nothing to do, she painted the sky, the earth, the mountains, and the water. However, she did not paint people. Her paintings looked lively, but there was always a sense of loneliness that could not be hidden. She was like a flower in the wind and rain, trying hard not to wither in the autumn wind, trying hard to survive the winter. She never kept her paintings. Once she finished them, they would be destroyed. They would be directly destroyed into dust and dissipate in the air. However, he restored the paintings in a corner where she could not see them. He looked at them carefully again and again, as if he was trying to find something in them. Her painting skills were not bad, and she was very talented. However, in his eyes, her paintings were still the scribbles of a primary school student. He was usually too lazy to look at such paintings, but now he could not help but restore them and keep them. He didn't know why he had to follow her all the time, but if he didn't see her for a day, his heart would feel empty. She seemed to have returned to normal. There was a smile on her face, and she was talking and laughing with Shuilan. On the surface, there was nothing wrong with her. It was only in the painting that he could see a hint of her emotions. Ning Xiuma's days were very dull. She would either practice martial arts or go out for a walk. She also got along very well with Shuilan. Every day, Shuilan would leave early and return late, while she would stay here leisurely, cultivating, painting, and strolling. They looked like an ordinary couple living in seclusion in the suburbs. Occasionally, she would go out with Shuilan. When they met passers-by, they would think that they were husband and wife and praise them for being a perfect couple. Often, Shuilan would smile like a blooming flower. As for Ning Xiuma, she only smiled and didn't refute anything. Perhaps she was destined to be together with Shuilan. After going around in circles for so long, she was just back to where she started. Didn't she like Shuilan in her previous life? Then, she would definitely like him in this life too. It was impossible for her to love him so deeply in her previous life, but not feel anything in this life. If she did not meet Shun Julie first and fell in love with him first, perhaps she would have slowly fallen in love with Shuilan, or it could be said that she liked Shun Julie in this life because she owed him in her previous life. She felt guilty, so God wanted to punish her and let her have a taste of being betrayed by the person she loved. Now that she had tasted it, she also woke up from her dream. Chapter 1367. It was time to return to the starting point. People weren't afraid of returning to the starting point, but they were afraid of not being able to find the right direction. They were afraid of being completely lost on the wrong path. Therefore, she should be glad that she hadn't gone too far on the wrong path. Although she had almost lost a layer of skin in the swamp of the wrong path, it was fortunate that she had returned to the starting point alive, wasn't it? That must be it. That must be it. She had to walk out of it. She had to walk out of it slowly. She wanted to be her former self. She wanted to create a new world for herself in this world. Whether she was an immortal or a devil, it was just a matter of a thought. As long as she kept her original heart, why would she care if she was an immortal or a devil? Everyone said that the best way to walk out of a relationship was to walk into another one. Therefore, she wanted to try with Shuilan. Maybe she could really find the right feelings again? Everything was still unknown, wasn't it? After trying, she might not be able to love again. However, if she didn't try, she would never know if she could love again. Doing this might be unfair to Shuilan. Therefore, Even if she couldn't love him in the future, she would treat him as a friend and compensate him in other ways. Perhaps after a few years, she and Shui Alan would really fall in love and get married. It would be a beautiful story. At that time, if she heard any news about Shun Julie, she might really be able to laugh it off. Even if the news was that he and Yunxi were married, even if he really came to kill her, she would be able to have a real showdown with him. In this world, she could survive without anyone. The earth would continue to rotate regardless of who left. Without Shun Julie, she could still live a wonderful life. She had to live a wonderful life and not let others see her as a joke. Some people weren't born to help each other in times of need. They should forget about each other. She hypnotized herself like this almost every day and finally started to pull herself together. When she first arrived in the devil world, she always felt like there was a bomb in her chest that could explode at any time. She wanted to blow up Tianyin Peak and take everything in the world down with her. She was full of negative energy. She tried her best to suppress it and force herself to sleep so that she could temporarily forget everything. But now, her emotions that were about to explode had finally calmed down. She could stop thinking about it for the time being and stop thinking about anything related to him. Even when she heard that he had expelled her from the sect and demolished her side hall, she was still able to remain calm and collected. Progress. This was progress. Therefore, if she could walk out of it, she would definitely be able to. It was only a matter of time. Time was the best medicine for healing. If 3 years were not enough, then 5 years would be enough. If 5 years were not enough, then 10 years would be enough. She had plenty of time to waste. She would hypnotize herself like this once a day, and the effect of this self-hypnosis was pretty good. She was now able to sleep soundly a few times. Unlike a few days ago, she would have nightmares whenever she fell asleep. In her dreams, it was either a world of ice and snow, or she was helplessly bobbing up and down in the copper cauldron. She had a good night's sleep and woke up earlier than usual. She looked out of the window and saw that the sky was still dark. There were a few stars in the night sky. She lay on the bed for a moment, and after thinking for a while, she decided to go out and cultivate. The spiritual energy here was extremely abundant, and it was a good place to recover and cultivate. Just as she opened the door, a person suddenly fell through the door. Ning Xuema was shocked and subconsciously took a step back. That person fell to the ground with a plop. Chapter 1368. That person had quick reflexes. He jumped up and almost hit the door frame in a daze. After he steadied himself, he seemed to realize what had happened and looked at Ning Xuema. His eyes were a little hazy, and it was obvious that he was not fully awake. His voice was a little hoarse. Momo, Ning Xuema, why did Shui Alan choose to lean against her door instead of sleeping on his bed in his room? Ning Xuema looked at the faint shadows under Shui Alan's eyes and was even more speechless. He must have been leaning against her door for a few days now. How had she not noticed? She hugged her arms. Why are you sleeping here? Shui Alan seemed a little embarrassed and laughed. I'm feeling a little warm. It's cooler to sleep here. What kind of reason was that? Ning Xuema, why don't you go back to your own room? Shui Alan did not answer her question and changed the topic. Momo, you woke up early today. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. However, he sighed in his heart. He could only have a good night's sleep when he was closer to her. He was always afraid that Ning Xuema would disappear when he woke up at his room. He wanted to watch over her all the time, but he knew that Ning Xuema would not allow him to sleep in the same room as her. Therefore, he secretly leaned against her door to sleep. Every day, he would go to Mount Yuehua again before she woke up. He had been doing this from the beginning, and Momo had never noticed. He thought that he wouldn't be discovered, but he didn't expect that Ning Xuema would wake up earlier than usual, and he also fell into a deep sleep. Ning Xuema looked at him for a long time and paused. You don't have to be so worried. If I want to leave, I'll let you know in advance. Shui Alan looked down slightly and nodded. He then went to prepare dinner for her. Ning Xuema stood there for a moment, then smiled and shook her head. She had never thought that Shui Alan would have such a silly side to him. She found it funny and felt touched. At the same time, she also felt a little heavy. Shui Alan was too infatuated with her. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to repay him in the future. She turned and went into the room. Since she had found out once, he probably wouldn't do it again, right? But it turned out that Ning Xiuma was wrong. For the next few days, Ning Xiuma woke up earlier and earlier. Every day, she would see Shui Ilan leaning against her door and sleeping. Ning Xiuma was speechless. Finally, on the third day, she found him at the door. She pulled him into the house and looked into his eyes. "How can you be at ease? Every day, when I think about you sleeping outside my door, I have nightmares." Shui Ilan's face was slightly pale. "You had nightmares even when I was guarding the door? Then I won't guard it in the future." Only then did Ning Xiuma let out a sigh of relief. Her palm patted his shoulder. "Now, that's more like it." She then pushed him towards the door. "All right, you can go do your own thing." Shui Ilan smiled and left. Ning Xiuma was about to close the door when she inadvertently looked up. She seemed to see a white shadow flashing on a big tree in the courtyard. Her heart suddenly jumped, and her face turned pale. "Who's there?" Her voice was almost shrill. The branches and leaves of the big tree swayed, but no one came out. She suppressed her heartbeat and opened her eyes to look carefully. Although the branches and leaves of the big tree were dense, if there was someone hiding, it still couldn't escape her eyes. Was she seeing things? Ning Xiuma stood still and stared at the big tree for a long time. In the end, she was still worried and slowly walked over. Chapter 1369. She was already at the 9th level of the Earth stage. Ordinary camouflage wouldn't be able to escape her eyes. Furthermore, she had always had the ability to see through other people's disguises. Back when she was at the 2nd level of the Earth stage, she could easily see through the disguises of her senior brothers. With her current level, there was probably no disguise in this world that could escape her eyes. She walked in a circle around the tree, looking up and down at every branch and slit. There were no abnormalities. She was indeed seeing things. She closed her eyes slightly and seemed to heave a sigh of relief or something else. She raised her hand and knocked on her head, muttering to herself, "Indeed, I'm seeing things. It seems that I've been lacking sleep recently." After taking 2 steps, she turned her head and sniffed. There seemed to be a slight smell of alcohol on the tree. The smell of alcohol was very faint, but Ning Xiuma could smell that it was the most famous local liquor. Its alcohol content was comparable to the burning knives of her era. Her heart skipped a beat. Who would be leaning on this tree and drinking? Could it be? Her heart felt like it was being grabbed by something and constricted. At that moment, she even felt like she was suffocating. She froze on the spot for a moment and suddenly laughed. What was she thinking about? How could that person be here? He was probably playing chess and drinking tea on Tianyin Peak, enjoying his leisure days or touring with Yunqi. Why would he be here? Besides, he always drank tea. She had been with him for so long, but she rarely saw him drink. Even if he did, he would drink the best wine that he brewed himself, and not the common wine here. He was really being overly paranoid. Perhaps Shui Ilan had leaned on this tree to drink? That was completely possible. After figuring this out, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Without any hesitation, she turned and walked towards the training field. The sky was about to turn bright. It was a good time to practice martial arts. No matter what, it would be better to practice martial arts. The higher the level, the less likely it would be for her to be taken advantage of. The less likely it would be for her to be stepped on like mud. The night was like wisps of silk. The graceful figure gradually disappeared into the distant forest. On one of the branches of the big tree, a white figure gradually appeared. He was holding a wine gourd in his hand. His long hair was loose and unbound. He looked in the direction that Ning Xiuma had left, slightly lost in thought. Just now, he was not paying attention and almost exposed himself. Fortunately, his kung fu was very high and his invisibility skill was at its peak. When Ning Xiuma was searching the tree, she almost stepped on the corner of his clothes. Her hair even brushed against his cheek. He smelled the faint fragrance on her body again. It was so familiar that it made his heart palpitate. In that instant, a desire arose in his heart, a desire to fiercely pull her into his embrace. But she quickly brushed past him and jumped down the tree. He saw her leaning against the tree trunk as if she was thinking about something. Her bright red dress was extremely dazzling in the night, and it burned his eyes like a raging fire. He leaned against the tree trunk and pursed his lips as he looked at her. She seemed to have thought of something funny. She smiled and shook her head. What was she laughing at? Shinjili could not help but be lost in thought. Could it be that she was moved by Shwe Ilan, that bastard, sleeping at her door every night? He could not help but tilt his head back and take another sip of wine. As the strong wine entered his throat, his heart burned. Chapter 1370. After thinking for a moment, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Shwe Ilan was very meticulous. This house was originally created by him using a spell, but the layout was very appropriate. Each hall and each pavilion were ingenious, which was the style that Ning Xiuma usually liked. Even this martial arts field, according to Ning Xiuma, as long as there was a flat piece of land, it would be fine. However, the martial arts field that Shwe Ilan created was a lawn. The grass here was neater and softer than the grass that was mowed by the sanitation workers in the modern city. When practicing martial arts on the grass, she would not bump into anything. The grass was very clean. If she was tired, she could lie down on it and it would be a ready-made grass mat. Ning Xiuma had already laid down on it several times. The faint smell of the grass filled with the smell of the fields seeped into her nose, making her forget all her worries. At this moment, Ning Xiuma had just practiced a round of boxing and stretched her muscles. After she broke off with Shan Jioli, although he did not destroy her martial arts, she did not want to practice the martial arts that he taught her anymore. Fortunately, she already knew a lot of miscellaneous skills. In addition, she was a secret agent, so she had her own way of warming up. For example, she was now practicing Tai Chi. Each move was very professional. Shinjili sat on a tree not far away and watched her practice. He had already watched her practice for several days. The fist and palm techniques that she used to warm up were very strange. He was familiar with the martial arts of this world as easily as he was familiar with his palm prints. He even knew the martial arts of the demon world. However, he had never seen someone like Ning Xiuma. It was not like any of the three realms of immortals, demons, or humans, but it was faintly familiar to him. 10 years ago, when he was with her, she should have practiced these fist and palm techniques in front of him, right? Where did she learn these martial arts? These days, he had secretly investigated Ning Xiuma's true origin. She was a nine-tailed fox in her previous life, but in this life, she was a real person. It was obvious that she had reincarnated, or perhaps she had possessed the body of the original owner. Ning Xiuma's deeds in Vast Sky Country were widely spread, so he could easily find out everything about her in Vast Sky Country more than 10 years ago. After a little analysis, he knew that she was reincarnated in another body. However, the things that happened between him and Han Shanyue and Ning Xiuma were still unknown to others. At most, they only knew the surface of it. After looking through the information for a long time, he only found out that she had once been his concubine, and it seemed that he had taken advantage of the situation to force her. Because all his memories had disappeared, Shunjili didn't quite understand what he was thinking at that time. How could he be so fond of a good-for-nothing girl? Forced marriage, this was not his usual style of doing things. However, judging from this message, he had never treated her as a real disciple. It was more like a joke. Later on, he had even brought Ning Xiuma to attend the wedding of the current crown prince of Vast Sky Country, Ji Yinwang. He had even let Ning Xiuma sit on the same level as him, receiving the worship of the courtiers. It was obvious that he had the thought of marrying her at that time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed her to sit on the same position at that time. After he regained this disciple of his, he felt that his feelings for this disciple of his were extremely strange, so he secretly went to investigate the past. After he found out, he understood that when he took her as his disciple 10 years ago, he didn't take her as his disciple at all, but as his wife. Chapter 1371. No wonder he didn't feel uncomfortable when he hugged her. No wonder his heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat when he saw her being wronged. In his previous life, he was stabbed by her when he fell in love. In this life, what would happen to him when he fell in love? 10 years ago, he didn't have the memories of Shwe Emo, but he fell in love with her again. 10 years later, he had accidentally recovered his memories from his past life and recognized her as Shui Emo. He had even forgotten what had happened between him and her 10 years ago. Was this because the heavens were afraid that he would repeat the same mistakes? So, they had done this? Shunjili raised his head and drank another mouthful of wine. He looked down at Ning Xiuma, who was cultivating. She was probably tired from cultivating. At this moment, she was lying down on the grass with a grass stick in her mouth. She looked up at the sky, not knowing what she was thinking. At this moment, the sky was already bright. The blue sky, white clouds, green grass, and red-clothed beauty were all very pleasing to the eye. Shunjili had never liked red things, but when Ning Xiuma wore this red dress, he felt that it was very fitting and beautiful. It was as if she was born to wear this dress. Only by wearing this dress could it match her temperament. It was a pity that Shuilan also liked to wear red. When they stood together, he felt that it was very dazzling. He still hadn't thought of what to do next. He told himself that he should follow them for a while. He had always been patient, and this time was no exception. Ning Xiuma suddenly sat up. She looked around cautiously. There was no one. There was no one. She couldn't even see a wild rabbit in the area closest to her. Strange. Was she being too paranoid? She clearly couldn't see anyone, but she had a strong feeling that someone was spying on her. Ning Xiuma slowly got up and walked around in a circle. Shunjili lowered his eyes to look at her. He saw her look around, and for a moment, their eyes met. Although he knew that she couldn't see him, his heart still tightened. He held his breath. Ning Xiuma walked around in a circle. She didn't find anything, so she relaxed and sighed. For a moment, just now, she even suspected that he had arrived and was spying on her in the dark. With his personality, if he wanted to kill her, there was no need for him to hide in the dark, right? He would unleash a thunderous strike, just like when he killed Wu Mo and was almost slapped to death by Wu Mo's palm. If he were to make a move now, it would only be more powerful than that palm strike. If he did not want to kill her, there was no need for him to peek at her from behind. He was not that kind of person. He had been overly paranoid recently. He had to change that. She took a deep breath and shook her head, trying to get rid of all the messy thoughts in her head. Ning Xiuma felt lonely practicing martial arts in the wilderness, so she decided to sing at the top of her lungs. 10 fingers like instant lotus flower blooming, the girdle looks like a portrait of elegance modeled wall paintings were painted with candles facing the gods and Buddhas in the sky. She was singing a song that was widely circulated on the internet, Wen Shua. Her voice had always been excellent, and she had unconsciously expressed her feelings, so she sang with great emotion. As if singing alone was not enough, she even added a dance, a sword dance. Flute sound alley several times falling down should laugh at me can't see through early encounter, cause an effect waiting to be worn away, become my inner demon even if I can't bear to part with the old moonlight, also wasted. It was Shunjili's first time hearing her sing and watching her dance since they were reunited in this world. He was a little stunned for a moment, so he pursed his lips and listened. When he heard the last part of the song, his heart was slightly shaken. 10 years in the secular world, once with promises, swords scattered tenderness on the temples become floating pavilions. Chapter 1372. The depth of love is like a vine burning like the fire of karma. The sword of today points to the past. Once wet, who will become the azura of the other's heart. He silently chewed on the lyrics and felt a pain in his heart. Who will become the azura of the other's heart? She had already become the azura of the other's heart. It was an unspeakable wound, a tribulation that he wanted to get rid of, but couldn't. What about her? Had he also become the azura of the other's heart? He looked down at her, and his mind was in a mess. When he came back to his senses, Ning Xiuma was no longer on the grass. She must have left after finishing her practice, leaving only the lingering sound of her singing. Shunjili raised his hand, and a jade flute appeared in his palm. He was about to blow on it when he suddenly thought of something and slowly put it down. Ning Xiuma was relieved. Ever since she talked to Shui Ilan that night, Shui Ilan didn't lean on her door to sleep. She deliberately woke up 2 days earlier and didn't see him when she opened the door. On the third day, Ning Xiuma slept until midnight. She suddenly thought of something. She didn't rush to get out of bed, but listened for a while. Then, she still maintained her calm breathing as if she was asleep. She quietly got out of bed and quietly went to the door. Her movements were very light, even softer than the sound of a leaf falling to the ground. She abruptly pulled open the door and saw a red shadow flipping over the wall in front of her and disappearing like a gust of wind. The red shadow was so fast that she could only see a dreamlike afterimage. If it wasn't for her amazing eyesight, she wouldn't have even seen the afterimage. Ning Xiuma was speechless. It turned out that it wasn't that he didn't lean on her door to rest, but that he was more alert. The moment she made a move, he would disappear without a trace. Ning Xiuma clenched her fists. Shui Lan was such an idiot. Wasn't he tired of sleeping like this? No wonder she saw the dark circles under his eyes getting heavier. So that was why. She lowered her eyes and thought for a moment. Then she steeled her heart and ran directly to Shui Lan's courtyard. She anxiously knocked on his door. After a while, Shui Lan came out with a sleepy look. Momo, it's the middle of the night. Are you looking for me? Act. You can keep pretending. Ning Xiuma didn't say anything. She pushed him away and barged into his room. Without saying anything, she touched the messy quilt on his bed. The blanket was ice cold, without the slightest warmth of someone who had slept here before. It was obvious that Shui Lan had run back in a hurry. When he heard that she had arrived, he pulled the blanket aside to create an illusion. Shui Lan saw her touch his blanket, and his expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Ning Xiuma crossed her arms and looked at him. Shui Lan, don't you have anything to say to me? Say what? Shui Lan was stubborn. Ning Xiuma was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. She pulled him away and said, Come with me. Shui Lan was nervous. He was afraid that Ning Xiuma would get angry and throw him out. He couldn't help but say, Momo, I didn't do it on purpose. I'm just a little scared. He was too worried about his gains and losses. He could only take a nap and rest while standing guard outside her room and listening to her shallow breathing. He was already very careful. Even if he took a nap, he would always keep an ear open to listen for her movements. As long as he heard her get out of bed, he would immediately run away so that she couldn't see him. He didn't expect that she would catch him off guard in the middle of the night. She caught him off guard and found out. Chapter 1373. How would she treat him? Would she feel restrained again? Would she feel like she was being imprisoned by him again? Shui Lan didn't know what Ning Xiuma was up to now, but he couldn't bear to break free from her hand. Thus, she pulled him into her room. After entering her room, he was slightly stunned. Ning Xiuma's room had an extra bed with a complete set of bedding. Ning Xiuma pressed him onto the bed. You sleep here. Stop sneaking around and acting like a door god. The bed was very ordinary, and the bedding was also very ordinary. Shui Lan's chest felt warm. It was as if there was a warm current rolling around. Momo, he called out to her, but he didn't know what to say. Ning Xiuma laid down on her own bed. Okay, let's sleep. Shui Lan slowly laid down on the small bed. He looked at Ning Xiuma's side profile, and his chest felt as if there were waves rolling in the ocean. Ning Xiuma was also a little sleepy after being tormented for so long. She closed her eyes and wanted to sleep again. However, there was one more person in the room, and the one more was Shui Lan. She felt a little uneasy, and she didn't know what to feel. She had to get used to it. Everything would be fine once she got used to it. Once upon a time, didn't she and Shun Julie sleep in the same room? Even when they slept on the same bed, it didn't feel awkward. She even rolled into his arms when she was asleep. Stop. She couldn't think about him anymore. Sleep, sleep. She tried her best to adjust her breathing and cultivate her sleepiness. Momo, can't you sleep? Shui Lan's voice suddenly sounded from nearby. Ning Xiuma was shocked. She quickly opened her eyes and found that Shui Lan had already dragged his bed closer to hers. The distance between the two beds was only about 10 centimeters. The first thing she saw when she opened her eyes was Shui Lan's enlarged handsome face. She subconsciously retreated into the bed and frowned. Why are you so close to me? Momo, I remember there's a saying in the human world, even in bed, we can talk at night. Let's talk too. What's there talk about? Let's sleep. Ning Xuan leaned inwards, subconsciously keeping a certain distance from him. Momo, if you have a piece of moonlight iron, what kind of weapon do you want? Sword? Ning Xuan yawned. I don't want a sword. I want a saber. Machete. Shui Alan was stunned for a moment. I don't think a machete is suitable for you. Swords are prettier for girls. Weapons are used for self-defense and killing, not for show. Ning Xuan yawned again. I'm not interested in any kind of sword. In fact, she was now scared of any weapon that looked like the Amei piercer. Shui Alan was also a smart person. He suddenly understood. His eyebrows slightly curved. Okay, then I'll make a saber. After talking with him, Ning Xuan felt less sleepy. She was somewhat curious. You have moonlight iron. Shui Alan smiled and spread his palm flat. A large piece of moonlight iron appeared in his hand. It was a very large piece. It was half the length of his arm. In the room, it flickered with a moon-like luster. The best quality moonlight iron. It was simply the ancestor of moonlight iron. Ning Xuan suddenly opened her eyes wide and stared at the piece of moonlight iron. Her heart skipped a beat. She turned and stared at Shui Alan. You've been going out early and coming back late these days. Are you looking for moonlight iron? Shui Alan smiled. I'm quite lucky. I actually found a large piece so quickly. Chapter 1374. Ning Xuan had also made moonlight iron before, so she knew how hard it was to make it. It was even harder than winning the lottery. It was rare for him to have the heart to go out early and return late every day to make this for her. Her heart was a little sour, but also a little warm. She took the moonlight iron and looked at it. I think this piece of iron can be used to make 2 weapons. Then how about we make 2 weapons? I also lack a suitable weapon, so let's make a pair of knives. Shui Alan's eyes sparkled. Ning Xuan's heart jumped. Wouldn't that make it a couple's knives? Shui Alan looked in her eyes. Momo, don't worry. This piece of iron can be used to make your machete first, and I'll make a small knife with the rest. He only wanted to have one thing that he could share with her. Ning Xuan turned to look at him. You're thinking too much. I'm not afraid of not having enough materials. Shui Alan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then there's no problem. Don't worry. I'll definitely make the best knife in the world for you. Ning Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Shui Alan, you don't have to be so good to me. She only promised to try it with him, but she didn't say that she would marry him. Him doing this made her feel even more burdened. Momo, you deserve the best. No matter how good I am to you, it's never too much. You don't have to do anything. You just have to give me a chance to be good to you. Shui Alan's eyes sparkled like the moonlight in the night. Ning Xuan didn't say anything. She looked at Shui Alan in a daze. The moonlight in the room was half bright and half dark. Under the moonlight, Ning Xuan's skin was like jade, and her eyes were like a lake under the moonlight, sparkling and shining. Perhaps the moonlight was too beautiful, but the atmosphere in the room gradually became ambiguous. By the time Ning Xuan noticed something, she was shocked to find that Shui Alan's face was already less than a foot away from her. Ning Xuan's body stiffened as his hot breath blew against her face. Instinctively, she wanted to retreat, but Shui Alan sighed softly. Momo. His lips came down on hers. Ning Xuan's heart suddenly trembled. She wanted to raise her hand to stop him, but she seemed to have thought of something, and her hand fell halfway. His lips touched hers, and she clenched her fist to stop herself from rejecting him. She had to take this step. She closed her eyes, wanting to accept the kiss. Boom! The perfectly fine window frame suddenly shattered into pieces. That loud noise shocked the 2 people whose lips had just touched. Before Shui Alan could react, a beam of white light smashed towards him with the force of a thunderbolt. He hurriedly rolled out of the room. His movements were as fast as lightning, and he managed to dodge the fatal blow. However, the bed under him was not so lucky, and it was directly smashed into its chips. Shui Alan directly rolled on the ground. He didn't even have the time to jump up when another white light shot over. This time, it hit his chest directly. If it hit him, Shui Alan's chest would have a big hole, and he would die immediately. Stop! Ning Xuan shouted. In this critical moment, She didn't have time to think carefully. Her body flashed, and she directly threw herself onto Shui Ilan, using her back to block the white light. That white light was about to hit her back, but it was forcefully moved to the side. With a loud bang, Ning Xuema's bed disappeared without a trace. Ning Xuema was still in shock. Before she could do anything else, her back was suddenly tightened, and she was lifted upside down. At the same time, another beam of white light hit Shui Ilan, who was still on the ground. Chapter 1375. Shui Ilan hurriedly rolled to the side, dodging the white light's pursuit. Then, he stood up like a carp. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that no one had time to think. Everything was instinctive. Shui Ilan finally saw the true face of the person who attacked him. Shunjuli. He appeared in the room, his white robe fluttering in the wind. His murderous aura was overflowing. Ning Xuema was held in his arms and couldn't move for a moment. Shunjuli, what are you doing here? Let go of Momo. Shui Ilan threw himself at Shunjuli. Shunjuli didn't have any intention of speaking. His left arm was still holding Ning Xuema. He raised his right hand, and a ball of light formed in his palm. Then, he threw it at Shui Ilan. It could be said that Shui Ilan had fought with him a few times, but this was the first time he tasted a killing move that could directly smash a person into pieces. That white light was extremely powerful. As soon as it was released, it carried a power that could destroy the heavens and exterminate the earth. The other furniture in the room was like paper. Wherever the white light passed, everything turned into fine powder. Those broken pieces were also wrapped in the white light. Between the heaven and earth, a dazzling white light appeared. That power was not something that Shui Ilan could resist at this moment. Shui Ilan threw caution to the wind. He didn't have any intention of retreating. He gritted his teeth and charged at the white light that could destroy him 300 times. At the same time, he released a red light. Put down Momo. Bang! With a loud sound, the red light and the white light collided. It was as if two atomic bombs had collided. The white light smashed apart the red light as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Shui Ilan's body flew out like a kite and crashed into a rock not far away. He immediately vomited blood before he could catch his breath. The white light came at him again. At this moment of life and death, Shui Ilan also went all out. He couldn't dodge in time and could only set up another protective barrier. However, how could this barrier, which he had hastily set up, be a match for the furious Shunjuli? The white light once again destroyed Shui Ilan's protective barrier like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Shui Ilan's body was once again sent flying like a rag at this moment. The buildings and pavilions here were all affected by the destructive white light, flying into the air one after another. The originally clear sky with few stars was now covered by the flying debris and dust. The ground beneath their feet was shaking and everything was being destroyed. When Shui Ilan was sent flying for the second time, he crashed into a big tree behind him. The incomparably sturdy tree, which was as thick as a pig's waist, was actually uprooted by the force of the collision. Shui Ilan's vision suddenly turned black. He felt that this collision seemed to have knocked out his internal organs. His body slid down the tree, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't get up for a while. Stars appeared in front of his eyes, and he saw that the white light was condensing again, but he didn't have the strength to dodge it. His heart turned cold, and he subconsciously closed his eyes. He didn't expect that after practicing hard for so long, he was still far from being Shunjuli's opponent, especially when the other party was furious. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. Cheat! There was a soft sound, as if something sharp had pierced through flesh. The smell of blood seeped out of the air. Shui Ilan hurriedly opened his eyes. What he saw in front of him made him hold his breath. Ning Xuema's palm had a sharp knife pierced into Shunjuli's stomach. Shunjuli's face was pale, and his pair of deep blue eyes looked at her in disbelief. Chapter 1376. Ning Xuema's heart was beating wildly. Her face was also deathly pale. She suddenly slammed her palm down on his chest. Bastard, let go of me. Shunjuli did not dodge and allowed Ning Shuima's palm to land on his chest. She had used quite a bit of strength, causing his body to sway slightly. His arm finally loosened, and Ning Shuima took this opportunity to jump back 3 feet, far away from his aura. She stood there, feeling her fingertips tremble. The moment she saw him, her heart beat like thunder. Before she could find the proper reaction to him, he had already launched a series of killer moves on Shuelan. Each move was more ruthless than the previous, and each move was more deadly than the previous. In a split second, her anger rushed to her head. Why was he not willing to let her go? Why did he want to kill Shuelan? She was so angry that she couldn't help but protect Shuelan. However, she didn't expect that she wouldn't be able to protect him at all. Instead, she was lifted up by him like a little chick and then held tightly in his embrace. He held her so tightly that she almost couldn't breathe. She struggled with all her might, but she was unable to break free from his hold. She could only watch as he hit Shue Ilan again and again, throwing Shue Ilan around like a rag. He was about to fall to his death at that moment. Her blood rushed to her head. Did he think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he was a god? Did he think that he could trample on anyone's dignity? Did he want to catch her and cook her in his copper cauldron? She struggled even harder, but couldn't free herself for a moment. Seeing that Shue Ilan was about to lose his life under her palm, she finally couldn't bear it any longer. The moment she struggled to free her arms, she also pulled out the knife she had hidden in her storage space. Without thinking, she stabbed at his abdomen. She just wanted to force him to let go. She didn't expect to really stab him, nor did she expect to really hurt him. However, this was not the time for her to think about anything else. After she escaped from Shun Julie's grasp, she subconsciously stood in front of Shue Ilan, shielding him behind her. She held her saber across her chest and looked at him warily. She watched as the white robe between his abdomen was quickly dyed red with blood. The bright red color stung her eyes. Shun Julie lowered his eyes and looked at his white robe. He slowly raised his head and stared at Ning Shuima. He watched as she stood in front of Shue Ilan like a mother hen protecting her chicks. Her intention to protect him couldn't be any more obvious. His face became even paler. His arm, which was about to make a move, slowly drooped down. Ning Shuima, in this life you still chose him? His voice seemed calm, but if one listened carefully, one would notice a slight tremor in his voice. Ning Shuima's mind was buzzing at this moment. While countless emotions were roaring in her chest, her mind was blank. She only had one instinct left. She could not let him really kill Shue Ilan. She could not let him catch her and cook her. She suddenly took a step back. Shun Julie, you and I have already cut off all ties. If you want to clean up the sect, come at me. Let him go. He announced to the public that he had cut off all ties with her. He also wanted to clean up the sect himself and not let any sect interfere. Now, he had finally found her. He was finally going to clean up the sect. The knife in her hand was still dripping with blood. She pointed the bloody tip of the knife at her own dantian. Are you going to take back the Sun Moon sect's martial arts that you taught me? You don't have to do it. I'll do it myself. She stabbed the knife at her own dantian. Chapter 1377. She and Shue Ilan were no match for him, even if they worked together. If she did not do something, she and Shue Ilan would die under his hands. Anyway, she did not want the Sun Moon sect's martial arts anymore. She would just destroy herself and return it to him. A white light shot out and hit her saber, sending her saber flying. Ning Shuima's wrist was numb from the shock. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with grief. Shun Julie, I've already escaped here, but you still won't let me go? Fine, come on. If you want to kill me, do whatever you want. She took a step in his direction. Shun Julie's fingers were also trembling. He wanted to say that he had never thought of cleaning up the sect. He wanted to say that he did not want her to be his disciple anymore. That was a joke, and there was no need for that joke to continue. He wanted to say that it was not that he did not want to let her go, but that he could not let himself go. But under such circumstances, he could not say it. She stabbed him again for Shue Ilan. She protected Shue Ilan behind her and stared at him with hatred. At this moment, he could not say it. Perhaps it was really time for him to let go. Let go and help them. He finally took 2 steps back. Fine, I'll let you go, both of you. You're on your own now. As soon as he turned around, his white figure suddenly disappeared. Ning Xiaoma did not expect him to leave just like that. He left so straightforwardly. She was stunned for a moment. She heaved a sigh of relief, but she also felt that she had stepped on air. Her heart was empty. The sword in her hand also fell to the ground after such a series of events. This place was already beyond recognition. All the houses were gone, and the ground was filled with broken stones and bricks. It was like a gravel field. It was not an ordinary mess. The cozy little courtyard that she had stayed in for more than 10 days was nowhere to be found. Ning Xiaoma looked around blankly. At this moment, she had the illusion that there was nowhere to stay in this vast world. After such a series of ups and downs, her gaze once again fell on the spot where Shun Julie had been standing just now. There were bloodstains there. Her heart inexplicably twisted, and she abruptly averted her gaze. It landed on Shui Yilan's body. This time, Shui Yilan was not lightly beaten. His handsome face was green and red. Blood was still dripping from the corner of his lips. He struggled on the ground, but failed to get up. Ning Xiaoma calmed herself down and walked over to take his pulse. Shui Yilan was seriously injured. His heart meridian was almost broken by Shun Julie. Fortunately, his skin was sturdy and his spirit was strong. He could feel that Ning Xiaoma's fingers were cold as she took his pulse. He comforted her. Momo, don't be afraid. This kind of injury is nothing to me. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. He was covered in mud and looked rather dusty, but his eyes were bright. When he looked at Ning Xiaoma, they were like the ripples of a lake. Ning Xiaoma seemed to be a bit absent-minded. She nodded and casually said, "That's good." Shui Yilan's eyes dimmed when he saw her like this. However, he immediately regained his spirit and looked around. He couldn't help but clench his fists in his sleeves. The little love nest that he had spent 10% of his strength to build was destroyed by Shun Julie just like that. It was not easy for him to fight for a spot on the bed. This time, he was seriously injured and urgently needed to cultivate to recover. He could not build a new house for the time being. Momo, let's go into the city. Shui Yilan held Ning Xiaoma's cold fingers. Chapter 1378. Okay, Ning Xiaoma responded. Her eyes were still in a daze. She seemed to be thinking about something, but at the same time, she didn't seem to be thinking about anything. It was as if a ball of wool had been stirred up in her heart. It was a mess, and she couldn't find a clue. She deliberately told herself not to think too much. She helped Shui Yilan sit up and said, "Sit properly. I'll treat your injuries." Without any explanation, she sat behind him and pressed her palms on his back. She skillfully treated his injuries when she channeled her power into her palms and sent her psychokinesis into Shui Yilan's body. She seemed to hear these words. To treat this kind of internal injury, you need to use abrupt force. Use 30% of your strength to go through the back. This was what Shun Julie had taught her before. She used it skillfully every time she treated someone. Now that she was using it again, she couldn't help but think of these words. Her palms trembled. The psychokinesis she sent out almost went into Shui Yilan's body. Shui Yilan's back stiffened. He said softly, "Momo." Since she had cut off all ties with that person, she didn't want to use the martial arts he taught her. However, if she wanted to use psychokinesis to treat internal injuries, she didn't know how to use anything else. She paused for a moment and pulled back her hand in annoyance. Shui Yilan didn't know what she was trying to do. He couldn't help but turn around to look at her. Ning Xiaoma took a deep breath and calmed down. She finally remembered that she could use the medical skills she had learned before. Her acupoint healing method was also very effective. She patted Shui Yilan's shoulder and said, "Don't be distracted. Sit properly." Shui Yilan was speechless. She was the one who was distracted, wasn't she? Ning Xiaoma's acupoint healing method was also very good. Although it wasn't as effective as Shun Julie's method, Shui Yilan was able to stand up after a while. Although his legs were still a little wobbly when he walked, at least she didn't have to carry him. Ning Xiaoma helped him walk to the main road and hailed a passing carriage. The two of them finally entered the city. After finding an inn, Shui Ilan recuperated in the inn for 2 days and finally recovered a little. His body had a good foundation, and he was often injured. Therefore, he had brought some healing elixirs with him. After some treatment, he had recovered about 60 to 70% of his strength. He was thinking about using moonlight iron to forge weapons, so as soon as his body recovered, he dragged Ning Xiuma to the smithy. "What kind of saber do you want to make?" The black-clothed young blacksmith turned the moonlight iron over and over and looked at it several times. Finally, his gaze fell on Ning Xiuma. His tone wasn't very good. He still recognized her. That year, she came here with a white-clothed man to forge weapons. That white-clothed man's Amay piercer was made for her. He still remembered that when the two of them came to take the Amay piercer, this girl's eyebrows were almost blooming with joy. She held the Amay piercer tightly, as if she was afraid that someone would snatch it away from her. Now, there was actually a red-clothed man who took an even bigger piece of moonlight iron to forge something for her. No wonder she didn't want the Amay piercer. It turned out that she had found a better one. The black-clothed young blacksmith's eyes flashed with a trace of injustice. No wonder people said that women were generally fickle. Now it seemed that this was indeed the case. Ning Xiuma was a little absent-minded and didn't hear the black-clothed blacksmith's words. Shui Lan was in a good mood and asked him to bring over various saber designs for Ning Xiuma to choose. Ning Xiuma finally regained her senses. She casually looked at the drawings. Chapter 1379. She suddenly felt a little irritated. "Forget it. Let's not forge it for now. Let's wait until I think of something new. Don't waste this piece of iron." She pulled Shui Lan and left without any explanation. Inside a restaurant, the table in the private room was filled with sumptuous dishes and delicious dishes. Ning Xiuma drank a mouthful of wine. The wine was soft and sweet and was suitable for women to drink. Ning Xiuma didn't want to drink anymore after drinking a mouthful. She slammed the table and called the waiter. "Bring your Lai Hua Chun. That wine will taste good." That wine was the strongest wine in the restaurant, and it was also very common. Ning Xiuma had drunk it once and couldn't forget it. Shui Ilan frowned. "That wine is only for the general public. If you want to drink strong wine, why don't you order something else? How about Tourmaline Autumn? That wine is spicy enough, and it's suitable for us." Ning Xiuma raised her eyebrows. "I think Lai Hua Chun is better. Didn't you often drink that a few days ago?" Shui Lan was surprised. "That wine has a herbal taste, and I don't like it. I never drink it, and I haven't touched wine recently." Ning Xiuma was surprised, and her heart sank. She looked at him. "You haven't drunk wine recently? Did you drink and forget?" Shui Lan shook his head. "How can that be? I haven't touched wine for more than a month. Even if I want to drink, I'll drink Tourmaline Autumn, not Lai Hua Chun." Ning Xiuma's expression changed slightly. She remembered the wine she smelled on the tree that day. Although it was light, she could distinguish it very clearly. If the person who drank wine on the tree that day wasn't Shui Lan, who could it be? Her heart suddenly tightened. If there was someone else in that place, there was no reason why she couldn't sense it, unless that person's skills were much higher than hers. In this world, there were very few people who were much more powerful than her. She could count them with 5 fingers. Then, that person's identity was almost obvious. Bang! While she was distracted, she exerted force in her fingers and crushed a wine glass. The wine spilled all over her hand. "What's wrong with you?" Shui Lan took her hand and wiped it with a handkerchief. Ning Xiuma shook her head. "Nothing." The air was filled with the aroma of wine. Ning Xiuma's heart floated. She vaguely remembered that when Shan Juli's thunderous fury appeared, there seemed to be a faint smell of wine on his body. It was the smell of that blazing spring. However, the situation was too tense and chaotic at that time, so she didn't notice it. Now, he suddenly remembered. After connecting the two situations, she understood the relationship between the two. Shanjili was hiding in that tree that day, with his martial arts. If he didn't want her to see it, she wouldn't have seen it no matter what. As it turned out, he didn't attack them the moment he arrived. She vaguely remembered those few days when she felt like she was being peeped at, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find anyone. Now, she finally understood that her intuition wasn't wrong. There was indeed someone watching her during those few days. Needless to say, that person was Shun Julie. He was always by her side during those few days. If he wanted to clean up the family, he would have done it long ago, right? Then why was he hiding in the dark? She remembered the expression on Shun Julie's face when he was stabbed by her, and the words he said before he left. Ning Xiuma, you still choose him in this life. Okay, I'll let you go. You're on your own. Her heartstrings seemed to have been plucked by someone, and her face turned pale. With a crack, the chopsticks in her hand broke into 2 pieces. Chapter 1380. Momo. Shui Elan held her hand. What's wrong with you? Ning Xiuma's hand trembled, and she quickly withdrew her hand. She was in such a hurry that she knocked over the wine pot on the table. The wine spilled all over the table and dripped down the table. The wine flowed too fast, and Ning Xiuma's reaction was a little slow. She couldn't avoid it, and the wine flowed all over her clothes. Shui Elan was speechless. He slowly withdrew his hand and paused for a moment. Then he took out a handkerchief and squatted down to wipe her clean. She was in such a mess today. She had never been so clueless in her life. She felt panicked and bitter as if her period was coming. She wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. Her eyes were hot and her nose was sour. Ning Xiuma took a deep breath and suppressed the tumultuous emotions in her heart. She tapped her finger on her dress, and the soaked hem of her dress dried instantly. She even smiled freely. Why do I have to use such a stupid method when I have a spell? Shui Elan slowly withdrew his handkerchief and stood up. He smiled. You're right. I'm confused. He looked at the messy cups and plates on the table and called the waiter over. He asked him to remove the wine and dishes and replace them with fresh and steaming dishes. Momo, you must be too tired these 2 days. Eat something. You've lost weight recently. Shui Elan attentively served her food. Ning Xiuma didn't say anything else. She tried her best to calm herself down and return to normal. She ate a few of her favorite dishes. How is it? Shui Elan looked at her with a smile. It's not bad. Ning Xiuma forced a smile. In fact, she couldn't taste anything. She seemed to be very hungry and ate happily. In a short while, she finished a crystal pork shoulder, a plate of prawns, and a plate of soy sauce chicken. Shui Elan was speechless. She ate too much. He didn't say anything else and accompanied her to eat. But his heart slowly sank. She had suffered so much, but deep in her heart, she had not completely given up on Shun Julie, right? She was not behaving as she used to. In the end, Ning Xiuma, if you can hold on, I will marry you. Haven't you always wanted to marry me? Shui Mo, wake up. If you persist, I won't hold a grudge against you for trying to assassinate me. You can even become my disciple. Ning Xiuma, I'm only doing this to get rid of the devil in your body. Come here. I won't kill you. Come here. Let me take a look at your injuries. Ning Xiuma, don't mess around. I'll explain everything to you slowly. Ning Xiuma woke up from her nightmare, drenched in sweat. She dreamed of being thrown into the copper cauldron and being cooked. These days, she appeared calm on the surface, as if she had already forgotten about that injury. It was only at night that the scene that made her soul tremble and wish she was dead would enter her dreams from time to time, becoming a nightmare that she could never wake up from. Every time she had such a dream, she would desperately order herself to wake up. Wake up! In the midst of extreme pain, she would desperately tell herself that it was a dream. Every time, she would struggle bitterly for a long time to get rid of that nightmare and wake up from the sea of bitterness. Then, she would hug herself in the dark night and keep her eyes open until dawn. She had always boasted that her nerves were as thick as a tree, able to withstand any wind and rain. But after coming to this world, she realized that she was also so fragile. She finally realized that she was also a girl. When she was in extreme pain, she also wanted to cry. Chapter 1381. Back then, Yi Qingwan drowned her and almost destroyed her soul. After she escaped, she was traumatized and was afraid of water for a long time. She worked hard and got rid of that trauma with the help of Yifeng. After that incident, She thought that she had cultivated an indestructible body and that her resistance to abuse had increased by several times. She thought that nothing could torture her or traumatize her anymore. However, she did not expect that the part where Shun Julie threw her into the copper cauldron to be boiled alive would become her nightmare again. At that time, the despair, helplessness, loneliness, anger, fear, and pain would engulf her again in her dreams. She could not get rid of it, even if she wanted to. Every time she woke up, she did not dare to think about it again. Her heart would shrink into a ball whenever she thought about it. If she could, she wanted to completely delete this memory from her mind and never remember it again. If she was in the modern world, she would probably go to a psychiatrist. However, she could not do that in this era. She could only endure it by herself. Every time she woke up from a nightmare, she would repeatedly tell herself that it was all in the past and that she should not be afraid anymore. She realized that she was really afraid. She was really afraid. Every time she woke up from a nightmare, her whole body would tremble in fear. She forced herself to pull herself together and to let go completely. Therefore, these days, she never thought about anything related to Shun Julie. Every time his image appeared in her mind, she would quickly slap it back. In this way, she did not even consider the reason why Shun Julie would cook her. Her first reaction when she saw him was the part where he threw her into the copper cauldron. She could not help but be bitter and angry. Everything she did was too extreme. And this time, she woke up from a nightmare again. As usual, she hugged her knees and sat for a while, waiting for those negative emotions to slowly calm down. At first, she refused to think about it. Now, she finally forced herself to endure the discomfort and think about it again. Therefore, the words that Shun Julie said when he was cooking her echoed clearly in her ears for the first time. She clenched her fists so tightly that her fingertips dug into her flesh. She didn't even realize it. Shun Julie, she softly spat out these 3 words in the dark night. This name was like a sharp thorn engraved in her heart that could not be touched. Once touched, her heart would tremble in pain. Are you really doing this for my own good? Boiling me alive was really just an exorcism? Not to take revenge for the past life. Not to avenge Wu Mo? If that's the case, why didn't you tell me beforehand? Why did you lock me up in the frost purgatory for so many days? Why did you disappear with Yunqi for a few days after raping me? In the dark night, everything was silent. Only her low voice trembled in the night. These days, all she could think about was, I have to give up, I have to forget, I have to walk out of this. But today her heart, which had been in complete despair, finally moved a little. She finally began to feel at a loss. She even had the urge to rush to the Sun Moon sect to find Shun Julie and force him to tell her the truth. She hugged her knees in the night and fell into deep thought. She did not realize that Shui Elan had been lying on the roof for a long time. He was lying there for so long that the dew had wet his robe and his eyelashes. The starlight shone into his eyes, but it did not reflect any light. Chapter 1382. The next day, Ning Xiuma woke up with 2 dark circles under her eyes. She looked at herself in the mirror and frowned slightly when she saw her pale face. She closed her eyes and cast a spell on her face. This spell was pretty good. When a faint green light slowly slid across her face, the dark circles under her eyes disappeared. Her skin was flushed, her eyes were watery, and her lips were full. It was more magical than any makeup spell. No matter what, she didn't want others to see her dispirited. Therefore, she dressed herself up beautifully most of the time. This way, she would appear to be in high spirits. She wore a red dress, as usual today. The red dress was like fire, and it made her skin look even brighter. After she finished tidying up, she was shocked when she opened the door. Shui Elan was standing in front of her door and looking at her with a smile. Ning Xiuma raised her head and looked at the sky outside. She then looked at him. You're so early? Morning Star was still there, and the sky hadn't turned bright yet. You're even earlier than me. Shui Elan smiled and held her hand. Let's go. Ning Xiuma subconsciously raised her hand and brushed her hair away. She took the opportunity to avoid his hand. Where are we going? Shui Elan's hand slowly fell, but he didn't show anything on his face. Do you still want to stroll around Bulow City Or, do you want to go somewhere else? Let's go somewhere else. Ning Xiuma walked out in large strides. I've strolled around enough here. All right, we'll do as you say. Shui Ilan's gaze was gentle. Momo, no matter where you go, I'll accompany you. Happy face, Carrot the road was filled with clouds, and the future was boundless. Xiuma, look, isn't the scenery here different from below? Shui Ilan and Ning Xiuma stood side by side in the void. The heavenly wind blew on their robes and made them look like tidal waves. Ning Xiuma glanced at her surroundings. There were bright stars all around, and they looked like diamonds. There was even a meteorite belt where she was standing. Meteorites of varying heights floated around them. They were like hills, giants, and monsters. This kind of scenery was very similar to looking at the scenery outside from a spaceship, and it was very different from looking at it from the mainland. In the past, when Shunjili brought her around to cultivate, they often traveled through different spaces. However, her skills were too low at that time, so she had to be wrapped in a special enchantment before she could pass through these places. However, that special enchantment was milky white, so she couldn't see the scenery outside. She was extremely stifled inside and couldn't wait to pop her head out to sea with him. However, Shunjili had told her before that he wanted her to level up quickly. Once she reached level 8, he wouldn't need the wizardry barrier anymore. She had already reached Earth rank level 9 and was on her way to Heaven rank level 1. Unfortunately, Ning Xiuma pursed her lips lightly and pushed the sudden memory back into the depths of her mind. She turned her head and saw Shui Ilan quietly looking at her. His eyes seemed to be surging with waves. Very beautiful. Ning Xiuma finally spat out these 3 words. She smiled like a flower, making herself look more energetic as she continued to enjoy the scenery around her. Shui Ilan lifted his sleeve and gently hugged her slender waist. He tentatively lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Then I'll bring you out often in the future, okay? Momo, Xiuma, when I first found this place, I fantasized that one day I would be able to stand side by side with you and watch the stars fall and the sun and moon change. Ning Xiuma's body slightly stiffened. She was about to push him away, but Shui Ilan just kissed her and gently let her go. Chapter 1383. Ning Xiuma's body stiffened slightly. She wanted to push him away, but Shui Ilan only kissed her and gently let her go. His eyes were still looking into hers. Momo, what do you think? Come here often in the future? Most likely. Okay. The 2 figures gradually went further and further away. Just as their figures disappeared into the distance, a white-robed figure appeared where they had been standing. The wind blew his clothes, making his figure look somewhat bleak. Shunjili looked into the distance. The silhouette of the 2 people walking side by side was like a poisoned knife, slowly twisting into his heart. It was a clear pain. He lowered his eyes slightly and pulled the corners of his lips. A few days ago, when he was looking for the herbs to make the demon vanquishing soup, he had also passed by this place. When he saw the beautiful scenery here, his first thought was to bring her here to enjoy the scenery in the future. However, he didn't expect that the one who brought her here to enjoy the scenery would not be him. It was another man. His stomach started to hurt again, as if the wound had opened up again. It was so painful that it made him want to bare his fangs and brandish his claws. He didn't know how long he stood there. It was so long that the 2 figures could no longer be seen, as if they had really walked out of his world. Perhaps, in the future, he wouldn't be in her world anymore. He took a light breath. He, Shunjili, had never been a long-winded person. He did things directly and efficiently. Since he had said that he would let go, he shouldn't be entangled here and look for trouble. He slowly turned around. He found a direction opposite to theirs and resolutely left. Xiuma, what are you looking at? Shui Ilan and Ning Xiuma were currently walking through a meteorite belt. Far in the distance, there was a dark blue planet surrounded by milky white clouds. It was a beautiful sight to behold from where they were. It looked like looking at the Earth from outer space. It actually made Ning Xiuma's eyes a little dry, and a trace of homesickness rose in her heart. If she landed on that planet now, would she be able to go home? Would she be able to return to her own era? Back then, After she had transmigrated, she had discussed with Tom about finding an immortal or simply becoming an immortal herself and transmigrating back to her own time. After that, too many things happened, and her desire to go home faded. Now that this thought was born, it spread like a prairie in her heart. She looked at the planet, and the strange feeling in her heart grew stronger, as if something was calling her from there. She couldn't help but fly a few steps forward. Almost at the same time, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared under her feet. This whirlpool appeared so suddenly that Ning Xiuma was not prepared at all. Her body was immediately pulled into the whirlpool and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Momo. Shuilan turned pale with fright. This place was a space-time crevice, and the aura was extremely chaotic. There were many such space-time crevices that allowed people like them to come and go freely. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into one of them and never find his way home again. He shouldn't have let go of her hand. Almost without thinking, he followed suit and jumped down as well. Even if he got lost, he wanted to get lost with her. He would never let her be alone again. Coarse sand and stones covered the entire land, and the fierce wind blew from one end to the other. The turbulent sea raged around the island, setting off waves that were several feet high. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and from time to time, there were flashes of lightning, followed by heavy rain. Chapter 1384. All of this was the scenery that Ning Xiuma was currently standing on. It was desolate, cold, and uninhabited. Not long after Ning Xiuma landed on the ground, she understood that this place was a dead land. There were no signs of human habitation, nor were there any other living creatures. There wasn't even a single weed. Perhaps it was because of the frequent heavy rain, but the surface of the ground was riddled with holes. The exposed rocks on the ground were carved into all kinds of strange shapes by the rain blades. They stood there silently, looking like they had been through the vicissitudes of life. Ning Xiuma stood on a rock. The rain raged around her, but when it was about to fall on her, it bounced off as if it had hit a barrier. It was obvious that there was a rainproof barrier around her. Ning Xiuma looked at the sea not far away and saw Shui Ilan emerging from the turbulent sea. Momo. Shui Ilan's figure rose and floated to her side. He sized her up from head to toe, and only after confirming that she was all right did he feel relieved. He looked around again and frowned slightly. This place is not a place for people to stay. Shall we leave? Ning Xiuma shook her head slightly and only said 3 words, "Let's wait and see." Then she strode forward. With their current skills, it was easy to leave this dead land. However, when Ning Xiuma landed, she had a very strange feeling. It was as if there was something calling out to her in this place, making her heart sink. Shui Ilan naturally wouldn't disobey her. He walked side by side with her and took a few steps forward. In such a desolate place, there might be some ferocious creatures hiding in the dark. If he moved forward a little, he could protect her from any possible harm. Momo, what do you want to see? Shui Ilan was a little puzzled. Ning Xiuma and he had been running in this broken place for almost 2 hours. Along the way, they saw only stones and stones. There was no other scenery at all. Of course, they didn't encounter any attacks. Besides the 2 of them, there was no other living creature on this planet. This place is a bit strange. Ning Xiuma frowned. Lan Shan, don't you have a very strange feeling? Shui Lan sensed for a bit, but he only sensed that this place was a land of death and nothing else. This place shouldn't be inhabited, and there shouldn't be any other species. It's not suitable for living. Shui Lan said honestly. At the very least, there was no oxygen here. He and Ning Xiuma had to rely on spells to maintain their breathing. Ning Xiuma paused for a moment. Shui Lan was relatively sensitive to external objects. Since he didn't feel anything, was there something wrong with her sixth sense? Or was she the only one who could feel the calling? Suddenly, an indescribable fear rose in her heart. It seemed that if she continued to explore, a huge secret would surface. What's wrong? Shui Lan held her hand. Her hand was slightly cold, and there seemed to be cold sweat in her palm. Nothing. Ning Xiuma took a deep breath and calmed her mind. Let's continue walking. She had reached this point in her life. She was no longer afraid of any big secret that could threaten her. She wasn't even afraid of death. What was there to be afraid of? She had always been a rash person. Since she had decided on something, she would do it without restraint. She once again sprinted forward, and Shwe Ilan naturally followed her closely. The calling became more and more obvious. It was as if there were stones superimposed on her heart. Her heart became heavier and heavier. Finally, Ning Shuima's footsteps suddenly stopped. Her gaze landed on a cliff in front of her. Chapter 1385. Shwe Ilan naturally looked over as well, then stiffened. There was actually a coffin suspended in the air above the cliff in front of them. The coffin was black, dark and gloomy without any luster. Hanging there all alone, it gave off a feeling of desolation and vicissitudes. This was a land of death without any living creatures, nor were there any traces of human activity. How could there be such a coffin out of thin air? Who was inside the coffin? Ning Shuima's eyes were also fixed on the coffin. She was already very sure that the indescribable summoning was coming from inside the coffin, causing her heart to tighten. Her hands and feet were somewhat cold, and her legs were stiff. For a moment, she didn't have the courage to rush over. Shwe Ilan's eyes also fell on the coffin, and his pupils slightly shrank. Soul coffin. The dark coffin, which was made of an unknown material, was actually condensed using an ancient forbidden soul technique. A coffin condensed using this soul technique could ensure that the corpse inside wouldn't rot for 10,000 years. However, this soul technique also had a special characteristic. Although this kind of coffin could preserve the corpse, it could also place a curse on the owner of the corpse inside. The person inside had to endure 1,000 years of wind and rain, and their soul couldn't reincarnate. Even if they did, their fate would be extremely miserable. All kinds of bad luck generally didn't have a good ending. Shwe Ilan's fingers in his sleeves suddenly trembled slightly. In his impression, there weren't many people who knew this kind of curse technique. It was a secret technique of the demon realm that couldn't be passed on. Moreover, it could only be done by a third-level heaven realm expert. And in the demon realm, there were only 3 people who had reached this level in the past. Himself, Shwe Emo, and the demon ancestor. Shwe Ilan looked at Ning Shuima beside him, and a bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. She was the reincarnation of Shwe Emo, and also had the fate of being a star of calamity, plagued by disasters. Could it be that inside this coffin was the corpse of Shwe Emo, whom he had been searching for all these years? In the end, who killed Shwe Emo and used this kind of curse technique to seal her here? Who would hate her so much? In the past, after he was sealed, what in the end happened that caused Shwe Emo's tragic death? He stared at the coffin, unable to move for a moment. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, and his hands and feet turned cold. He watched as Ning Shuima walked forward step by step as if she was being summoned. He couldn't help but turn pale. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. Perhaps this was the truth that he had painstakingly searched for. But now, his beloved had finally returned to his side. He only wanted to make good use of the present. He didn't want to investigate the truth of the past anymore. If Ning Shuima knew the truth of what happened that year, she was afraid that Shwe Ilan didn't dare to think about it anymore. That's it. It was summoning him. Ning Shuima made up her mind and pulled Shwe Ilan's arm. Lan Shan, let's go up and take a look. She turned her head and saw that Shwe Ilan's face was unusually pale. His eyes were also staring at the coffin. He seemed to be sad, happy, fearful, and expectant. His white, jade-like forehead was dripping with sweat, and his expression was unprecedentedly strange. What's wrong? Ning Shuima was astonished. Shwe Ilan's arms stiffened, and the expression in his eyes changed intensely. Finally, he focused on Ning Shuima's face. Momo, do you want to change your fate of being a star of calamity? Ning Shuima nodded. Yes. Shwe Ilan slightly closed his eyes. Good. Then let's go take a look. Chapter 1386. Shwe Ilan closed his eyes and said, All right, let's go take a look. He seemed to have made up his mind. Without any hesitation, he pulled Ning Shuima and flew towards the coffin. The place where the coffin was hung was neither the sky nor the ground. It was right in the middle of a tall mountain peak, on a small platform that protruded out. The coffin occupied the entire platform, and there was no place to stand. Birds would find it difficult to fly over, and monkeys would find it difficult to climb over. Fortunately, the two of them could stand even if they were suspended in the air, so it wasn't a problem for them to climb up. Ning Xiuma floated next to the coffin and looked down at it. She felt a little conflicted. There were complicated starry patterns on the coffin lid, and a faint red light flowed through the patterns. It was mysterious and ancient. This coffin wasn't an ordinary coffin. It seemed like something was sealed inside. Could it be that another monster like Xue Ilan was sealed inside? Back then, she had opened Xue Ilan's crystal coffin in a fit of excitement. In the end, it was like opening Pandora's box. Countless troubles came pouring out. What about this coffin? She looked at it carefully. The entire coffin seemed to be overflowing with sadness. When Ning Xiuma got close to it, she felt extremely depressed. The coffin wasn't transparent, so the two of them couldn't see what was inside. Xue Ilan touched the coffin lid, and his face became even paler. His fingers tightened. He wanted to open the coffin lid, but he didn't have the courage to do so. Ning Xiuma hesitated for a moment. Subconsciously, she felt that she should open the coffin. Finally, she put her hand on the coffin lid, wanting to see the patterns first. Xue Ilan opened his mouth and raised his hand as if to stop her. However, he couldn't raise his hand and put it down. Maybe it was fate. Maybe it was God who arranged for her to come here. Maybe it was to let her regain her true self. Just as Ning Xiuma's hand was placed on top of the coffin lid, the incomparably heavy and mysterious coffin lid started to ripple under her hand. The red light from the decorative pattern also revolved around her hand at high speed. My head hurts. He had a splitting headache. Countless things crazily swarmed into her body through her arm. Her face turned pale, and she subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand. However, her fingers seemed to be glued to it, and she couldn't lift them no matter how hard she tried. She felt dizzy as countless memory fragments spun madly in her mind. Scenes of the past, scenes of memories played in her mind like a movie. She finally saw Xue Emo again, but this time, she was no longer a spectator, but a true character. It was only at this moment that she suddenly realized that she had once dreamed about Xue Emo. The bitter, spicy, sour, sweet, and salty experiences of Xue Emo swirled in her heart, as if she had personally experienced them. Scenes flashed through his mind. Some were as clear as yesterday, while others were as blurry as clouds. Xue Emo, the daughter of the devil ancestor, and Xue Yitan's twin sister. Because only one person could inherit the devil ancestor. The devil ancestor made the two girls kill each other. In the end, Xue Emo won and became the successor of the devil ancestor. It wasn't until the moment she became the devil ancestor's successor that she finally knew one of the devil ancestor's secrets. The devil ancestor's inheritance was very special. When the devil ancestor's successor cultivated to a certain level, the devil ancestor would give half of his devil chi to her. At that time, the successor could find a man to marry. Chapter 1387. Because of the special devil chi in her body, the man who married her would consume his telekinesis during intercourse with her again and again, and she would absorb it. The man would become weaker and weaker, while she would become stronger and stronger, and her skills would also become higher and higher. As the husband of the devil ancestor's successor, he had to have the awareness of being a male praying mantis. After the devil ancestor's successor became pregnant, the successor's temperament would change greatly. She would completely tear her man apart and swallow him into her belly. Only in this way could she give birth to the next generation of twins and pass down the devil ancestor's legacy. The old devil ancestor would pass down the last half of his power after the birth of the next generation's successor, and then disappear between heaven and earth. According to the convention of the devil world, after Xue Emo became the successor, the devil ancestor would choose the strongest man in both the devil world and the devil world to be her husband. Xue Emo was unwilling to accept this fate of being manipulated, but she was powerless to change it. Fortunately, The devil world's talents had withered in those years, and the devil ancestor hadn't chosen a husband for her, which allowed her to breathe a little. Later, she met Shui Ilan. She knew that Shui Ilan liked her, but she didn't dare to like him. Shui Ilan was the only person she could rely on and trust in this icy devil palace. She didn't want him to become her husband and become a sacrifice. Therefore, every time Shui Ilan expressed his feelings to her openly or secretly, she would casually reject him. She only wanted him to be her friend. Later, in order to save her, Shui Ilan was seriously injured by Shun Julie Zither, and his life was hanging by a thread. The devil ancestor told her that in order to save Shui Ilan, she had to obtain the heart blood of a god as a primer within a year. Shui Imo had no other choice. After weighing the pros and cons several times, she deliberately made a ruse and let herself fall into the hands of those she bought in advance. After going through untold hardships, she successfully mixed in with Shun Julie's side. Because of her pestering, Shun Julie's initial indifference to her gradually turned into pampering. And here, she tasted the taste of being pampered and the beauty of love. She also lived like a real girl. She knew how to cry, laugh, act spoiled, and be unreasonable. Only when she was by Shun Julie's side did she feel like she was living under the sun. She no longer felt sad because of the bloody killings that popped up from time to time. Her feelings for Shun Julie were very strange. In the beginning, he was the hidden sunshine in her heart. Later on, he almost killed her only friend, Shui Ilan. She started to hate him. When she first came to his side, everything she did was just an act for that one purpose. However, she didn't know when she really fell in love with Shun Julie. By the time she realized this, it was already too late. And Shun Julie was really good to her, almost spoiling her to the heavens. The year she spent by his side was the happiest year of her life. She even had the thought of staying by his side for the rest of her life. She began to feel conflicted, hesitant, and uneasy, and the devil ancestor often secretly sent people to contact her, threatening her with Shui Ilan's life to force her to make a move. Shui Imo, through a series of indirect inquiries and overt and covert inquiries, knew that the lifespan of a god was endless. He couldn't be killed. Even if his heart was dug out, he wouldn't die. At most, he would be seriously injured. Knowing this, Shui Imo finally steeled her heart and decided to make a move. The last chaotic battle between immortals and devils was incited by the devil ancestor. At that time, Ning Xiuma was by Shun Julie's side. Chapter 1388. The final battle between the immortals and devils was instigated and provoked by the devil ancestor. Ning Xiuma was by Shun Julie's side. Taking advantage of the fierce battle between him and the devil ancestor, she deliberately let herself be captured by the devil ancestor. Taking advantage of the time when Shun Julie came to save her, she stabbed her sword into Shun Julie's chest and finally took the blood from his heart. The moment the blood flowed out, Shui Imo's face paled, and her heart felt like it was being twisted. When Shun Julie unwillingly asked her, "Was everything just an act?" she cruelly answered, "Yes," because she knew that after she stabbed her sword, it was impossible for them to be together again. That love was like a flower in the water or the moon in the fog. Once it was scattered, and it was irretrievable. Even if Shun Julie was willing to forgive her in the future, she still didn't want to return to his side. Because she knew the demonic nature of her body, she didn't want to implicate even Shui Ilan, let alone Shun Julie. After she took the blood from his heart, she didn't hesitate to slap him away. Although it seemed fierce, she still had a sense of propriety. She wouldn't make things worse for him. The place where he was slapped away was also a place where there were many people in the immortal world. She felt that even if he suffered such a serious injury, he should have enough ability to protect himself. Even if a devil soldier or devil general took the opportunity to attack him, they wouldn't succeed. She didn't expect the devil ancestor to attack again. She also didn't expect that Shun Julie didn't use psychokinesis to protect himself at that time. She looked on helplessly as the devil ancestor flew out a highly poisonous knife silk and stabbed into Shun Julie's heart. The purplish red blood that followed stung her eyes, and her heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a knife. She subconsciously wanted to rush back to check on him, but the devil ancestor's soft rope wrapped around her waist and pulled her into the palanquin. From the palanquin, she finally saw Long Chuan risking his life to save Shun Juli on the battlefield and fleeing far away. In that battle, the demons won a great victory. Meanwhile, Shui Emo was also flattered by the group of devils. She was too lazy to pay attention to them and immediately went to see the devil ancestor. Naturally, she also went to see Shui Ilan. It wasn't easy for her to get the heart blood of a god. She wanted to personally feed it to Shui Ilan. What she didn't expect was that when she carefully carried the bottle of heart blood to the demon alpha's residence, she saw Shui Ilan, who had completely recovered from his injuries. At that moment, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She stood there and watched as Shui Ilan walked towards her with a smile, unable to react. The blood bottle in her hand was easily taken away by the demon ancestor. In the darkness, she could only hear the greedy, swallowing sound. The demon ancestor praised her and said that she was a hero who had eliminated a strong opponent in the demon world. His voice was full of pride. He then told her with a smile that Shui Ilan had already woken up half a year ago. It was just that his injuries hadn't healed yet, and he had been quietly recuperating in the demon palace. In the end, the demon ancestor didn't forget to show off to Shui. Emo, look at how good this lord is to you. In order to save this subordinate of yours, this lord spent a lot of effort. This bottle of blood is your compensation to this lord. Now, this lord has given you a lively and healthy him. Are you satisfied? Shui, you finally understood that all of this was just a trap set up by the demon ancestor. A trap for her to assassinate Shun Juli. At this time, Shui Emo could only grit her teeth and swallow her pride. She woodenly said that she was satisfied and slowly walked out, leaving Shui Ilan hanging there. She knew that it was impossible for her and Shun Juli to be together. She knew that in the battle between the immortal Tao and the demon Tao, for the sake of victory and defeat, both sides would use tricks. Chapter 1389. She knew that she should completely let go of Shun Juli. From now on, he would walk his own path, and she would walk her own path. Her future path was to be a cold-blooded and emotionless devil ancestor. She would copy the path of the previous devil ancestor and reproduce from generation to generation. She knew all of this, but when she truly let go, she would no longer be able to see him when she opened her eyes every day. She would no longer be able to jump around beside him. She would no longer be able to eat the fish he roasted, the food he cooked, the tea he brewed. She would no longer be able to hear him call her Momo. Only then did she know that the pain of yearning was unbearable. She fell seriously ill. Every day, when she closed her eyes, she would see his eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything, but also seemed to be deathly still. Shui Ilan came here almost every day to watch over her, but she didn't want to pay attention to him. Every time she saw Shui Ilan, she would think of the stupid things she had done. Her heart would hurt even more, and she would feel even more sad. While she was sick, she also heard that the devil world had taken the opportunity to attack the immortal world several times. Every time, they won a great victory. The immortal world's vitality was greatly damaged, while the devil world's morale was high. Then, she inadvertently heard from a devil general that Shun Juli had died. At that moment, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Naturally, she didn't believe it. She thought that at most, he would fall seriously ill, and his power would decrease a bit. He was a god. How could he die from a stab to the heart? However, the devil ancestor had appeared at some point and earnestly told her that her constitution was the best weapon to kill a god. After Shun Juli joined with her, although the devil chi in her body wouldn't weaken him to the point of death, it would make his god body undergo a huge change. Within a year, his body would be in a half-human, half-god state, and his power would also decrease greatly. After a year, he would be able to slowly cultivate and adjust back. Within 3 years, he would regain his god body, and he would still be invincible in the world, Although his power wasn't weak in his half-human, half-god state, his body was still afraid of being injured. If his heart was stabbed, he would still die. What's more, the sword that Shwe Emo used to kill him was specially made. It was called the God-slaying sword. The moment the sword was inserted, the first thing to be destroyed was not the heart, but the body. In addition, Demon Alpha wanted to kill Shun Julie completely. She used her extremely poisonous knife silks to make up for it. She took advantage of the situation to crush Shun Julie's heart. That's why Shun Julie must be dead. The demon realm has finally gotten rid of such a huge threat. Momo, your contribution cannot go unnoticed. The devil ancestor concluded with these words. Seeing that Shwe Emo was still in a daze, the devil ancestor laughed out loud and finally disappeared with satisfaction. Shwe Emo's mind rumbled. When she finally reacted, she turned her head and saw Shwe Elon standing not too far away. His red robe danced in the dark night like a flame of despair. Momo, is this true? For the sake of the devil world, you really gave your body to that man. This was the first time Shwe Elon, who had always been calm and gentle to her, spoke so sharply to her. Shwe Emo closed her eyes. She didn't want to answer him, and she didn't want to explain. In her heart, it was the stupidest thing in the world, and she wished she could erase it from her life. She was even more tired of living in the demon palace. Of course, she didn't see Shun Julie's corpse with her own eyes. She didn't believe that he was really dead. She didn't give up and still held on to a tiny bit of hope. She finally found an opportunity to sneak out of the demon realm and sneaked into Shun Julie's former residence. However, she only saw desolation. Shun Julie and Long Chuan were nowhere to be found. Chapter 1390. She didn't give up and went to the illusory castle. That place was also cold and cheerless. She didn't see a single person, and there were still remnants of his aura in the air. Shwe Emo sat blankly on the cloud bed for a moment. Her heart was uncomfortably empty, as if she had stepped on the edge of a cliff. Only her heart was left to fall into hell. Longing was like weeds. Once it grew, it would spread and become a disaster. She began to use all kinds of connections, openly and secretly inquiring about Shun Julie's whereabouts, but no one knew. Shun Julie seemed to have really disappeared from this world. No one could find any trace of him or find his whereabouts. Shwe Emo stood in the boundless world, not knowing where to go for a while. The more she couldn't find him, the more she wanted to find him. In the end, she simply searched crazily, and her footprints went to every corner of the three realms. She told herself that she only wanted to confirm whether he was dead or alive. As long as he was alive, as long as she could confirm that he was alive, she could leave with peace of mind. Even if the two of them became enemies from now on, there would still be a chance to meet. It was always better than nothing. Perhaps the heavens were grateful for her heart, but she finally received a piece of news that she didn't know whether it was true or false. Shun Julie had been brought back to the Qilin clan by Long Chuan. After a series of hardships inconvenient for outsiders, she finally found the always mysterious Qilin clan. Then, she secretly sneaked in. When she was with Shun Julie, she hid her strength. In the eyes of the people of the immortal world, she was a seductive vixen. Her ability to charm people was amazing, but her actual ability wasn't much. In the past year, Shun Julie had taught her a lot of martial arts, such as the art of breaking enchantments and some cultivation techniques. Other techniques weren't of much use to her this time, but breaking barriers allowed her to avoid the patrols of the Qilin clan. Quietly, she entered the most secret and core secret room of the Qilin clan. Here, she finally saw the Shun Julie that she had yearned for day and night. He was lying there quietly, motionless with a snow-white complexion. She slowly walked over, her whole body trembling. Step by step, she walked to his side. Then, she stretched out her trembling hand to check his aura. The moment she touched his wrist, her heart completely sank into an icy abyss. His body was cold and stiff, lying there like a statue, without any signs of life. The rumors in the outside world were not wrong. He was really dead. Shwe Emo could no longer stand. She fell down in front of his chilled jade couch, one of her hands tightly gripping his, unwilling to let go. His vision turned black, and he felt as if he was drowning, unable to breathe. She sat there for an unknown amount of time before she finally sat up, as if she had suddenly realized something. She unbuttoned his shirt and saw the wound on his chest. There was a bloody hole there, and his heart was shattered beyond recognition. She trembled as she hugged his waist, desperately transferring her psychokinesis to him. Shinjuli had taught her how to heal wounds caused by swords and knives. He had even used his psyche power to heal her. The method she used was exactly what Shinjuli had taught her. Every time Shinjuli used it on her, she could see her wound heal very quickly. After she learned it, she had once looked for an opportunity to test it on Shinjuli. Seeing the small wound she had bitten on his finger heel at a speed visible to the naked eye, it showed that she had already mastered this technique. Chapter 1391. But when she used it on Shinjuli, it didn't have any effect. She channeled her psychokinesis until she was dizzy. The bloody hole was still a bloody hole, shining brightly and stinging her eyes. She didn't know how long she tossed around beside him. In the end, she simply hugged his hand, trying to use her body temperature to warm him up. She tossed around until Long Chuan, who was guarding Shinjuli's corpse, returned. She didn't want to face Long Chuan anymore, so she promptly turned invisible and left. She began to inquire about various methods of reviving people in the three realms. Finally, she heard that the moonlight flute, which was produced by the Immortal Kingdom, was made from moonlight iron. Once it was blown, it could gather souls and bring people back to life. Thus, she went to the Immortal Kingdom and searched for moonlight iron on the mountain for more than a month without rest. Finally, she found a piece of moonlight iron that could be used to make a moonlight flute. She handed it to the blacksmith there, asking him to forge it for her. Making a moonlight flute was very time-consuming. She made an appointment with the blacksmith and left. Then, she returned to the Immortal Demon Continent to see if there were any other methods. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she wouldn't give up. She just didn't expect that there would be an even bigger accident waiting for her. She had just returned to the Immortal Kingdom when she met Shueilon. For more than a month, she had been running around incognito. Even the people of the demon world couldn't find a trace of her. Only Shueilon, who was the only one who understood and knew her, was familiar with her aura and was familiar with her way of hiding. So he found her. After not seeing each other for only a few months, Shueilon had also lost a lot of weight. In the wilderness, he stood there, wearing a big red robe, looking at her. "Momo, you've lost weight." Shueilon's feelings were very complicated. Subconsciously, she still didn't want to see Shueilon again, because when she saw him, she would think of the sword she stabbed Shinjuli with. She faintly nodded to him and prepared to leave. Shueilon spoke from behind her. "Momo, he's already dead. Can you forget him? Let's start over, okay?" Shueimo didn't pay attention to him and didn't even stop her footsteps. There were some things that couldn't be forgotten or let go just like that. He's a god, not a human. If he's dead, he's dead. He can't be revived with a moonlight flute. "You're just wasting your efforts," Shueilon said. Shueimo turned around to look at him, her face slowly turning pale. "You know that I made the moonlight flute? Did you do something behind my back again?" Shueilon looked at her with a hint of hurt in his eyes. "Momo, do you not trust me that much? If I wanted to play tricks on the moonlight flute, I wouldn't tell you now." Shueimo let out a sigh of relief. Shueilon smiled bleakly. "Momo, don't tell me you don't even trust me now. No matter what, I won't harm you." Shueimo pursed her lips. "No, I trust you." In this world, the only person she trusted was him. "Momo, let's find a place to sit down. I want to talk to you." Shueilon's eyebrows relaxed. He walked over and held her hand as usual. "Maybe I can help you a little." Shueimo took a step back to avoid him. When she heard his last sentence, her eyes lit up. "You have a way." Shueilon slowly let go of his empty hand and sighed. "Maybe. Let's find a place to rest first. I'll tell you in detail." Chapter 1392. He looked at her with a gentle gaze. "Momo, you're as pale as a ghost right now. You must rest first." Shueimo couldn't persuade him, so she naturally didn't give up any hope. She found a restaurant with him and asked for a private room. chatting while eating. During their conversation, Shui Emo learned that the demon world was in chaos because of her departure. She didn't know how many people the demon ancestor had sent out to look for her. He was also sent by the demon ancestor. Shui Ilan asked her if she would never return to the demon world. Shui Emo's reply was straightforward. If I can't resurrect him, I will never return. Shui Ilan was slightly sad. So you really like him that much? But even if you resurrect him, so what? Even if he resurrects, I'm afraid he won't forgive you. Why are you so persistent? Shui Emo didn't want to answer his question. Right now, she only wanted to resurrect Shanjili. She didn't care about anything else. She looked at Shui Ilan. You came to find me just to talk about this? I still have things to do. Just as she was about to say goodbye, Shui Ilan finally sighed. Momo, sit down and listen to me. Have you heard of the whirling ginseng fruit? Shui Emo was somewhat at a loss. She had heard of the whirling ginseng fruit and the whirling ginseng fruit, but she had never heard of it. But now that Shui Ilan mentioned it, there must be a reason, so she sat down again. From Shui Ilan's words, she knew that the whirling ginseng fruit was a sacred fruit that grew in the forbidden land of ice and snow. It bore fruit once every 3,000 years, one at a time. It looked like a human heart and was called the Heart of God. It could resurrect all living things in the three realms. Finally, Shui Ilan explained to her, of course, this thing is extremely rare. It's hard to say whether it has this function or not. Moreover, the place where the whirling ginseng fruit grows is guarded by ancient mythological beasts. It's not easy to get close. He mentioned a lot of difficulties. Shui Emo only asked one question. Where is this forbidden land of ice and snow? Shui Ilan clenched his fists. Momo, you have to understand that your martial arts body is of the fire attribute, while that place is of the water attribute. The danger there is beyond your imagination. Perhaps you will lose your life before you reach the tree. Even if you risked your life to defeat those mythological beasts, the fruits on the tree might not have grown yet, or they might not have matured yet. Even if you risked your life, you might not get anything. At the very least, even if you go through all the hardships to get that fruit, you might not be able to resurrect Shunjili. I think you should think about it carefully. Is it worth it to go there? Shui Emo's expression didn't change. She still asked the same question. Where is this forbidden land of ice? In her heart, there was no such thing as whether it was worth it or not. Shui Ilan looked at her for a long time. Finally, he closed his eyes and smiled bitterly. I knew it. This would be the result. Momo, I'll take you there. I've been there before. As expected, Shui Ilan took her to the forbidden land of ice and snow. It was a place comparable to the North and South Poles. Ice and snow covered the entire Earth. Ice towers and icebergs could be seen everywhere. The cold here wasn't in the ordinary sense. Every wind that blew here seemed to drill into a person's bones, freezing them from the depths of their marrow to the outside. Even if she used psychokinesis, it wouldn't help. She could only rely on her origin flame to warm herself. Not only was it cold, but there were also all kinds of vicious beasts. Shui Emo's whole body was frozen stiff. Chapter 1393. Shui Emo's whole body was frozen stiff. She and Shui Ilan worked together to kill all kinds of monsters that attacked her. After untold hardships, they finally found the dancing tree. Under the dancing tree, there was a huge swan and eye wandering around. This mythological beast was like a trap. Only by killing this mythological beast could they see the ginseng fruit on the dancing tree. Shui Emo didn't hesitate to fight with the swan and eye. Shui Ilan naturally joined in, but halfway through the fight, he suddenly fell into a crack in the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shui Emo wanted to pull him back, but she couldn't. She could only watch him disappear into the crack. Fortunately, she knew that Shui Ilan wouldn't die. With his martial arts, even if he was buried alive, he could come out again. So she couldn't save him in time because the swan and eye was still fighting her. Once provoked, the swan and eye would fight with all its might, unless she gave up on the ginseng fruit and escaped. But once she escaped, all her previous efforts would be wasted. At this time, Shui Emo could only fight with all her might against the ancient mythological beast alone. It was the most difficult battle in history. Shui Emo's whole body was covered in wounds. Her bones could be seen, and blood kept flowing out. The mythological beast also didn't have any advantage, and its injuries were more serious than hers. 3 days and 3 nights of fierce fighting. The Swan and I was ferocious and had thick blood. Even Shun Julie had to spend a lot of effort to defeat it, let alone Shui Emo, whose martial arts were far inferior to his. Shui Emo didn't know how many times she had faced life and death in this fierce battle, but she had broken through. She also had many opportunities to escape, but she chose to give them all up. The only thing she didn't give up was the dancing ginseng fruit. She had already disregarded life and death. Even if she had to risk her life, she had to get the dancing ginseng fruit. This was her only hope. Even the most tyrannical were afraid of those who didn't care about their lives. Finally, on the 3rd night, the huge mythological beast fell to the ground with a loud bang under Shui Emo's sword. Shui Emo was also like a lamp that had run out of oil. Her entire body was bathed in blood, and her vision was turning black. However, she was still holding on, waiting for the moment when the barrier would open. The divine beast fell to the ground, and the barrier opened with a rumble. Sure enough, Shui Emo saw a fruit that looked very much like a human heart on the swaying tree. It was bright red, as if it had already ripened. Shui Emo was so excited that her whole body was almost trembling. She flew over to pick the fruit. The unforeseen event happened in that instant. Just as she was about to take the fruit, her heart suddenly turned cold. The tip of a silver-white sword protruded from her chest, reflecting a cold light under the moonlight. The tip of the sword suddenly twisted and pulled out, causing blood to splatter everywhere. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Shui Emo, who was in the air, had no way of dodging and could only take this blow. She felt a sharp pain in her heart, and the intense pain caused her face to turn pale instantly. So this is what it feels like to be pierced through the heart. Who was it? In this snowfield, apart from her and Shui Elan, who else could it be? Shui Emo only felt that the strength in her body was rapidly drained away. However, she still picked the fruit without caring about it, protecting it in her arms as she staggered to the ground. Shui Emo stood in front of her, laughing arrogantly. Shui Emo, you lost. From now on, I'm the devil ancestor. On the sword in her hand, drops of blood were rolling down. Shui Elan stood beside Shui Elan, silently looking at Shui Emo. Shui Emo looked at Shui Elan, then looked at Shui Emo and understood everything. Chapter 1394. It turned out to be a meticulously planned plot, a plot of rebellion. Shui Elan had lured her here, let her and the mythological beast fight until both sides were injured, and then Snowy Talisman would give her a fatal blow. Everyone was happy. So this was what it felt like to be betrayed, to be stabbed in the heart by someone you trusted. At that moment, she suddenly remembered the look in Shun Julie's eyes when he looked at her. At that time, was he also so desperate? Was he also so disheartened? She stood there with a pale face, leaning on her sword. She looked at Shui Elan, and then at Snowy Talisman. How did you come back to life? Snowy Talisman was very proud. She pulled Shui Elan's sleeve, leaned her head on his chest, and asked, "What do you think?" Snowy Mo's gaze slowly turned to Shui Elan. Shui Elan's face was pale. He pursed his thin lips and smiled. "Momo, you let me down first." Snowy Talisman originally didn't die. She had been bitterly tortured in the blood purgatory under the devil ancestor's control. I accidentally found her and rescued her. Momo, she is more suitable than you to be the devil ancestor's successor. The devil ancestor also said that she is more suitable than you. He stared straight into Snowy Mo's eyes, a trace of madness in his eyes. Momo, do you hate me? Snowy Mo's chest was bleeding. Her heart was in pain. It was very painful. However, it was only an organ pain, not a heartache. She was only disappointed at being betrayed by her most trusted friend. Shui Elan had imagined countless reactions from Snowy Mo, such as laughing at the sky, dying together with him or going hysterical. But Snowy Imo only calmly looked at him. Her eyes were first filled with surprise and disbelief, then disappointment and anger, until finally there was only darkness left. In the end, she didn't say anything and slowly fell down. Blood flowed down her red dress to the ground. It dyed the ice field under her body red, like a red plum blossom blooming in the snow. It carried a sad and despairing aura. She slowly closed her eyes and no longer moved. Shwe Ilan stood there like a fool for a moment and suddenly walked towards her step by step. Momo, he gently nudged her. Shwe Imo remained motionless, but her complexion gradually turned pale and her aura gradually weakened. Her wrist was held by Shwe Ilan. Shwe Ilan's fingers were colder than her wrist and even trembled a little. He seemed to be taking her pulse. A moment later, he suddenly raised his head to look at Snow-Robe Talisman. Snow-Robe Talisman, you've injured her soul root. The Snow-Robe Talisman laughed shrilly. So what? Since I survived, she must die. But you promised me that you wouldn't take her life. Sorry, I used too much force. Shwe Ishio spread out his hands, his voice unconcerned. She smiled at Shwe Ilan and said softly, Shwe Ilan, this woman doesn't even put you in her eyes. You've done everything for her, but you're nothing in her eyes. She let you down, so why do you still care about her life? Actually, we're the most suitable couple. She doesn't deserve you. How about you be my royal husband in the future? If you and I join hands, we'll definitely bring glory to the demon realm. Although my martial arts aren't as good as yours, I have half of the demon ancestor's power. Once I absorb her, I'll become the real demon ancestor. My zither can sweep away everything. Shwe Ilan, at that time, the demon realm will be ours. Shwe Ilan. His complexion became even paler. He didn't speak again, but directly made his move. He raised his hand and directly used a big move on Snow-Robe Talisman. Chapter 1395. He raised his hand and directly used a big move on the Snow-Robe Talisman. A red light that could almost burn half the sky madly smashed towards the Snow-Robe Talisman. Stop. Shwe Ilan, you're crazy. You're crazy. What do you want to do? The Snow-Robe Talisman angrily screamed. Don't forget, it was your idea to scheme against her. I didn't tell you to kill her. Snow-Robe Talisman, I can save you, and I can also send you back. Shwe Ilan's voice was cold. Do you really think I'm not on guard against you? He didn't know what kind of move he used on the Snow-Robe Talisman, but the Snow-Robe Talisman suddenly screamed and was directly grabbed by Shwe Ilan. His fingertips directly grabbed the Snow-Robe Talisman's back and pinched her spine. The Snow-Robe Talisman's complexion also changed, and her voice became more and more shrill. Shwe Ilan, what do you want to do? I'm now the only successor of the Devil Ancestor in the Devil Realm. If you kill me, the Devil Realm will be in imminent danger. Shwe Ilan looked at the Snow-Robe Talisman, who was desperately struggling, and revealed a sinister look. The Devil Realm? Without her, the Devil Realm is nothing. Snow-Robe Talisman, I want you to be buried with her. His hand gradually tightened, and with a crisp crack, her spine was finally completely broken by Shwe Ilan, and her head softly drooped down. Shwe Ilan swung his hand and threw away the Snow-Robe Talisman's corpse. He used a cleaning technique to clean his fingers, and then slowly picked up the lifeless Snow-Robe Talisman on the ground and pressed his face against hers. Momo, I'm sorry. Just as he said this, he suddenly stopped, and his body stiffened. He looked at the Snow-Robed Talisman in his arms, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Snow-Robed Talisman didn't know when she opened her eyes, but the bottom of her eyes was blood red. Her sparkling jade-like palm hit his chest. Her movements were as fast as lightning, and Shwe Ilan did not even have time to react. Shwe Ilan's face instantly turned as white as snow. He looked down at her and said hoarsely, Momo, so, you didn't die. Shwe Imo didn't say anything. Instead, she pushed Shwe Ilan away. Shwe Ilan's body crashed into the swaying ginseng tree and slid down again. He violently coughed up blood, but his eyes were fixed on Shwe Ilan's eyes. It was as if he had gone mad, but at the same time, it was something else. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, another mouthful of blood came out. Shwe Emo didn't pay any more attention to him. She was well aware that her palm strike was a secret technique of the devil world's devil ancestor. The one struck by would be thoroughly sealed, sink into a blood coffin, and forever fall into hell. For all eternity, they would suffer the pain of being pierced by a blood blade, never to be free. This was the demon ancestor's cruelest punishment for traitors. It was also the demon ancestor's unique skill. Shwe Emo didn't expect that she would have to use this move on Shwe. The wound on her chest burst open again, and blood flowed out continuously, but she didn't care at all. She staggered up and stretched out her palm. A pure black light was emitted and quickly climbed onto Snow-Robe Talisman's body. Snow-Robe Talisman's entire body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was also a skill unique to the demon ancestor's successor. Once this skill was used, she would absorb Snow-Robe Talisman and completely fall into the devil path. Shwe Elon, who was lying there gasping for breath, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Seeing this scene, his face changed greatly. Momo, don't. Shwe Emo still didn't pay attention to him. The black light in her palm gradually swallowed Snow-Robe Talisman's body until there was nothing left. Shwe Elon's face was deathly pale. Momo. Chapter 1396. Shwe Emo slowly turned around. After absorbing the Shwe Talisman, the wound on her chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A faint black aura was emitted from her body, but her eyes were blood red, as pure as gems. She calmly looked at Shwe Elon, her fingers slightly bent. A tremor came from under Shwe Elon's body. The tremor seemed to come from the depths of the earth, as if a terrifying demon beast was slowly awakening. The ground under him cracked inch by inch, and a red light rose from the cracks, shining on Shwe Elon's body. Shwe Elon trembled violently. His body seemed to be penetrated inch by that red light. Large beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was obvious that he was in extreme pain. Momo, his eyes were full of pain. His body struggled forward without regard for his life. Don't turn into a demon. The red light had originally completely locked his body, but with his struggle, countless wounds immediately appeared on his body. Blood dyed his robes red, and his cheeks paled even more. The blood on his body seemed to have stimulated Shwe Emo. Her fingers slightly paused, and she turned to look at Shwe Elon. Momo, you don't want to turn into a demon. Don't let the demon energy control you. Shwe Elon's voice trembled slightly. Shwe Emo's body stiffened again. Her fingers slowly opened, and a half-formed spell was cut off. The ground under Shwe Elon's body finally stopped shaking. The red light binding him also showed signs of dissipating. Momo. Shwe Elon's eyes brightened. He struggled to break free from the red light binding him and crawled towards Shwe Emo. Momo, I know, you can't bear to kill me in the end. Shwe Emo's eyes flashed. With a wave of her sleeve, a crystal coffin appeared under Shwe Elon, wrapping him inside. Momo. Shwe Elon's face was as pale as death. He struggled to get up. You can't do this to me. Shwe Emo slightly lowered her eyes. When she opened them again, the red light in her eyes had already dissipated, leaving only a silent black. Shwe Elon. Her voice was slightly hoarse, but there was no emotion. Forget me. She flicked her fingers, and pure black energy shot out from her fingertips, shooting into Shwe Elon's body. Shwe Elon's body stiffened. His eyes widened, and he watched as the huge crystal coffin's lid, sealing him alive inside the crystal coffin. Momo, you're so ruthless. These are the last words Shwe Elon spoke before he was sealed. He closed his eyes. He was completely engulfed by the darkness. When the black light dissipated, Shwe Emo looked at the remaining black light in her hand, and her eyes flashed with disgust. What she hated the most was the devil ancestor's absorption technique. When she first learned it, she resisted and never used it. She didn't expect that in the end, she would use this method to absorb the Snow-Robe Talisman. The twins were originally like one body, each occupying half of the devil chi. Now, the snow-robed talisman didn't eat her, but was instead eaten by her. The two kinds of devil chi merged, and Shui Emo's strength increased more than twofold. She also became a real devil body and could no longer turn back. Her gaze fell on the crystal coffin. Inside the coffin, Shui Lan had already fallen into a deep sleep. His palms were still pressed against the coffin lid unwillingly, as if he would push the lid open at any moment. Shui Lan, you and I are even, she whispered and waved her fingers. Several blood-red crystal chains penetrated the coffin lid, pulling it down to the ground. Chapter 1397. After doing this, she flew out of the forbidden land of ice and snow without any reluctance, directly returning to the demon world. The previous demon ancestor, because of the joint attack of Shui Ilan and Shui Tong, had been seriously injured and was hiding in a dark corner to cultivate. Shui Imo quickly found it by relying on the guidance of the demon Qi. She finally got a clear look at its appearance. It was neither male nor female, like a pair of twins, less than 3 feet tall, wrapped in a mass of black Qi. Shui Imo silently looked at it, her face pale. The demon ancestor saw her and was shocked at first, then overjoyed. The male and female voices spoke together. Momo, my child, you finally came back. This lord has been worried about you. Come, let this lord take a good look at you. Shui Mo's eyes drooped, and just like in the past, she replied yes. And she walked towards it. The demon ancestor's red eyes flashed with excitement. It turned into a mass of black Qi and pounced on her body. Momo, this lord knew you would come back. Its palms flashed with knife-sharp nails on her back, as if it wanted to do something. But the moment it pounced on her body, it knew it had made a big mistake. It was horrified to find that its body began to slowly melt the moment it pounced on Shui Emo. It originally wanted to take the opportunity to absorb some demon Qi from Shui Emo to recover its strength, but it didn't expect that it would be absorbed by her. Only now did it realize that the twin demon Qi in Shui Emo's body had already fused. Once the twin demon Qi fused, it would become incomparably powerful, and it would no longer be able to control her. It looked on helplessly as its body melted inch by inch on her body. Disappearing little by little, it struggled with all its might, but it couldn't break free. Shui Emo, you actually already killed Shui Tong? Haha, good. Those two joined forces to plot against me. This lord thought they would succeed, but I didn't expect you to win. Momo, you're always able to exceed my expectations. However, you can't consume me right now. You're not married yet, and you're not pregnant yet. If you consume me right now, the next generation successor won't be born. Shui Emo looked at it expressionlessly, only coldly saying a few words. There's no successor. The demon ancestor's eyes widened, and he was stunned. Suddenly, he laughed. Momo, what nonsense are you talking about? Without a successor, how are you going to divide the devil Qi in your body? Without a successor, you will soon be completely controlled by the demonic Qi, and your body will explode. Shui Emo ignored it, allowing it to melt even faster on her body. The fiend ancestor was finally afraid. Momo, you can't do this. I'm your mother. Mother? Shui Emo raised her eyebrows and suddenly laughed. Her laughter was clear and melodious, but full of sarcasm. Do you think of me as your child? What kind of mother would scheme against her child? This seat is forcing you to become a talent. Momo, you're good at everything. You're smart enough, and your innate ability is also high. Your only flaw is that you're too soft-hearted. You can't become a real demon. The demon ancestor endured the pain of being melted bit by bit to explain himself. He only begged her to let him go. It did not want to disappear just like that. It had gone through a lot of trouble to get the blood of God. It had gone through a lot of trouble to find a way to live forever, to be the demon ancestor forever. Yes, my flaw is that I'm too soft-hearted. That's why your schemes have succeeded time and time again, harming others and yourself. Chapter 1398. Shui Emo chuckled and stared at it. Let me ask you, did you deliberately injure Shui Lan? Shinjuli didn't injure him that badly? Devil ancestor, Momo, speak. I want to hear the truth. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to speak. Shui Imo circulated her power, making the devil ancestor melt faster in her body. This kind of absorption clearly caused the devil ancestor extreme pain. It howled, "Stop! Stop! This king will tell you the truth. Speak." At that time, Shun Juli did injure Shuilan, but it wasn't this serious. This king injured him a bit more. But this king had a sense of propriety. At that time, he was the most important person in your heart. I couldn't let him die. Momo, this king didn't really want to hurt you. Before you got the god's blood, this king resurrected him for you. I've always been good to him, and even promised to marry you to him. I didn't expect him to be so cruel and unscrupulous. He actually cooperated with Shui Emo to plot against this king, and even plotted against you. Fortunately, Shuima, you were smart enough. Shui Emo's face became even paler. She knew it. With Shun Juli's character and martial arts, if he wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't need to make them look like they were bitten by a dog. Killing with one palm was more like his style. She hated herself for believing it at that time. You resurrected him because you thought he was more suitable to be the father of the next generation's heir. Momo, didn't you always like him and trust him? I'm just fulfilling your wish. Shui Emo didn't speak again. She closed her eyes slightly and circulated her power again, melting the devil ancestor bit by bit as it screamed and cursed. Shui Emo, you will regret it. You will be a sinner of the demon world. After you, the devil ancestor will disappear. Also, you will soon become like this king. These were the devil ancestor's last words. The devil ancestor disappeared. Shui Emo stood there in a daze for a moment, then slightly closed her eyes. The snow-robed talisman's sword had pierced her vitals. At that time, she had already died. The reason why she had been able to hold on until now was because she had used the forbidden technique to absorb the snow-robed talisman. She had just obtained the whirling ginseng fruit and had yet to see Shun Juli resurrect. She was unwilling to die just like that. Therefore, she had to live. This was the only thing that kept her alive. The once insufferably arrogant demon ancestor only left behind a black ring on the ground. Shui Emo lowered her eyes and looked at the ring. She knew that this was a devil ring, and it had great functions. It was the inheritance of the devil ancestor. She slowly picked it up. Wisps of black gas twined around the ring in her palm, as if it wanted to automatically put on her finger. I won't become like you. Absolutely not. Shui Emo gripped the ring in her hand, and a blood-curdling screech came from her palm. A moment later, she opened her palm, and the ring turned into a pile of powder, no longer able to form. Her eyes were dark and gloomy, without a trace of light. The demon ancestor was killed by her, the snow-robe talisman was absorbed by her, and Shui Elan was sealed by her, and she had finally turned into a devil. She had finally reached the last step of her destiny. She raised her head and laughed, but there were tears in her laughter. She didn't know if she was laughing at her own stupidity or at her destiny that she couldn't escape no matter what. Now, there was only one thing left for her to do. Her figure rose and flew towards the Chilan Holy Land. Shui Emo easily sneaked into the Chilan Holy Land and arrived at the ice room with ease. Rolling monthly votes at the beginning of the month was a must. La 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 la. Chapter 1399. Shun Juli was still lying there quietly. His face was pale and his eyes were closed. It was as if he had fallen asleep. Although she was prepared, seeing him like this, Shui Emo's body still swayed, her face pale. She grabbed his hand, which was frighteningly cold. She took out the whirling ginseng fruit from her storage space. Just as she was about to place it on his chest, she suddenly heard a noise outside the door. Startled, Shui Emo put the fruit back into the storage space and hid herself by the wall. Two people came in from outside, one elegant and dignified, the other white-haired, hale and hardy. It was Long Chuan and an unknown old man. The two first checked Shun Juli's injuries. Long Chuan held his breath and looked at the old man, as if he was looking at a savior. How is it? The old man slowly circled Shun Juli twice, looking here and there. After a moment, he sighed and shook his head. It's hopeless. My grass recovery pill can't save him. His divine heart is injured. A person's heart is easy to heal, but a divine heart is difficult to heal. The light in Long Chuan's eyes dimmed. Obviously, this was not the first time he was disappointed. Shui Emo stood not far from them. She was now the most powerful existence in the world. Therefore, Long Chuan and the old man didn't notice that there was another person in the room. She stood there quietly, listening to their conversation. The two people talked for a moment and then left. Shui Emo listened quietly. The more she listened, the paler her face became. I heard that the whirling ginseng fruit can replace the divine heart. Maybe I can find it and bring Master back. Nonsense. The whirling ginseng fruit can only prolong life and heal injuries. If the Supreme God is still alive, eating it may greatly increase his strength, but it has no resurrection effect. The old man shook his head decisively. How do you know if you don't try? Maybe it really works. Long Chuan was unwilling. The old man shook his head. No need to try. Thousands of years ago, there was an immortal whose heart was dug out by the people of the Devil Realm. In order to resurrect him, his wife also tried her best to find a good way. She also heard about the whirling ginseng fruit. She risked her life and paid the price of a leg and an arm to get that thing. When she came back and used it on the immortal, it had no effect at all. His wife committed suicide out of despair. Long Chuan was speechless, and Shui Mo's face was also as white as paper. She stood with her back against the wall. If not for the wall supporting her, she might have already fallen. It was obvious that Long Chuan had been desperately trying to find a way to resurrect Shun Julie recently, so he had mentioned several methods in succession. There were some that Shui Emo had heard of, but there were also some that she hadn't. However, they were all rejected by the old man. Every rejection was like a bomb, causing people's hearts to sink into the abyss. What about the moonlight flute? The moonlight flute can only revive mortals, but the venerable sovereign is a god. Long Chuan and the old man finally left. Shui Emo's figure appeared. Her lips were tightly pursed, without a trace of blood. She looked down at the swirling ginseng fruit in her arms, and then looked at Shun Julie, who was lying there without a sound. She didn't believe it. She didn't believe it. She wanted to try. No matter what, he had to try. Shui Emo staggered to her feet and carefully put the whirling ginseng fruit into Shun Julie's chest. The process was very complicated, but Shui Emo did it well. She didn't dare to make any more mistakes, and she couldn't tolerate any more mistakes. Chapter 1400. After doing this, she looked at Shun Julie with bated breath, as if she was looking at her last life-saving straw, hoping for a miracle. For a long time, there was no movement. Shun Julie was still lying there quietly, without the slightest sound. Useless, all useless. She had risked her life to do all this, but it was useless. Shui Emo sat down dejectedly, looking at Shun Julie in a daze, her eyes full of despair and blankness. Shui Emo sat in the quiet room for several days. She was like a soulless doll, with all her strength sucked away. She could only sit there in a daze. During this time, Long Chuan brought many people, each of whom was older than the last, each of whom had a higher status than the last. In the end, he even invited the young master of the dragon race, the person with the highest medical skills in the 3 realms. But they all said there was no way. In the end, the young master of the dragon clan sighed and said an ancient secret technique. If the witch who assassinated the venerable sovereign exiles herself to the most barren place, and then commits suicide there, enduring the consequences of being alone in every life, she can make a wish. If she happens to wish for the venerable sovereign to wake up, then this wish will come true. Of course, there are still some other things needed. Alas, this method, it's useless to talk about it. Long Chuan left in disappointment again. After they left, Shui Emo was stunned for a long time, the old man's words echoing in her mind. After an unknown period of time, she got up and looked at Shun Julie lying there quietly. She used her eyes to trace his celestial face over and over again, finally revealing a bitter smile. She leaned over and kissed Shun Julie. His lips were as cold as ice, but she kissed him passionately. After the kiss parted, her eyes were full of determination. Julie, I will wake you up. She turned and left, running towards her destiny. Ning Shuma finally withdrew her hand, her body slightly trembling. The intense sadness from her previous life had always shrouded her heart, making her unable to recover for a while. She looked down at the coffin, her heart aching even more. Pursing her lips, she flicked her sleeve, and the coffin opened. Sorrow washed over him. Inside the coffin lay a red-clothed girl. Her skin was delicate, and her eyes were slightly closed. Her thick and curly eyelashes were like small fans. There was a sword in her chest. It was the Godslayer that she had used to plot against Shun Julie. Her clothes were soaked in blood, making her look even more beautiful. The moment Shui Alan saw the girl, his body swayed and his face turned pale. He wanted to call out Momo's name, but he swallowed his words. His heart ached terribly. In his previous life, had his Momo died so decisively? Ning Xiuma looked at herself in her previous life and fell into a daze. She did not know how to react. After recovering her true memories, Shui Emo's sorrow, anger, despair, and confusion all surged into her heart like a flood, drowning her whole being. Her emotions were too many, too chaotic, so her face was devoid of emotion. It turned out that his previous life was so miserable. As it turned out, it wasn't the great god and the snowy talisman who had joined hands to kill her. It was Shui Alan. As it turned out, after the great god was killed by her, he never woke up. As it turned out, his fate of being a cursed star was because of his previous life's curse. There was an answer to everything now. Ning Xiuma was silent for a long time, standing there like a statue, motionless and silent. After a while, she finally moved. With a flick of her sleeve, the coffin burst into flames.